Morena. Can we unclip it? I'll give you back your thing. We've only got so much desk space. We're on. Oh, hello live streamers. Welcome aboard. Thank you. We're just collecting all of our judge tags so we can start organising our judges. And very shortly we're going to start the run-through. All right. Has everybody, have judges got some note paper? Does anyone want some note paper? Michelle will pass you some note paper. If you have any exclusions in this category. Tēnā koutou, welcome to day 2 of the NZIPP Iris Awards, sponsored by Sony. And welcome to the family category, kindly sponsored by Canon. It's lovely to have you here, and Rochelle is going to start the run-through momentarily. Here we go. All right, it's a big category. We've got a lot of work ahead of us today. We're going to take a time and do some good consistent judging. I have a little bit of housekeeping before we start. I'm going to read the family category description for you. The family category is for composite or non-composite entries. The family category champions the excellence, innovation, creativity and technical mastery present and the real photographic work that professional family and portrait photographers produce within their day-to-day practice. Emotional impact, connection, and evidence of strong communication between the photographer and the subjects will be considered as key ingredients in this category. Got it? Oh, yes, Johan.
So family can be seen photos, obviously.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. It doesn't say anything about that on this piece of paper in front of me. Just a quick note, a little bit of housekeeping. Oh, by the way, I didn't introduce ourselves. I'm Jace Blair. I'll be a panel chair today, and I'm here with Rochelle. Fuck no, I'm not. I'm here with Belinda. Rochelle was here before. Oh, it's going to be a long day. I'm here with Belinda. Sorry. Here we go. We'll be your panel chairs for most of today, with the occasional appearance from someone to hopefully give us a break every now and then. We're going to be here until probably approximately 6 p.m. and we've got a wonderful panel of judges to help us get this family category judged. So a quick note from just sort of a technical note for judges and maybe of interest to entrants and people watching on the live stream. As we've talked about yesterday, we've got a continually developing IT system that runs this whole operation, and the way the algorithm for being configured has a little quirk to it, which has slightly changed the way that challenges have been allocated compared to previous years. So there is, according to the rules, you are entitled to challenge when you are more than 5 points from the average or in a different award range. And that was previously interpreted to mean bronze, silver, or gold, and it didn't. And it was not interpreted to mean distinctions within those ranges. So, silver distinction was not a separate award range for the purposes of a challenge, unless you were more than 5 points from the average. The system does not interpret it that way. It's been offering challenges when judges are less than 5 points from the average, but they are in a distinction range versus non-distinction range. So that effectively means that the 5 point difference rule is no longer relevant. And because we judged all day yesterday with those challenges being offered, we've made the decision this morning for consistency to continue with that practice. So you will see challenges being available to you if you are in a silver distinction range and the average is in a silver range, and we will be accepting those challenges.
Well done, mate.
If that was really impenetrable gobbledygook because you're new to this whole show, welcome to the NZIPP. We try our hardest to make things fair and consistent, and it's difficult. But so because we've judged several categories under this slightly different interpretation, we're going to continue with that for the rest of this year's ARIS Awards, and then a determination will probably be made about what happens in future down the track. So that does give you the opportunity to challenge a bit more. I'll remind you that it is a very big category and there's a lot of entrants to be fair to. So let's keep those challenges concise and to the point, and only when you truly feel they're necessary. Oh, am I too loud? But that doesn't mean, I'm not telling you not to challenge, it's a great thing. I love to see you guys chat and talk about the work, and it's excellent for our entrants to have that, to have the work discussed. But yeah, we've got a lot to get through, and to be fair to all the other entries, we've got to keep that efficient. So, with all that, I would like to invite our opening panel of judges to the judging panel. Can we have Russell Hamlet, Tanya Niwa, Johan van Kaan, Faru Yavari, and Summer Murdoch to the panel, please. Welcome aboard. Wonderful to have you all here. This is a slightly different layout to the other room, so I'm a little less in front of you and more to the side of you, so especially those of you on the far table.
Not a Mac.
make sure you're getting my attention if you need to enthusiastically. Tanya, I can hardly see you down there.
Yeah, no. Are these spare pens? Others will get one out of my handbag. Spare
Uh,
pens for writing notes.
I don't have any spare pens, sorry. Hello, Johan.
Are you cool with skirting out to go to the next print after we've received the final score for the previous one? Or do you want us to wait till it comes up, just as a motor indicator?
Yeah, I think that's fine. I'm fine with that. It's a bit of a bottleneck, isn't it? It's a long walk around. Yeah.
Yes, my name's not in the drop down.
Oh, yeah, we have a very limited space for names available, so obviously we ran out of spaces. Do you want to be?
So I'm floating.
Do you want to be floating?
Sure.
Sorry about that.
That makes me feel really special. Floating.
It sounds fun.
A floater.
Okay. Presently, yes. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, Tanya's floating dreamily through life.
Excellent.
Okay. Is everyone happy? Do you have what you need? Hello. Not yet. You can. Here's Tracy Scott, Chair of our Honours Board.
Hey judges, just while we're judging today, just keep in mind the entrants who are watching. These awards are really, really special to them. And if we can just avoid saying things like just a bronze or just a silver, a bronze is a huge award. So if somebody's talking something up to a gold and somebody says, no, it's just a silver, that's massive. So yeah, we just keep that positive. These are big awards, so cool, that's all. Thank you guys. Have a great day.
Thanks, Tracy. Yeah, language matters, guys. So think carefully about choosing your words. I am going to be operating, I don't know if all of you are familiar with this system, I'm going to be operating a timer. So I'll be setting a timer for 40 seconds as each sprint comes around. That's not a hard and fast, I'm going to chase you off, but it will be a little reminder about how long to expect to spend looking at each print. If it goes off, start thinking about entering a score. We want that first score in to be your first reaction to the image. And then you'll always have a chance, if it's a real doozy, to get it back up and have a look at it potentially during the discussion. But that's in the interest of fairness to all of our entrants. Have I missed anything? Ooh, okay. Let's. How are we out the back? Everyone happy? All ready to go. Can we have our first print, please? Okay, print scores an average of 75. That is a bronze award. Good, consistent judging team. Bro, you've got a comment for the photographer?
Yeah, a divine color palette. The posing is very well handled. Congratulations to the photographer.
Thank you. Next print, please. and scores 75. That's a bronze award. Can I please have a comment for the photographer, Russell?
Beautiful lighting, a lovely little moment caught, which is our challenge mostly, so well done.
Thank you. Next print, please.
Backspace.
All right, we have a bit of a spread. We're sitting currently on 79 as an initial score. Johan's going to challenge that.
Good. I gave it an 86. What an awkward moment, caught beautifully. Here's this guy, you know, he's in his own territory. He's got his dinosaurs, his books, his everything else. This kid came along and took over his space. He doesn't know how to handle it. But the photographer has handled it really well. There's an awkwardness in his clothing. There's an awkwardness in how he's holding things. But it's composed in a lovely, balanced way. Yeah, I gave it an 86.
Thanks, Johan. Tanya, you're sort of at the other end of the range.
Yeah, I scored the 72. I love that narrative of the awkwardness and yeah, the baby taking over, entry into his zone. What I would have loved to seen is the baby turned towards the camera more, so we actually got to see the baby more. Part of the baby's face is you can't quite see it all. That was what let it down.
Thanks, Tanya. Russell, you're supporting Johan there a little.
Yeah, I love how you paint pictures, Johan. The funny thing is I don't see it as awkward, I see it as wonderfully tender actually, but what got me, and I will come up a bit, but what got me is I'm not too sure that he is in his own space, so I wondered why the photographer stuck him up against that that stuff in the background. It sort of seems quite adult to me as opposed to quite more childlike, and that was the only thing that kind of didn't quite gel for me, but as an image and tenderness and emotion I really enjoy it very much.
Thanks, Russell. Johan, I think we're going to come back to you for your right of reply.
Just if you need convincing, Russell, it's got the under 10 Violet poster in the corner. It's got kids' books in it. It's all kids' stuff. Obscurity of the baby is actually part of the story because this is a photograph of the boy. The baby is kind of like incidental to the story, but the key of it. And that awkwardness or the inability to sort of know how to hold a baby because it's such a new thing. It's just fragile and lovely. I gave it 86.
Thank you, judges. Good discussion. Can we please rescore this photograph and we'll see what happens. Currently sitting on 79. We have an 82 silver. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print scores 80 silver. Pretty consistent judging there. Love a comment. Summer.
Yes. Beautifully captured family. Love the series. I think this is quintessential family. The chaos that can happen. I'm loving particularly the bottom left. I love the composition, the unexpected moment there. Yeah, beautifully done.
Thanks, Summer. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. Print scores 80. That is a silver. Russell, you got a bit of feedback for the photographer?
I would like to challenge it, actually.
You cannot. You're in the same scoring range.
Well then, yes, I'd very much like to applaud the photographer for this. I really enjoy the topography of it. It's got a lovely flow right through it. It's a lovely moment captured. It's a very real moment, and it's a lovely presentation. Well done.
Thanks, Russell. I think we're going to do our first judge change just to start early and get a good rhythm going. Can we have Faru, do you want to take a break? And Sarah Lee, do you want to jump in? Just one? Just one for a start. Just one for a start. Keep things fresh. Thank you for wonderful judging so far. Just a little note, and this isn't me picking on you, Russell, it's just a general comment, but those feedback comments for photographers when it's not a debate, a couple of things, keep them really concise if you can, and try and have something constructive that would have helped it to score higher. So the photographer gets something constructive to work on for next time. Be great, but otherwise, you guys are doing a great job. Richard, oh, sweet. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, the print scores an initial 80. There's a challenge available there, Russell. You're looking at me?
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to challenge that. This is really a very beautiful moment for one, but I've sort of not really seen this before, even though we've seen lots of mums and babies and what have you. It's just the tonality of it and the classicness of it and the gentility of it and the femininity of it. It's really quite lovely. And how it flows down through, right out, everything's placed beautifully. The hands are great, just how the energy flows through mum to tummy, to the daughter, to the little foot out the bottom, and then that beautiful background and just the palette of the whole thing. It's the lighting's lovely. I think it's worth more than that. I gave it 86, and I think it sits up there comfortably.
Cool, thanks, Russell. There's a few of you in the bronze range there. Johanna, you Were you getting my attention?
Yeah, I will.
You
Yep.
keen to chat?
Yep.
Oh, you're in the silver range, actually. Can we come back to you?
Yeah,
I'll go
yeah.
to Summer first, if I can.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. I love the lines coming down through. I love the expression and the tones in the background with the foliage. I sense a slight tension in the mother. I think I'm looking for something a little more of a relaxed, connected feel. I guess that's. But I'm listening, and I mean, it is beautifully done. So.
Thanks, Summer. Johan, you're in the
Yep.
silver.
I gave it an 80, and I think in your description as classic, it forgave the tension that you talked about, and so I struggled with that too, but being classic, it's allowed to be a little tense. So I'm going to go up.
Cool. Back to you, Russell.
I don't see any tension in there whatsoever. I got back up and had a look. I mean, she's just not going to be tense in this moment. I mean, it's a beautiful moment, and she's got a lovely, gentle look on her face. And I just don't see that tension. I think it's actually just a lovely quietude that we're looking at. And it's just so beautifully presented, and I think it's a very high standard of work.
Thanks, Russell. I will click my buttons. Oh, shit, I've clicked the wrong button. Stand by. No. Spinning. What do I need to do? Can I go back? How do I go back? No, it's not it. It goes back. How do I go back? Other actions. No, but that goes out of our previous image. There we go.
Oh, shit.
What's wrong, Johan?
Oh, no, it's fine.
It's back, yeah.
I think
Okay, I accidentally
in
accepted the
some
score when
in
I
a place
clicked the
like
challenge.
this, people will
I've gone to the
see
previous
it so
image now.
much,
This challenge now.
but I love that it's pretty cool. Yes.
Okay. Will it unlock? And then it was Russell. Sorry, team. Technical issues. Slash incompetence.
Score again.
All right, you can now rescore this, I think.
Oops.
You can. Look at you go. So it was sitting on 80. Russell was hoping for distinction. Russell, you have to put the same score in again.
You press
Just have to send it, yeah. It just helps you out saving you typing it. And we've got an 82. That's a solid silver.
So, Jason, I scored on the slide 7 that you put up. That's gone.
The next one,
But that score's gone.
I will find out. Oh. Okay. One job, click the right button.
That score's come up, so if you want to.
Yeah, okay, so we will have the next print, please. And we'll get rid of those scores that are in the wrong place. Also, Sarah Lee and Summer and Tanya, all three at the far table. Guys, just hold on for 2 seconds while we tidy up the ongoing mess I created. Oh, I am about transparency. All right. We are ready to have some scores for this photograph, please. Okay, print scores 81, silver. Pretty consistent there, so I would love to have some constructive comment from somebody. Everyone's deliberately avoiding my eye contact. Russell, go on.
Well, I can't. I just really, really enjoy it very much. I can't really sort of say to the photographer anything that else they could have done. I really like it for what it is. So if anyone else has got something constructive, I'd like to hear it.
Something quick?
It just gets a little lost over the left-hand side with a bit of brightness, so maybe if that was just a fraction darker. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks, team. Can we have the next print, please? Print scores 76. Yeah, you going to take that, Russell? Go on.
Oh, no, I mean,
Oh.
I'm happy.
Oh, you're heavy. Okay. Sorry. Poor comms. All right, 76. That's a bronze award. I would love some feedback. Sarah Lee this time?
Yeah, beautiful little newborn shot. If the lighting was perhaps a little bit softer, or if there was more fill, and then the wrinkle behind the baby's head in the backdrop was smoothed out, and there's also, unfortunately, fingerprint marks on the print itself. So there's a few minor technical details to be ironed out.
Thank you very much. Can we have a blank screen for a moment, please? We'll do another judge change. Thank you, Summit. Great start. Take a wee break. Joe, do you want to jump in? Okay, and we're ready to go again. Next print, please. Okay, print scores a 74. This is a high professional standard. Johan, you got a comment? Please.
Just little things like if the hands had been reversed, so the back of the hand wasn't facing the viewer.
Cool. Thank you. Next print, please. We have a 73. That is a high professional standard. Comment for the photographer, please. Yeah, Joe.
This is really quite nicely presented, but I would say that the little girl is the strength of the picture, and the mother's face doesn't really respond well enough to the little girl to make sense. It might have been a more interesting picture just of the little girl.
Thanks, Joe. Can we have the next print, please? All right, we have an initial score of 80, and there's a silver award. Comment for the photographer, Tanya?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, beautiful energy and joy captured between these three. Just a point for it to perhaps help it a bit further is just the background, the sky, whether that could be cropped a little bit more or a little bit more space in the below the feet just to give it a bit more balance. But yeah, beautiful, beautiful capture.
Thanks, Tanya. Can we have the next print, please?
Something's going wrong. Initial score. One moment. Small issue.
Technical issue.
Right, just says score must be between 50 and 100, but won't actually let me put anything in. Numbers lock.
Try the numbers along the top. Yeah, there you go. All good.
Maybe numlock's not turned on. Anyway,
Okay, for next time.
we have a 78. Happy with that? Yeah? That is a bronze award. Russell, you got a comment for the photographer?
The lighting's fantastic. The hands are a little bit clumsy, a little bit awkward, I feel. And just for me personally, it's such a beautiful, simple image. I don't see the need for the two feathers to come in. So it was just such a wonderful image in its own right. But the hands need to flow a little bit more, with a bit more gentility, energy going on there.
Thanks, Russell. We'll have the next print, please.
So if I turn numbers lock off.
Okay, and we have a 74. That's high professional standard. Can I get a comment for the photographer? Tanya again, yeah?
Yeah, I think the framing with the shape of the mat works really well. I think we just need some more emotion, and the woman looking up doesn't bring me back in down to the subject matter of her being hapu. So yeah, just a bit more energy and emotion would elevate it.
Thanks, Tanya. Can we have a blank screen, please? And we're going to do another judge swap. Joe, you've only been on for a little bit. We're going to get you off again. Start the juggle fest. Lizzie, do you want to jump in? Right. If we are ready to go, we'll have the next print, please. Thank you, judges. Initial scores, please. Print scores 76. Oh, yeah, it's a bronze award. I'd love to have a comment for the photographer, Johan. Yeah.
Love the tonality, love the balance of chaos after with the quiet before. Wasn't quite sure what was happening with the man's hand in the second photograph. Yeah.
Cool, thank you. Next print, please. Something you can keep go back to having a break and let jump Lizzie back in. It was just a step off for one situation.
I signed out. So.
Okay, thank you. Okay, print scores 77. Johan's going to take that challenge?
Yeah, I gave it an 81, just because I came up with two different stories for it, which I like the both of. One is she's going, "Mum, you can't do this to me," or she's going, "Is there a baby in there?" And both of those made me laugh and feel sort of, and the mother's expression supports both of those stories. I thought it was great, the ambiguity in it. So, yeah, I gave it an 81. Sneak it up if you can.
Thanks, Johan. Got a few of you down in the bronze range there. Anyone itching to talk to that end of things? Russell will do it.
Sure. Yeah, I enjoyed those things too. But when a nose breaks the cheek, the horizon of the face, so mum's nose, so you either have the nose inside the cheek line or further out. So we've just got a squeak of that further eye. And it's just a little bit clumsy in the mum's face. I mean, it sounds nitpicking, but that's what it is. And so, but for the moment, I gave it what I did, which was a bronze.
Thanks, Russell. Sarah Lee, you were sort of helping Johan out there.
Yeah, I gave this one an 81 as well. I thought such a genuine expression that you feel the emotion instantly, and it's such beautiful connection between them. Very classically posed, and the kids doing what kids do. And I think, unfortunately, what brought it down a little bit is the lighting or the printing or the paper choice. It is very flat, and I think had it been a little bit more dynamic, that emotion would have been stronger.
Thank you. Back to Johan.
Yeah, I'm rewarding it for its genuine connection. The flatness gives it a friendliness. I enjoyed it a lot. I gave it 81. See what you can do.
See what you can do. Let's score this again. Currently at a strong bronze of 77. And we have a 78 and slightly stronger bronze. Thanks, team. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Print scores 72, high professional standard. Lizzie, have you got a comment for us for the photographer?
Lovely palette, really soft pinks and really nice green and nice lens choice. I just would have liked to have seen her facing towards the light. The light coming on the back of her hair is quite distracting, and my eyes drawn to that.
Thanks, Lizzie. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Print scores 75. That's a bronze award. Some pretty good consistency across the board there. Comment for the photographer, Tanya?
Congratulations to the photographer with the idea. I think it just could be further developed, but because some of the images are so little, it's really hard to feel the emotion of the baby. So just considering when you're presenting to us, those tiny little images are very challenging to engage with. Yeah.
Thanks, Tanya. Can we have the next print, please? Thanks, judges. Print scores a 72. It's a high professional standard. Some feedback for the photographer. Johan, sure.
Great little story there. Just a bit mindful of where the ladder's crossing over the woman's feet. It just becomes quite distracting. Yep.
Thanks, Johan. Can we have a blank screen, please? And we're going to change judges. Johan, thank you. Wonderful judging as usual. Can we please have Tony Carter to the panel? Remind everybody that we do have an award for the best judge of the Iris Awards this year, and it's open for public voting out in the exhibition area near the TV. In the foyer there's a voting box, so if you really like someone's judging, it's a good way to tell them by voting for them for that Ian Poole Memorial Judge Award. Completely, the timing of this announcement has nothing to do with anything that's just happened with the judge panel. I want to be clear. I don't know if panel chairs are. I don't know if panel chairs are in the running for this award, but I'm just just putting it out there. There's no rules to say you can't put my name in the box. All right, can we have the next print, please? Okay, print scores 75. Pretty consistent judging. That's a bronze award. I'd love to give us some feedback. Oh, welcome, Tony, to the panel. Give us some feedback for the photographer.
The framing of this is great. Probably a little bit more focus, a bit more depth of field, should I say, to get the people in the background a little bit more clearer so we can see what's going on. But yeah, beautifully framed in nice colours.
Cool. Thanks very much, Tony. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. We have an 82, which is a silver award. Oh, yep, Tony's going to challenge it.
Yeah.
Thought about it?
I'm on 87. I think, obviously the stylised nature of this has been handled to a very high degree, with perfect body placement, beautiful skin tones. The darkening down of it is superb in character. So it's quite hard to fault technically and you know the colour balance and everything is happening, print quality off the charts really. So I sort of think it's up into silver distinction quite easily for me.
Thanks, Tony. Tanya, want to talk to the sitting in the bronze range? Talk to the other end.
Yeah, there was absolutely initial impact, and I was very interested to explore through the image. I just felt like this, as it's a staged image, it was just needing some more emotion. I also sort of noticed to the right of her body in the area, it looks like there's some retouching that looks like, a bit distracted by, and under her jaw there's just a highlight area and then a dark area. It just seemed to look like there's some digital production that could have been, further, worked on.
Thanks, Tanya. Russell's giving me the eye.
I support everything you say, Tony, and it's all true. It's the level of craft is amazing, but they need to communicate. Images need to communicate, and I just think it falls down there. I'm just not quite sure what it's trying to say to me. The expression on the girl's face, just I find that a little bit wanting, and but everything else is magnificent.
Thanks, Russell. Back to Tony to sum up.
Yeah, I think what Russell's saying about the expression, it is a bit wanting, and I think that that's very deliberate with this picture. With the umbrella up, a little sad face seems to work, and like I say, it's very graphic, and this is a really good image. I'd like to see it up in silver with distinction if we can, please.
Thanks, Tony. Thank you, judges. I didn't click my buttons. Hold your passion. There's a good chat going on. Okay, now you may... Yeah, you should be able to score that again. I think you'll just have to click send Russell as the challenger. Oh, sorry, Tony. Well, sorry. Oh, no.
Yeah, that's...
I clicked the challenge button, but
I put the same score in.
Stand by. Oh, what do I do? Oh, that was my fault. I know. Hang on. I made Russell the challenger. That just exits the judging session.
Modern technology.
Okay. Now we're good. All right. Sorry, team. Now you can score again, Russell, to your heart's content. You can, click in there, delete that one if you need to. Yeah. Having a mare today. Button clicking. As a professional button clicker, this is concerning. So we started at 82. We have an 83 strong silver. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print scores 73. It's a high professional standard. You want to have a chat? Yeah, have a comment. Thanks, Russell. Quick comment for the photographer.
beautiful lighting, but in the attempt to expose the new tattoo representing the new baby, of course, that right hand, I think, is just too busy behind the baby's head, and the thumb is distracting.
Thanks very much. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 83.
Yeah, I can have a go at challenge.
Go on.
challenge
Go on,
this
Lizzie.
A little bit, maybe push it upward to silver distinction. Yeah, a few more points, guys. It's something, an expression from children that is so so natural and uniquely presented. I've obviously a really strong engagement with the photographer, beautifully sharp, and yeah, I look at it and I see joy, movement. Yeah, I mean, I'm not asking for gold. There's some things that the overworking of the sky and the halos around the head, but yeah, there's definitely a that connection with the photographer that I think and the two boys, and that real lovingly brotherly feel that I think should be rewarded.
Thanks, Lizzie. Just next to you there, Tanya's not in the same range.
Yeah, I scored this bronze 77, high professional practice. I thought the energy from the boys is fabulous, and they look very proud of themselves for what they're achieving. And I think just for the comments that you made around the sky, it's great to have that detail. I think this perhaps does compete a little, and just, yeah, the halo around the head was just what brought it down and kept it out of the silver for me.
Thanks, Tanya. Here from Russell.
I support you in the silver distinction range. I scored 86 as well. I just love the energy coming at us. You can see that the photographer has asked them to pose like that, and then for whatever reason, you know, that's as if they're lying on the sand posing, but they're not. They're flying through midair. And if they were both flying completely clean like the guy on the left, I think it wouldn't be as strong as the fact that the person on the right is still semi-attached to the terra firma. I think that's really quite a lovely part of the image, and you can only imagine the next half second when they crash to the sand in that pose. So I think there's this kind of like potential sort of chaos that's about to happen that we're not yet seen. So it's a great little image. I think it's got a lot of exuberance and youthfulness to it, and I think it's really well thought and presented to us.
Thank you, Russell. Back to Lizzie. Summary?
Yeah, I think you explained that wonderfully, Russell, and I agree with the image with the boy on the right, you know, that fills up the frame a little bit more, and creating that line, that triangular line that leans also to the second boy. So you know, first impact, you're looking at the boy, but you get that same impact from the other subject just because of that, and that the movement, and it almost feels like they're leaping into you, and you almost wonder if the photographer got a camera full of sand.
Cool. Thank you, judges. If I can click my buttons. Here we go again. Maybe we should be clicking the buttons. All right, now you should be momentarily able to re-score this photograph. Currently on 83. Lizzie's looking for silver with distinction. We have an 85, silver with distinction. That's great. Can we have the next print, please? Scores in every scoring range. We have an 82. I feel like Tony Carter's probably going to challenge that.
Yeah, I'm on 92. I think it's probably an image that could easily sneak by and not score highly in some ways because it's just so simple. But you know, the whole concept of this, the colour balance of their clothing and how they interlock in together, and the genuine connection of mum and dad and the girls, and just all the body language there in this category is quite contemporary, quite simple, very well executed. Look at the slight blue hues in the sky mimicking their clothes, the soft out of focus background colours. You know where they are. This is very contemporary, very simple for a complicated pose. Beautifully handled, beautiful soft S lines through it, gold.
Right. Yeah, I'll come to you in a second, Russell. I'm going to go to Sarah Lee first if I can, or Tanya, one of the two. You want to?
Okay. I scored this a 79, and after listening to Tony, I think I was quite hard on it. But I think I'll start with the S lines. What I find is that if the children had swapped places, I know mum would be carrying the heavier
Lean
child.
into the mic if you can.
Sorry.
Sarah Lee.
Had the kids swapped positions, and I know mum would have been carrying the heavier child, so feasibility. But then there wouldn't be that awkward lean at the top left, where the girl looks as though she's almost going to pull the sister on top of herself, and the father's expression looks a little pained. Either he doesn't want to be there, or it's just too difficult at this point. And I think had the beautiful blue tones in the sky been continued down, and I love how out of focus the background is, but it does just blow out really sharply behind the parents' heads.
Russell, you got my eye before, but then we'll come to you, Lizzie, after that.
Sure.
It's you, yeah.
I scored at 82, and I'm completely happy to jump with Tony and take it into gold myself. Just wasn't quite sure, but I think I don't see any awkwardness in Dad at all. I mean, he's balancing, a bigger girl, and I just think the fact that they're willing to connect at the bottom, and then if the two girls at the top had been kissing, it would have sort of killed it. It's the awkwardness at the top that actually makes it, and so I think it's I'm happy to support Tony and lift my score 10 points.
Strong statement of intent. Thank you. Can we hear from Lizzie?
Yeah, I scored this in 82, and I can definitely be persuaded on this one. I think actually the leaning adds to the story. You look at that left girl, and she's almost dragging her sister in for the kiss, and then it's at the same time dragging the dad in too, and kind of making him forcing the kiss between the parents. And I love how her hands are really grasped her sister's neck, like you're coming here whether you like it or not. And yeah, it's such a beautiful connection. And yeah, I'm coming up.
Cool. I think it's back to you.
Yeah, so just quickly address the man's pain there, Sarah Lee. I'm a father of 2 daughters, and believe me, you're always in some sort of pain, and you're always doing something to make everybody happy. That's the male's job in the situation. I mean, look, he's surrounded by, his beautiful daughters and his beautiful partner or wife or whatever. But yeah, I just think the visual communication here is definitely a gold. In this category, this is superb work.
Awesome. Thanks, judges, for your good discussion. Can we score this photograph again? And it's currently on an 82. We'll see what we get. It's a 90. That's a gold. Congratulations. Can we have a blank screen, please? Russell, you've done some fantastic work. Take a break. Steve hovering down there somewhere. Welcome to the panel, Steve Hussey. Are you? Yeah, you are there. Cool. Should be able to find yourself there. And when you're ready, can we have the next print, please? Another wide range of scores. We have an 81 initial score. You have to, Tony.
Maybe. Yeah, I'm on 96. To me, it's almost like a contemporary piece of art, really. And I believe it's their personal piece of art that's been put on display in a very public way. The naturalness of the skin here, the faceless nature, the child looking up, the printing, darkening their faces down, but you can still see what's going on. The caring nature of the parents, the beautiful tonality of the skin and the light buttocks against the suntanned backs. It tells of their lifestyle without having to actually see their faces. This is very photojournalistic in nature, very natural, and I think brave for somebody to let people see this style of work and how they live their lives. So I'm up in 96.
Thanks, Tony. Tanya, love to hear from you on this one.
I scored a 75 in the bronze range. So absolutely immediate impact. Going up to explore closer, I'm looking for more, and then I find the mother's tattoo and the baby's hand on her back, which is beautiful. I just feel like I'm not getting a lot of emotion from this, and what you're seeing is a lot more that in your story for than what I'm getting from that. Just the emotional impact is not there for me.
Might come to someone in the middle. Steve, fresh to the panel. What have we got?
Yeah, I think I was a bit stingy. Just first one up, I just thought, oh, that's very striking. I think just connection with, or the intimacy with the photographer, I think was really, really brave and obvious. And I think that I love Tony's story about it. I think I'll definitely come up to yeah, it's lovely.
Thanks, Steve. If anyone else has no one else has anything they're itching to say, Lizzie looks like she might.
Yeah, I'm listening. I think the thing that I struggle with is I was so drawn to the blanket on the left side of Dad's butt. Yeah, I do see the story there. You know, like you got a couple of rough, well-weathered bums and two very fresh bums squished in between. Yeah, but I just think the handling could have been a little bit more refined, and the story brought out with, you know, being just a little bit more refined, maybe with the tone of the image being quite washed and monotone. Yeah, looking for that dynamic wow part of it.
Tony's ready to answer some of these. Let's hear it.
Some of the most famous images in the world are not finished or polished. I operate on how something makes me feel, and that this makes me feel. I can feel the parents, the warmth of their bodies against their children. You can just really feel this image. You know, that bit of material on the left hand side. I think it doesn't pull your eye away. That it balances with the buttocks next to it, and how the light drifts away into the darkness. But it's all about their lifestyle and who these people are, and even how the photographer has come to photograph something like this. That's a form of some sort of relationship, just getting into a situation like this. So to me, I'm up in, gold with distinction, and I just think this is just so contemporary, and it's all about the feel of those kids. Like I say, it's all about the body heat and those, you can tell the relaxed nature of these people and how they're bringing up their children. I just think it's stunningly beautiful and a gold with distinction.
Thank you, judges. I've clicked all my buttons this time, so you are free to now rescore this photograph. Currently on 81. Tony's gunning for gold again. Have a silver with distinction, 87. Can we have a blank screen, please? We're going to do a little judge change, and then I'm also going to step away for a little bit. So first, can Tanya, you want to take a break?
Sure.
Thanks for your judging so far. Farouk, do you want to come back to the panel? And I will now leave you in the capable hands of Belinda, not Rochelle. And Simone is going to join the panel as well. So see you later.
Okay, let's get back into this. Can we have the next sprint, please? And we have an initial score of 81. We have a automatic challenge, so Steve.
Yeah, I scored this a gold, 93. I just love the story of the chicken observing art of someone's loss of a chicken, and I just think it's you know, it's basically doing what we're doing. It's examining this woman and her loss. Her shoulder is the dress has just dropped off her shoulder a little bit. She's a little bit despondent. She's got that absent gaze of looking at what she had and now no longer has. I think it's a beautiful story of a story. It's very clever. It's well handled. Everything's there that I want to be there. So, yeah, please come up. I think it's definitely a gold.
Thanks for that, Steve. Sarah Lee, you're at the other end at 74.
Yeah, I find myself in the opposite again. Yeah, so at 74. Thank you, Steve, for explaining the story, because I didn't initially pick up the girl's loss of a chicken. I found that was a wee bit elusive. And apart from not being able to understand the story clearly, I find the lighting or the fill between the two, the chicken and the girl, it's just a little too different. I find that the details, there's so many details lost through the centre of her because of the way it's only been lit from the side. The way the flowers are cut off across the bottom, it took a lot of looking before I realised what they were. And then I was wondering why they were there, and then where her gaze is lifted up to the feathers above, whereas if something's landing on your hand, you're genuinely looking at your hand. There's a wee bit of disconnect. There's a lot of effort put into the story. Congratulations to the photographer. Unfortunately, it was just not clear enough for me.
Excellent. Thanks, Sarah Lee. Tony, can we hear from you? You're in the silver range.
Yeah, I'm on 81. I think I will come up into an early silver with distinction. I probably find the print quality, the print quality is fine maybe, but the density of it, I find it quite a bit dark and sort of not really holding the story together because of that. Yeah, and thank you, Steve, for explaining the story, because I didn't get that straight away either. So I will be coming up into early silver with distinction.
Excellent. Faru?
Yeah, I think the story first was unclear for me. We can get that story as the girls losing her chicken, and yeah, I really love the story you said. The thing is, held me back to come up is the lighting. The lighting is not cohesive in the whole image. The lighting in a frame is very different with the lighting in a chicken, and I think that's a really big issue for me. And also, I think it's the image in terms of its the background is so black inside and so flat, and the black background around the frame, it has a texture, so it's not kind of working all elements together perfectly for me to come up in silver with distinction or upper. But I'm listening to you.
Excellent. Writer of reply, please, Steve.
Sure. Thanks for your comments. I think that there is enough detail in her dress. It's a black dress. I think it's definitely a story of mourning. She's got an absent gaze. She's not looking at her hand. I think she's just released the chicken. You know, basically, she's let go of the feathers, or she's thrown them up, or she's just experienced its disappearance. I think it's a lost look. It's looking into the nether. You're not really focusing on, you know, where the feathers are landing or anything like that. I think the lighting is handled differently for the chicken and the subject in the frame, because it is two different exposures. The chicken is at a gallery looking at this work of art of a great chicken loss. I think I think there's enough story there, enough connection and enough emotion for me to be thinking gold. I'd love for you guys to come up a little bit, please. Yep.
Excellent. Well, judges, please rescore. Wonderful. And we have a score of 84, silver award. Great discussion, guys. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a bronze award at 76. Lizzie, can we have a comment for the photographer, please?
Beautifully handled light and nice soft posing with the hands under the chin. I would like to have seen something unique element to it, you know, maybe an expression, subtle expression of the baby's face that just brought it up. And a few more points.
Okay, thank you. Can we have a blank screen for a moment? I'm just going to do a bit of a judge swap. Sarah Lee, thank you. Take a break. And Summer, can we get you back on the panel, please? Excellent. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a bronze award at 76. Very consistent scoring. Thank you, judges. Next print, please.
Comment? Can we get a comment for the last?
Sorry, Lizzie. Yes, sorry, I forgot to ask for a comment. Please, thank you.
I just want to say lovely engagement with the baby. Well done to the photographer for capturing that gorgeous expression. Just that the lighting was a little bit flat. Just bring your lighting just a little bit more to the side so we don't lose those. We get a few more shadows and highlights to bring out the definition.
Excellent. Thank you. Judges, if you could have a look at this new print, please. Okay, and we have a score of 77, Bronze Award. Excellent. Can I have a comment from Summer, please?
Lovely story. Love the soft light. Nice color palette. I love the story that you can see her picking to smelling to thinking, like, in my mind, the story here is doesn't smell so good, which is kind of a funny, dandelions don't have the best smell. But, and I think the one thing that I look at in the image on the right, I wish I could see a little bit more of the dandelion that she's picking, or the flower that she's picking. If you could see a part of the yellow, that would bring it up for me a little bit.
Thank you. Next print, please.
Easily done.
And we have a score of 76, Bronze Award. Happy with that? Lizzie?
Yeah, I'd quite like to try and push this up into silver. Wonderfully handled with the lighting. I think the family in this photograph, I bet this is printed large and beautifully in their home, and it fills them with joy. Every single one of those faces has a very unique expression and personality to it, and I just love how the little boy on top is captured. He's the king of the mountain. He's the maybe the king of the family. He's the personality guy, and it's so framed lovingly in the landscape as well. All the heads, and it really draws you in and wants you to look at all the family members in their own unique way, and I think that should be rewarded.
Thanks for that, Lizzie. Tony?
Yeah, I'm on 73 at professional standard. I agree about the faces, but you have to work through through the clothing and through the bodies, and so I find the body language and the space that some people have not working too well. And what I mean by that is the adults taking over and squashing the kids out, really. So I sort of find that a little bit hard to get to the expressions. Beautiful setting, but yeah, I don't think I'll be coming up much, to be honest.
Thanks, Tony. Anybody else? Faru?
Yeah, I think Tony is he very well said. I want to add there is a blue cast happen in the white shirts of some of the subjects there, and I think it's another issue.
Excellent. Back to you, Lizzie.
Yeah, I'm just asking for a couple points to push it up into that silver range. I don't mind that squished sort of awkwardness brought together. I mean, there's a lot of love there, but sometimes families are a little bit awkward, and maybe that adds to their story when they look at it and think, oh, that we're all squished together, but one big happy family. And yeah, I quite actually adds to it that squishiness, and yeah, but except the little boy at the top who couldn't care less because he's just happy as.
Excellent. Thanks for that, Lizzie. Judges, please rescore. Okay, and it stays the same at 76, Bronze Award. And next print, please. She's been... And we have a 73, High Professional Practice. I can't even say the words. Could I hear from Tony, please?
Great attitude and beautiful lines to the lady. Just watch the muddiness of your printing and probably lack of separation off the background.
Excellent, thanks very much for that. Next print, please. Okay, we have a 75, Bronze Award. Lizzie, you got a comment for the photographer?
Yeah, a wonderfully handled palette with those rich greens and well done for keeping the skin tones so nice and perfect little baby skin tones and it's not getting rid of the colour cast that green can create. I just would have liked to have seen the lighting coming more down and across the face rather than up the nose, and if you'd put just a little bean under baby's right shoulder just to lift it up so we could see that.
Excellent, thank you. Can I have a blank screen, please? We are going to do some judge talking. So, Lizzie, thank you for your time. And can we have Joe? And Tony, do you want to take a break? And we'll bring Johan back in, please. Excellent. All right, next print, please.
So many things to remember, eh?
Thank you, judges. And we have a score of 77, Bronze Award. And Johan, you would like to challenge?
Yeah, I gave this an 83. I really enjoyed the narrative of the child being a growing thing, and it's in a garden and it's growing and it's just budding. It's just beginning to grow, and there's all these other things that are tall and have already done their growing. And I felt that was a really interesting story to be told, and it was done with such a wonderful palette. Yeah.
Lovely. And
83 is what I gave it.
83. So how about you, Joe? You were at the other end. Oh, Fru?
Yep.
You had something to say?
Yeah, Johan, it's a beautiful work. I really enjoy the warm color palette. However, I think it's overworked, especially with lost details, and we have some issue in the baby's skin. And I gave it professional standard, and yeah, that's a big issue for me. It's really overworked.
Okay. Has anybody else got anything to add?
Oh, that's all
Yeah.
right. This is a really beautiful concept, and when you're sitting back from it, it looks really lovely. The palette's beautiful, but when you get up there, the baby's got red, mushy through the cheek and chin area, and a grey forehead. So, unfortunately, the focus of this photo, which is the baby, more than the beautiful bits around it, is really just letting it down.
Okay, thank you. Johan?
Sometimes art isn't clear, and it's not that we're just interpreting really good photographs of children perfectly exposed and looking like children. Here it's not supposed to necessarily be a child, it's representing growth and a new start, and it's just waking up, and it's a seedling. So I've forgiven any of the photographic loss as artistic interpretation. So I gave it an 83. I hope you also have a forgiving mind and come up with me. Yes. I'm not saying you don't.
Thanks for that, Johan. Judges, please go ahead and rescore. And we've come up a little bit to 78, Bronze Award. Next print, please. And we have a Bronze Award at 78. Excellent. Can I get a comment from Summer, please?
Yes. Love the mirroring of baby's emotion and mom's emotion. I think it really captures what being the mother of a newborn feels like. And the tones are lovely. For me, light is ever so slightly flat, but really nice work.
Okay.
And love the emotion captured.
Excellent. Faru, did you have something to say?
Yeah, in terms of improving, I think the mother's hand, which is we can see at the back of the hand, is too bright and big and compete with the rest of the image.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I almost wonder if she wasn't holding the, I think if she wasn't holding the car, it would simplify things for me, or the
Yep.
stuffed animal in
Yes.
her hand. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Can I have a blank screen, please? And we're just going to swap out Faru. If you could just take a break for a minute. And Tanya, can you jump back on, please? Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have a score of 78, Bronze Award. Johan, you'd like to challenge?
Why not? I gave it an 84. That's why. What a great little narrative. The kiss, the caring nature of the sister and the resistance from that boy. Where in the last photograph, I'm not quite sure whether he's going to right hook her or not. And it's just so fun. There's energy in that, and it tells you something about older sisters and younger brothers. And it's great. It's lively. The background colours support it wonderfully. Yeah, I gave it an 84. Come up to a silver, please.
Excellent. Would love to hear from Summer. You're on the lower end there at 75.
It's a great series. I do love the emotion and the unpredictability of it. Light's a little harsh and flat for me. And I wish I could see the sister's face and the images on the other side. And I also wish they were a little bit bigger. I almost want, to have more impact.
Excellent.
So, but wonderful, wonderful series, really captures childhood beautifully.
Wonderful. Joe, you've got something to say?
Yeah, I also wanted to see the girl's face until I started really looking at the little boy and realised that it's not actually about her, it's about him and how she's relating to him and how she's trying to gently guide him, and he is just, at first he's kind of okay, yep, and then he's like, oh yeah, she's kind of nice, and then he's just not having it. The thing, I scored at 78, so right on the average. The thing that held me back is actually all the competing colours. I wished it was in black and white, or there just wasn't that orangey floor. I just find the colours are really competing with the emotion. I think if this had been in black and white, we probably all would have scored it higher, or if the colours had just been a bit muted through the background.
Thank you. Back to you, Johan.
Okay, I rewarded this image for the use of lively colour to give the imagery or the story action and spark. And I think if we dulled it down to a black and white, it would have been like, here, look here, look here, look here, and we would have been led too easily. The obscurity of the face, to further that, she represents every older sister to a young boy, and so not being able to see the face is probably of most concern to the girl's parents, but to me as the judge of this, I really don't mind at all. And just the expression, the final expression on his face sums it all up. Knock it out, give it an 84 or something. Yep, that's what I did.
Excellent. Well, go ahead and rescore, please, judges. And we got it up to a silver. It's an 80. Silver award. Excellent. Okay. We'll have the next print, please. Thank you, judges. And we have a silver distinction at 85. Good work. Jo, did you have a comment?
This is really exquisite. I love the sort of Victorian feel it's giving us and the beautiful palette. The only thing that I did actually score in the silver distinction range, the only thing that maybe might have taken it to gold for me is if there had been more of a relationship, given that it's the family category and it's about connection and relationship.
Great, thank you very much. Can I have a blank screen, please? And we're going to change up some judges again. Jo, can I get you to step off, please? And we will get Sarah Lee back, please. And Johan, would you like to also take a break? And Russell, come back on. Thank you. Okay, we're all ready to go. Next print, please. And we have a score of 75, Bronze Award. And Can I get a comment for the photographer, please, from Tanya?
Just with this image, I think that the technique overpowers the emotional side of that. So if that could be sort of more focused on the actual baby and the emotion of baby, and I think it could be cropped a little bit tighter on the left and top to bring us back into the baby more.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. And we have a score of 76, Bronze Award. Can we have a comment for the photographer, please, Russell? Oh.
It's beautifully lit and it's a lovely palette. I find it's a little bit tightly cropped for me. Just to put them in their space and environment a little bit more would be nice, and a little bit more connection. It's a dynamic sort of activity, and yet there's nothing dynamic about their postures. So I think that would have helped it a lot.
Did you have something different to add, Summer? All good?
Yeah.
No worries. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. And we have a score of 76, Bronze Award. Sarah Lee, have you got a comment for the photographer?
Yeah, I think this is a lovely way of sort of portraying someone of their age, obviously, who basketball is a hobby for them. I think just work on the retouching. There's a lot of skin softening and different discrepancies in there that really let the image down, especially in the face, and perhaps shift the lighting to something higher would be a lot more flattering.
Thank you. Can I have a blank screen, please?
Oh, yeah.
Just going to do a judge change. Steve, could you take a break? And Tony, would you like to step back on? Thank you. Excellent. Next print, please. So, time's up, guys.
Get out of
I
bed.
bet. That gives us all, like, gets us on edge at that noise. We have a score of 72, professional practice. Anybody have something to say for the photographer, Tanya?
Yeah, just our focus goes on to the cheek on our camera right, so just need to balance out that lighting a bit more. And although the pattern is lovely at the top, it does compete quite a lot, and they're just looking for a bit more emotion and expression of the baby. It feels a little bit awkward.
Thanks for that. Next print, please.
No mark on the file, as far as we can see. Nothing's showing up here. It's been damaged.
Can I have a blank screen, please?
I didn't touch it.
Makes sense. It's a scratch.
There was two big scratches.
Oh, there were two scratches.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. For those following along at home, we're just inspecting a print that has possibly been damaged. We're not sure whether it's meant to be in the print or not, so we're just making sure. Okay, so we've got a damaged print, but so judges, please ignore that mark. And can we have the print back, please? Can we have the print back, please? And we have an initial score of 80. And Tony, thought you might want to challenge that one?
Yeah, I'm on 88. It's a lunarscape to me. It's the moon shape. It's the rough ground, and boy, that's one rough nose. But you know, there's such a. It just looks like a landscape. Yeah, you know, the whole play on the moon with the round shape, the face. I think it's quite a different sort of take on something, And you know, when you look at it straight away, you're just looking at, you know, a rough landscape, but it's a humanscape. So I think it's, you know, it's a superior piece of visual communication, and yeah, 88 for me.
Okay, Russell, you're sitting on 70.
Yeah, I'm sitting on 70, and I don't often go down there, but I hear everything you're saying, Tony, and possibly it's an attempt to do that, but I find the shallow depth. This person's got a skin condition, and by your comments on the nose, and so it's quite unusual. And they've decided to actually draw our attention to that quite strongly by the depth of field that they're choosing, which I think confuses the image in itself. It could have been all the things that you said, but it just isn't for me. And to draw our attention to what is probably a problem, I don't find that sort of sensitive in any way, really. And so I scored it a 70, and I sort of feel pretty comfortable to stay there, to be honest.
Thanks for that, Russell. Summer.
Yeah, I mean, baby acne is fairly common, and so that's what I saw. I also saw that it almost looks like a landscape, and I think it's very beautiful and very creative. And baby acne is fairly common, so I don't think that it's necessarily calling attention to something in an insensitive way. And I think it's beautiful. For me, in the family category, if we're talking about connection, it's lacking a little bit there for me. But it's a beautiful image.
Excellent.
And very creative.
Okay, thank you. Back to Tony.
It connected me to the moon. You know, the nose with those little circular saws and the play on the circular mat. This is one quirky photographer. That's cool. I mean, yeah, it's connecting you. It's looking up from the bottom, looking up to the moon. I can make up all sorts of stories if it helps you, Russell. Yeah, I just think it's quirky, and let's just see where it goes now. Thank you.
So remind me the score, current score?
What was the
Current score is 80.
80.
Yeah. If we can please rescore, thank you. And we're sitting now on an 81 silver award. Okay. Next print, please. And we have a score of 80, silver award. And there we go again. Off you go, Tony.
I'm on 87. I mean, when I first turned around, I thought, oh yeah, this is just pretty obvious, you know. But when you get up there and you see, when you can really study the aging process through a parent, there's a real beauty in that. Just being able to compare off and just see that aging process and the relationship she has, you know, the genes coming through in the family, you know, the closeness. This to me has like a soft film-like quality. It feels very organic to me, because we have to print these a certain size. I find that probably a little bit off-putting, the size of this. If this had been a little miniature thing, we'd have been drawn into it. But that's how we have to do this here. And yeah, I can see a relationship. I can see a process of being able to study two people and see how things progress through your life, and that's what I see here.
I second that, and you can just really see the joy. I scored this in 86. You can really see the genuine joy in their eyes also, and the resemblance of the two is uncanny. So it almost looks like someone has aged. I mean, it's just look like the same person who has aged. I think it's beautiful.
Thanks, guys.
And it makes you feel something.
Just jumping into the middle of a discussion, so getting my bearings here. Russell, do you want to have a chat?
Yeah, I'll support you, Tony, again. And I only scored at 82, and I was a bit beguiled by it. Perhaps its simplicity, but its graphic simplicity is its strength. And to be honest, I don't really this older, younger sort of thing has been presented to us many times before, but I actually have never really seen it like this. So sticking the eyes at the same level. All of those things normally would make us uncomfortable, but this is actually really quite clever, and it's powerful in its simplicity. So I really enjoy it, and I'll be lifting my score into that range as well.
Sarah Lee, quickly.
Yeah, no, I scored this as 72. It's a very similar composition and crop to a father-son image from last year. I find that the yellow tone is a little too strong, and that the yellowing of the eyes is a bit unnatural. The highlights in the younger daughter don't match the older lady. I feel like they're shot two different times, because also the highlight across the face, like it's a slightly different level of lighting. It's a beautiful image. There's so much you can see, but if even they, dodged out the eyes just to really pull the depth in those irises out, there would be a lot more to it.
Thanks, Sarah Lee. Back to Tony, if we can.
Yes, Sarah, just look at the overall concept of it and how it makes you feel. I think that's very important. Obviously, the technicalities that you're pointing out is probably the reason why it's not into gold for me. But, I think the communication and just the sort of, you feel like you're opening a page in a book, looking at them like this, and just seeing those differences. Think about how it makes you feel, and come up with us into Silver's distinction.
Thank you, panel. If you can please rescore this print for me, and we'll see what Tony can do. We've got 85. That's silver with distinction. Can we have a blank screen, please? I'm going to swap some judges. Tanya and Summer, thank you very much. Joe and Lizzie, do you want to jump in? Joe's giving me a nod. Thanks, team. All right, ready to rock. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print scores 78. It's a bronze award. Joe, is that I can make a comment?
Oh, yep, sure.
Look.
Beautifully presented, nicely printed. The baby's very engaging. To lift it into a higher award range, you're just needing to look for a bit more connection, either in terms of things in the photo that tell us more of a story, or another person to add that connection to the baby.
Thanks very much. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print scores 71. It's a high professional standard. Yeah, Lizzie, give us a comment for the author.
Yeah, a lovely little expression there. The boys in the middle, give me a little bit of a smile. I was just competing images on the left and the right. I wasn't really sure where that fitted in. And just watch your exposure on the skin. I feel like it's a bit dark.
Thank you. Can we have... Sure, can we have a blank screen, please? Tony, take a break. Steve, let's get you on the panel. Have we got a Steve? He likes to make the big entrance from down the back. Cool. Next print, please. Okay, we have a 75. That is a bronze award. Steve, fresh on the panel, give us a comment.
I love silhouettes, I'm a sucker for them, and I think that this has been handled really well. There's just not enough connection between the couple. That's the only thing that's really lacking in this for me.
Thanks very much. Next print, please. Who is that? And we have an 80. It is a silver award. Pretty consistent scoring, judges. I would love Russell to give us some feedback.
Well, it's only positive feedback for me, really. I think it's just great. I mean, it's so humorous. Obviously, the dog doesn't understand the word jump, so it's not going to respond, is it? So humans are jumping and the dog's planted. I just think it's a wonderful piece of humour, and yeah, I can't really criticise it for me. So I can't help the photographer and what else I think they could have done.
Righto, unless anyone's got a real quick one.
Maybe just,
constructive.
sorry.
Yeah, go.
Maybe just a little brighter in the background just to make those foreground images really pop.
Thanks. Awesome. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Print scores 83. That is a silver award. Can I have a bit of constructive feedback? Lizzie's got something. Thanks.
Lovely palette, nice direction of light, and you can get a sense of the connection there. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more separation between the subject and the background, and also the girl's face on the right is just a little bit brighter than the girls on the left, and maybe could have done with a little bit more exposure.
Thank you. And we're going to do a blank screen, please. Sarah Lee and Joe, thank you very much. Love your work. I'd like to invite Johan and Summer to the panel. You guys are always gender segregating yourselves. Blokes at this end. Is the okay. Can we have the next print, please? Sorry, thank you, judges. Print scores a 74. I think that we have to accept that, don't we? Yeah. Yeah, we got told this morning that we can't accept challenges on professional standard images.
What? Sorry, can I question? You can't take it up to another level?
No, because when the initial average is outside of award range, it can't be challenged.
So it is. Okay. I wouldn't mind making a comment if I may.
I'd love some constructive
Okay,
advice.
It's a moment of potential joy and is a joyous moment, but to give a sense of the child flying, I needed to see the feet. The feet missing out of the frame took away that levity, if you like, or yeah, that flying feeling. Just would have helped it more exuberance then.
Thanks, Russell. Next print, please. Hello, next print, please. Thank you. We've got a bit of a range of scores. We've got an initial score of 78. I was waiting for that, Johan. Take it away.
Okay, I gave an 87. What a wonderful image of a child in a dream. And that's all I need to say. It's just a beautiful, dreamy image.
Thanks, Johan. Just quick and to the point. I'm going to talk to someone down the end. Lizzie, yeah, thanks.
I stood back on this image and I wanted to walk in and feel that sense of calm and from this peacefully sleeping baby, but the thing that held me back was the placement of the hand behind the nose was very distracting. If that had been delicately placed on baby's left leg, and it would have actually enhanced that circular feeling. Also, the light's coming from the top left, yet I would have liked to have seen some light within that backdrop that drew your eye into this baby, where it's quite, the tone and the levels is quite similar around the baby.
Thank you. Russell?
I scored it in sort of lowish professional practice, and I think the angle chosen is not helpful. I agree with the hand behind the face. I mean, basically, the personalities in the face, if you like, and other soft things about babies can be there, but in this instance, they're all fighting against each other, and the confluence of the feet and the hand behind the face is just not working.
Thanks, Russell. Johan, back to you.
Obviously, a bit hard for me to go to convince you on just it feels like a dream. The way the hand comes into the face, leads you to the face, makes you rest there. The feet are just a little detail that bring you in and have that element of softness that's reflected in the fluffiness around it. I love it. It makes me think of sleeping children, and I wish all children would sleep like this. I don't sleep with my hands in a specific place. I sleep all curled up and tied in knots as well. So it reminded me of myself a little. Yeah, so I gave it an 87. Yeah.
Thank you, Johan. Judges, please score this one again. See if you can see Johan in it.
Don't say that.
The print stays on a 78, which is a bronze award. Yep. Yeah. Next print, please. We've got a 71, a high professional standard, and I would love something constructive. Russell's got the eye.
It's very funny, and he's a character. But I find the background is competing too much with the father's head, and so it's a bit hard to engage with that.
Thank you. Next print, please. Initial score of 77. Is that a nod to say, yeah, that's okay? No, you want a challenge?
Yeah. Okay, I gave it an 82. Initially, I didn't like this image. I thought, oh, everybody looks uncomfortable. It's not very happy. But then it reminded me of the torture of having to be in a photo with Grandma, and I just couldn't look away from that feeling. And the young girl's probably more compliant and more happy to do so, but the boy just doesn't want to be there. Grandma's saying, you've got to be there, son. And it's all there. It's kind of like this hierarchical thing. It's a wonderful pyramid. I gave it an 82. I'm not asking big numbers.
Thanks, Johan. Had a few people on 75. Russell, you were one of them?
Yeah, I slipped it into the bronze because of its sort of craft and lighting and all the detail. But the fact that the little boy on the right-hand side is looking out of the frame, that actually nails it, because it's drawing someone who's not in that image into the image. And if that little fellow had been looking straight into the lens like the rest of them, it would have been a way more arresting image, and I would have scored it more highly. But the fact that he's looked out of the frame has sort of nailed it for me.
Thanks, Russell. Lizzie, giving a bit of support. Oh, sorry, Sarah, Summer, were you about to say something?
Thank you, Johan, for sort of shifting my perspective on this image. I do love that, and I love seeing the grandma photos. The head to the side and sort of the awkward hands on both of the heads are what held me back. Technically it's a beautiful image, well executed. Just a little bit awkward for me.
Lizzie, did you want to back Johan up before we wrap it up?
Yeah, I'll back Johan up. Thank you for pointing that out. It's beautifully printed, wonderful separation from the subject into the background, so it's beautifully lit. And yeah, I really see that story now. And the little boy looking away, he's looking. I get the sense of looking at Mum, and Mum's like, "You have to do this whether you like it or not," and that adds to that story. And I think it's something that would bring a smile to the face of younger generations when they look up at this on the wall.
Right, Johan?
Maybe he might not smile. The looking away of the boy is the key thing, because he's in doing that, he's saying, I really don't want to be here. I'm not being present in this image. I'm away as soon as I can. As soon as I can get away from that hand, I'm gone. And yeah, you've heard the rest. I gave it an 82. See if you can come up.
Thanks, guys. Let's rescore then.
So what was the original score?
The original score was 77. Johan wants silver. Johan gets silver. Well done, it's 81. Next print, please. Okay, the print scores 73. Yeah, you going to do it, Steve?
Yeah, I will. I gave the score. I gave this print a score of 80, silver. I think that it's been handled really well. I love the hand.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt, Steve. It's just occurred to me the same thing again has happened where it is not in an award range and therefore a challenge is not possible. So sorry.
Okay.
And my apologies to the photographer. Getting used to that. It doesn't give us anything in the system to tell us that, so it doesn't immediately occur to me. But if you can give some feedback, some constructive feedback as well, that'd be really great.
Yeah, I just thought it was beautiful. I think the thing that detracted me from it was the daughter's look is not quite, her eyes aren't shut, they're not quite opened, and it pulls away from the intimacy, but I love the mother's gaze.
Thanks, Steve. Sorry for that confusion. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. The print score is 76, which is in the award range. And Steve, there is an opportunity for you to challenge this one.
Yeah, I will. I gave this an 83 for silver. I think it's just beautifully handled. I love the shape of it. It's very graphical. I was a little bit disturbed by the hand sticking out of the head, but I just feel that really adds to the S underneath it and the flow through from the big sister's eyes through the child. I think it's really appealing. I like the skin tones. I think that it's really delicate and lovely. I think it's definitely, the connection between the two is intimate. It's perfectly captured moment. So I think it's a silver.
Thanks, Steve. I was going to come to Johan next, if that's right.
Okay, I gave it a 72. That hand coming through the head I didn't like, and then the fact that you couldn't actually even see the whole hand, it was truncated by the foreground a little, just made it sort of not as well balanced as I'd like. I gave it a 72.
Lizzie, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I found the skin tones of Baby a little bit washed out. I think maybe a little bit of lighting direction is coming from behind Baby, almost where it's become underexposed. So you'll notice in the shadows just look a little bit muddy and underexposed, where I would have liked to have seen more light on the baby's face and really bring it out in front to connect them more.
Thank you. Steve, I think we're going to come back to you to wrap up the argument.
Yeah, there are a couple of little technical glitches. I recognise the hand. I think the skin tones are good for me. I think this category is about connection, and I think there's a real genuine moment there. Big sister loves the new addition to the family and is showing that, and I love the shape of it. I think it's well worth the silver. Please come up.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore this print. Strong bronze, 77. Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print scores 80. Silver award. Lizzie's got a comment. Thank you.
Such a wonderfully balanced composition, really engaging with the baby and the expression. One thing that held me back was the direction of the light and the placement of the umbrella. I would have liked to have seen that light coming in from that right and then over baby's face, and I think if the umbrella there, it would have created a shadow, and just have that. Yeah, it just seems a little bit disjointed on and where that placement is.
Thanks, Lizzie. Can we have a blank screen, please? Just going to work out a little bit of judgy stuff. One moment. Russell, you've done a great job. Do you want to take a break? Sure, mate. Faru, do you want to rejoin the panel? Get you back on board? And Steve, what time do you have to be out of here?
Another 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Okay, we'll keep you on for a little longer then. Squeeze a few more prints out of here.
Actually, what is the time?
5 to 11.
Oh, right. Cool. I gotta go do wedding and camera, but it's at 1:30.
Cool. Let's have the next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print scores 73, which is a high professional standard. I would love a little bit of feedback. Johan just leant towards the mic in a suggestive way.
Yes. The colours are great of the dresses and things, but I feel the light's too strong, particularly in one direction, and the print would have benefited from a kinder light. Yeah.
Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? Johan's already got his hand up. It is indeed your challenge, Johan. Sorry, initial score is 88.
Can I just take a moment?
You can do what you like with your time.
98. I can't say it. It's just stunning and powerful. And those hands, and then right at the bottom of the photograph are these two boys' hands. It's just stunning. I can't say any more.
think that says it pretty powerfully. Johan, I'd like to hear from Summer, perhaps.
It is a very powerful image. I'm moved by Johan's emotion. It's a really lovely balance to it. It's technically very, very well executed. One thing for me, because this is such a posed, well thought out, down to every detail image, one thing for me, I think it would be quite nice if you could somehow arrange so that you can see the two boys' necklace, the mother's necklace in the middle. It's a technical little detail, but I think that would add a nice balance to it. But it's a powerful portrait. It's beautiful.
Thank you, Summer. I feel like everyone's going to have something to say here. You're all looking at me like you are. So, Steve, do you want to be next?
Yeah, I think we recognise technical master work. It's stunning, and I love the connection between the family, and it is highly posed. I think the thing that slightly detracted for me was the necklace, and also the hands at the bottom are just really tightly cropped. I feel just giving that a bit more room would have finished it off, and I felt the print was just a little bit muddy in the eyes, but that might just be my thing. I gave it an 86, but I'm going to go up from that.
Thanks, Steve. Farouk?
I think Steve exactly said what I wanted to say. It's really a striking image. The lighting is very well handled. It's so beautiful, warm color palette. For me, it's like cropping is a big problem. It's too tight, and especially as Steve said, it's really pointed the hands of the boys to grab the eye out of the frame. So that was for me, but I think I was a bit harsh. I'm coming up, for sure.
Thanks, Farouk. Lizzie?
Yeah, I said a 90. Gold. Wow, what a beautiful mix of emotions. The fierceness, but then also the protection and that softness, and the lighting is so delicately handled to really play with that difference in emotions that really makes you look around the image and actually feel something. And when it comes to gold, I think that's such an important aspect, to feel it and feel the emotions. And yeah, well done the photographer. I would have liked to have seen more of those hands. I think it just would have balanced it just a little bit more if there'd been a little bit more space underneath. The necklace I didn't notice. I was so drawn in by her facial expression that doesn't bother me. But yeah, the hands, just to balance it down the bottom and really encapsulate all the emotions.
Thanks, Lizzie. Back to Johan.
Oh, I'm better now. This is a photograph of vulnerability, of power, of matriarchy, of tension. It's a photograph of a warrior in the making. And that key boy in the centre, he's the one who is the strength in the image. The mother is the strength. She's holding everything together. But you can see that he's a rising star in this. And he is lit just that little bit more, and you can see the power from him. He is the clearest one. He is the one that you focus on. And you can see the strength in his eyes. The eyes, they don't need to be bright and sparkly, because it's all part of that gathering in together. His eyes, they are the ones that get your attention. The hands on the bottom, they create a tension. They create a tension that brings you back up and then makes you look into that face again, and then look away and then come back. Yeah, I gave it a 98, and I'm really pleased I gave it a 98.
Thank you, judges. If you can please rescore. The initial score, to remind you, was 88. Johan in the silver and the gold distinction range. have a final score of 92, gold. Thanks very much, judges. Great discussion. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, the print is on a 76. Steve, gonna challenge that?
Yeah, I gave this initial score of 82. I think it's just a really well-found location. It's beautifully composed. It's graphical. I love the way that it pulls me in, frames your head in the rear view of this old Mori or whatever it is. And even the background shed just continues those colours of that palette through it. I think it's really well caught, seen, and a great image. It's definitely, I'd give it a silver any day.
Lizzie?
Yeah, I scored it what did I score? A 72. Yeah, lovely composition. The thing that held me back is I was fighting with where is the light coming from, where's when the shadows, and I feel like there's real disconnect physically from the girl and the car. Yeah, maybe you can help me with that, but I feel like maybe there's something going around the head with a bit of the cloning, or yeah, there's just a bit of a disconnect that I can't connect with the image.
Thanks, Lizzie. Johan?
I gave it a 73, and I don't want to be... The print's a lovely print, but it doesn't have a high level of imagination or creativity, and it doesn't have a very high level of craft. It's a good craft, and it's solid technique, and I'm happy for it to get a bronze, but I don't know if I could see it in a silver.
Thanks, Johan. I think it's back to Steve.
Yeah, I just when you find a location like that and you use it, and you get some, you know, they've thought about the clothing, they've tied that into the palette. I love the, you know, it's just, I think the balance of it and the graphical nature of it just really pulls me in. I did see that disconnect between her and the rear view window, and then I realised it's just covered with lichen. It's given it like a 3D texture. I don't think there's anything else going on with it. Maybe they've pulled out the shadows a bit too much. I just think it's really compelling. I think it's striking, and to make a striking image like that, you need to have an eye. You need to have a way of making it all come together that grabs, you know, the attention. I think the rust does that. Yeah, I just really think it's compelling.
Thank you, Steve. Judges, can you please rescore this? Currently sitting on 76. Steve's hoping for silver. No, you can't. 76, bronze. Next print, please. Sarah Lee, can you jump in for Lizzie? Can't? Okay. Russell, can you jump in for Lizzie? Thank you, judges. Print scores an initial 82. Yep. Yep. Make a decision. If you want
Okay,
to
bugger
put
it.
your hand up, if you want to put your hand up.
Sorry for my language. I think this is really clever. Funnily enough, I was sitting back there, and when you sit back there, you've got no responsibility, so you can look at things differently, but I really enjoyed it. And what I really love about it, obviously, is the play on the concept of two. So we've got twins, the two legs, the connection with the arms and the hands I really enjoy. But what really sort of took it a little bit to the next level for me was the fact that the horse's legs have not been, the angle chosen has just given us two things to look at, not four, or one peeking up behind the other. So I just think that whole binary sort of presentation, if you like, is really clever given the subjects. And apart from the lighting and the styling and everything else, it's quite a masterful little piece of presentation, and so I enjoyed it and took it into silver distinction at 85.
Thanks, Russell. Johan just gave me the eye, and Faru, you've got something to come next. So I think maybe actually we'll go through first, if that's right.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I gave it good bronze because of the connection between the babies together, because of the beautiful design of props and thing to bring a beautiful and presented print. But the thing it's really helped me back, it's the background, especially is a bit rough. And it has a big contrast with the softness of the light and the beautiful treatment to the image. So it's really dominant and take away attention from the two beautiful babies. Also, I think the lighting, and because of the bright light on the babies, I feel like the image is cut to the half, divided to the half, which is a bit like the top of the image is more bright, talk a lot, but the bottom of the image is quiet, muted, and it doesn't work with the top of the image. It's like the eye is not traveling through the image.
Thanks, Faru. Johan.
I gave it an 81. I'm happy to come up. I think that the image benefits from having a slight texture in the background, because otherwise it'll just fall into a hole of blackness. I love the focus on the top part of the image, because that's really where the photographer wants you to look. And just adding to your connectedness, I thought that was quite a cunning little thing where they've got them dressed up with the same petticoats base but a different top. So they're connected but they're different individuals. And I thought it was little things, but they're just in there.
Back to you, Russell.
Yeah, so I think that, you used a lot of very complimentary words to the image, and Johan has brought up the fact that I don't think my eye doesn't want to actually go down to the bottom. When it goes down to the bottom, it's still satisfied, it's still informed, everything's exposed beautifully, there's detail everywhere. Our eye is meant to go to them, and them pretty much only. So I think it's very, very successful. And sometimes I look at these things and I think, we often start at 0 and try and take it to 100, but start at 100 and see how much you take off for these sort of small things that you might perhaps notice. So for that reason, I possibly could have even scored it higher, but I can't now. But I think it sits very comfortably in the craft level required to get it to a silver distinction.
Thank you, judges. Can we score this again and see where we get to? $85, silver with distinction.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the next print? No, we're going to swap you, aren't we? Can we have a blank screen, please? Can you just come and jump into Steve's seat, actually? You may. Thanks, Steve. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we need someone in that seat, don't we? Lizzie's jumping back in. That's great. So hang on a minute, we don't have enough judges. All right. Happy? Ready?
Yep.
Can we have the next print, please? Oh, hello. There's a score. And the score is 71. That's away with the fairies. That's high professional standard. Can I have a comment, constructive comment, Summer? All the mics.
I need two. Lovely expression on this baby. I think with all of there's a lot going on with the outfit, and there's not a lot of shape to it. And maybe because there is so much detail in that outfit, I almost wish that it was a little bit, maybe a higher aperture. Yeah, it's a lovely portrait, and just keep going.
Thank you. Next print, please. $72, professional standard. Russell, have you got some feedback for the photographer?
Yes, I do. It's a lovely moment, and I applaud the photographer for the emotion and the connection. That's great. But hands are very important in portraits of people, and they're expressive in their own right. And so our eye is drawn, I think, to the hands where they're not really sort of posed as well as they could be. The thumb is a distraction, and the rear hand underneath the woman's chin is a little bit of a distraction as well. So that's how I find it.
Thanks, Russell. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print starts on a 75. Faru's got a challenge available. She's going to take it.
Yes, I gave the image silver, and because of the character study of every single of the sibling. The middle girl, she has such a confidence, such a kindness, and you can see her character in her face. The right sibling, she's more glamorous, she most confidence, and you can see every single of the sibling. They presented the character, and photographer captured very well hand placement. The lighting is well handled and presented beautifully, and the color palette is nice, subtle. So for all those reasons, I gave it silver, and I really encourage you guys to come up with me. It really deserves to be awarded.
I'm going to go to Johan, if I can, first. Then come to you, Lily.
Okay. I gave it a 70, sorry. I found that their smiles were restrained, and they were not showing what they really wanted to do, and perhaps had been instructed to keep their lips closed. I found the darkening of the bottom made the hands muddy. I found the hold of the right-hand child over the hand of the left-hand child was a little bit too low down, so you ended up looking at this massive wrist. I did enjoy the threes that came through, you know, the bracelets, and the fact there's three. And yeah, I very much liked the confidence of the person in the middle. I thought that held it together for me, but I still gave it a 70 though. Maybe I was mean. Keep talking.
Lizzie got in first before you, Russell.
Yeah, I scored this 74. I think a wonderful professional portrait of these gorgeous girls to hang on the wall. The thing that held me back was the lighting was a little bit flat. I would like to have seen it come a little bit more to the side and feathered across their faces. Also, the girl on the left feels not as connected with the two on the right. You know, the two on the right are facing more towards each other. Maybe having the girl in the middle facing more to the photographer and having the two on the outside facing towards her, and also bringing up that girl on the right hand side so our eyes aren't constantly falling down to the side. And I think sometimes, you know, in posing, just a little bit of patience, just let the children are naturally giving, just let them sit there and wait for them to come and bring you their personality and allow them to do that. And I think that's what I'm looking for.
Something quick and new to add, Russell? Yeah.
How do you say your first name? I'm sorry.
Furu. Furu.
Furu. Oh, Furu.
Yes.
So I support you in what you've said there, and everyone really in a way, but it's a very, there's a lot of control here from the photographer. It's a very stylised image, and so the posing is really quite critical. I think the person on the left, first of all, I love the expressions. I completely agree with you on those. I actually disagree with you there, Johan. I think they bring an individual expression each, which is a little bit different from some of the ones we've already seen. So I enjoy that. But the person on the left, if they could have just, with the control from the photographer, when you're taking an effort to make something like this, if that person on the left had a slid past the ear, perhaps. But I also agree with the holding of the hand in the bottom, and that is actually, I scored it in a bronze because of all the craft that had almost been carried out perfectly and would have gone higher for sure. But that hold in the hand in the front, it is in the front, it is front and centre, and it does take away a little bit of what would have otherwise been a flowing connective energy.
Okay, back to you, Furu.
Okay, make a list. So I'm gonna start with the character, each character of them. we have a kind character in the middle with a very strong, engaging look and a smile. We have a determined character on the right side, which with more like a glamorous look. Look, I know what I know I'm beautiful. I know who I am. The left side, we have a shy girl. So because of that, she might be not really be engaged with the rest because she's shy. She's kind of leaned back. If we had a light in this just right or left side, we definitely will get one of the girls darker compared to the rest. So I think the lighting is really well handled here. About the muddiness of the skin tone, especially the bottom, it first could be sunburn. Always the hands has a different skin, different tonal, different color, and also it could be because of the light. I think it's really well handled. We can have the skin tone from the face to the fingers like the same. So I think it's for that. And the bracelet is kind of a prize to how they connected like equally for their parents. So for all these reasons, and more importantly, they all wear black dresses, and we can see details there, which means it's really perfectly handled from photographers. And I'm not talking about gold or silver distinction. I'm now thinking about silver distinction. So for all those reasons I said, it's really, really, for me, is like high level of communication, and it should be awarded silver, or perhaps silver with distinction.
Thank you, judges. Yeah, if you can please score this photograph again after that chat, and we'll see where we get to. Him 78. That's a strong bronze. Next print, please. Sometimes you have a passionate debate and it dramatically changes. Sometimes everyone feels comfortable where they are. It's the beauty of the panel. Print scores an initial 80. That is a silver award. We're running pretty close to agreement there, so can I have a comment for the photographer? Yeah, Lizzie.
I really love the way this baby's beautifully anchored and balanced in the image. Wonderful, soft, delicate posing of the hands. The thing that held me back is I would have liked to have seen the lighting come across the face more rather than being quite prominent on the top of the head. So just bring your light down and feather it over the baby's face a little bit more.
Thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? Lizzie and Summer, you've both done a great job. Feel free to take a break. And Joe and Sarah Lee, get you on the panel.
Are they lollies? I had to eat and talk though.
ready to go? Can we have the next print, please? We've got a 79. Johan, take it away.
I will. Excuse me. I gave it an 85. The only thing I could think of when I was looking at this photograph was about the importance of being earnest. And this is one earnest kid. And he's trying really hard to do the right thing. I love the crop, I love the darkness, I love the lightness. And he's just got such a stoic face. It's fantastic. And the photographer has presented it to us very simply. Yeah, I gave it 85.
Thanks, Johan. I would love to hear from Sarah Lee.
I gave this print 77. I love the brave crop. I think going in, you can't avoid his eyes, and you travel around looking through all the details in the face. I find that the lighting being so dark on the left-hand side and so bright on the right somehow makes his freckles look uneven. And if that's naturally the case, then perhaps swapping the side of the lighting would have sort of evened out that complexion. And then also, obviously, printing on the matte, there is so much loss of detail in the blackness that having more to see would have been really more engaging.
Thank you. Russell?
Completely agree with you, Johan, but I also agree with Sarah Lee. I think the printing is just a little bit heavy-handed, and given that I love the earnest expression as well. I think that's a well-chosen word. It's the word I thought of in my mind as well. But the printing has, given the natural tone of his skin, I think his eyes are so compelling that if it had been printed a little more sympathetically, those eyes would have been even more powerful than they are now. And I find that the darks kind of detract from that potentiality.
Cool. Johan, I think it's back to you.
I feel that if we had too much information in the background, you'd then wander away from those eyes. I see the darkness as, well, more of a representation of, the things that kids go through now. And I feel that it's got such a strength, and I dare you to look at it and then try and look away without sort of leaving your eyes on the image. I gave it an 85. It's a 79 at the moment?
79 at the moment.
We're going to have to talk about it, or at least judge it. So just a little nudge, just 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 of you could just go up a little bit. We could get it into an 80. That'd be a nice silver.
Thank you, judges. Can 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 of all of you please rescore the image? And we'll see if Johan gets a silver for this one. And he does. It's an 82. Silver. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Pretty consistent there. Print score 76, bronze. Joe's got a comment for the photographer.
There's a lot of beauty in this photo. The connection between the couple and the tones are gorgeous. What has let it down, unfortunately, is that there is just no detail in the man's back, so he looks a bit like a floating arm and head. The other thing that would have improved it is if you had brought her hand further around and just it would have softened the line. At the moment, we're quite drawn into her sort of elbow area.
Thank you. Next print, please. There we go. You can hear me now. We have an 81, which is a silver.
Yeah, I'll challenge it.
Yeah, go on.
I put this into an 85. When I first saw this come around, my initial instinct was awe, just a sound effect, like awe. The cuteness factor, I think, is very high with that. I think it's a lovely image. I think it's been lit really beautifully. I think to capture the moment where the tongue's out, the symbolism of that with the beautiful korowai, and just the shape of it and the skin tones. I think this has just been portrayed really, really beautifully. It's been quite creative, and yeah. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Sorry.
Thanks, Shirley. Faru?
Yeah, the color palette is quite warm and beautiful. It's lovely, cute baby and very engaged with the photographer. But I've taken lots of babies when in this kind of age, their tongue is really odd. So for me, it's not really connecting and getting the expression. So that's held me back. Yeah.
Russell's.
Now that we've had a little bit more time, Sarah, I think I scored at 81, and I think the fact that we all think it's a silver says one thing, and then the simplicity of it takes time. I think the little hand touching, just anchoring the baby, is just a masterstroke, really, that happened, and it's so gentle. The tongue whare is a little bit more of a cultural thing, and kind of we can recognise that in other ways. But in every other way, it's quite masterful. I mean, the detail in the dark bits on the feathers a little bit more would have been nice for me, so I scored it strong silver, but I'm actually happy to come up a little bit because I think it's actually quite a lovely little portrait. You just don't know what's going to happen with a baby, and I think they've done well here.
Back to Jodie. Quick, something extra?
When I first got up there, my first thought was chicken. There's something that's quite chick-like about this baby. And then when you stand back and you see that it's within an egg shape, and I think that adds, I'm not saying that the photographer had that in their head, but that's what came up to me. So for that, I gave it an 80, and for the absolute cuteness. What's holding me back, though, is I feel like the background colour of this photo is really competing with the baby's skin tones, and it's making the whole thing just slightly muddy for me. And I just want that baby to pop a little bit more from the background.
Back to you, Sarah Lee.
All right, so it's been wonderful listening to everyone's comments, and I totally agree with Joe. My first response was duckling, being that the legs are out, the head is on such a sharp angle, and obviously the beautiful feathers, everything's quite fluffed up and sweet, and there's something inherently really timeless about this particular image, and that's one of the criteria of moving up through into silver distinction, is just the classicness of it. It's not going to age. It's a beautiful print, and it should be rewarded.
Thanks, team. Let us rescore this photograph. Currently on 81. And we have an 85. Silver with distinction. Great stuff. Can we have a blank screen, please? I'd like to invite Tony back to the back to the panel if we can. Johan, great judging. Please take a break. I'd also kind of like to get Tanya back on the panel, so I think Faru will ask you to take a break as well. Thank you. Tanya's coming prepared.
The floater is back.
The floater is back.
I'm floating.
Floated back to the panel. Right, can we have the next print, please? Judges who have just left the panel, do you want to go and grab some lunch? I think it's fine. Is it ready? Phil, is it not ready? Oh, you're just here for... Okay, sorry, I take it back. Can we have an 82?
Okay, I'm challenging.
Go on.
Thanks, Tony. This is a really intriguing image. Like, you go up there and there's so much to look at. So between the couple and their environment, there's a lot that is said about them, between, you know, their beautiful costumes and everything like that. I love the deadpan expression in their face. It gives me a very American Gothic sort of mood about the image. The silver tone-like quality to it is really timeless as well. There's just something really documentary about it, but at the same time, the awkwardness is very engaging. They're sitting there, obviously they wanted this image, it's the family category, they've paid for it, but at the same time, they're not going to give you that picture-perfect smile that most photographers are asked for. And so it says a lot about who they are, and it's a beautifully presented image all the way down to the black core mat that frames it. There's been a lot of intent put into this photograph.
What do you think, Joe?
I gave it a 78, and I see those things. I guess I felt that their expressions didn't really read for me. I felt they were quite flat and disengaged. Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like it's a really cool, interesting environment, and I wanted to feel that they were proud or had some more connection or emotion to the environment. I'm also thinking that the woman sitting down is a very static, staid pose for such a dynamic environment. So I guess I would have liked a little bit more from the photographer in terms of their interaction with the subjects.
Thank you. Russell got in first for the next.
Sorry, Tansy. I think the posing's really fantastic, actually, and I love the woman sitting down because obviously she's holding the dog. They're a very, very strong couple. They're actually two very, very strong individuals that make a very strong couple. And I think they live pretty, I don't know, I'm making an assumption, hard lives, but I really love all the symbolism of what are sort of, you know, it's hard to comment about gender without copping a lot of flack these days, but above them is all the saws and all the men's tools, if you like, and on the left is, and then in the cabinet are more sort of feminine things with the little boot and what have you. So I think it's a great connection. I think they're two very like-minded individuals who've gone through things together, and they're presenting themselves in a very proud, strong way, and I actually applaud it. I wasn't too sure what to do, actually. I scored at 82, and I think it's probably worth coming up a little bit in my mind.
Thanks, Russell. Tanya, did you have something extra?
Yeah, I think there's a strong dynamic between the two heads and the clock that creates a triangular shape, and also the saw that sort of mirrors that another triangle. I think, and I really support this image. I gave it 80. And I did take points off just for the very heaviness of the in the blacks, and just that the dog. You know, I would have liked to see a bit more detail, but I think there's so much power in this image, and it's very well done.
Got to be quick, Tony.
I scored at 86, and I believe Sarah might have done that. And why I asked her to do it first, because I think I've underscored it, so I can change my score then, because that's how this works. Okay, so I mean, everything everybody has said is so true. This is so deadpan. It's so traditional. The woman sitting down like that, the awkward pose of the man. I think all the elements of a hard life and what these people are all about are all there. It's given to us. It's given. It's really just represented there. It's quite hard to fault in lots of ways. I love the flatness of it and how you can just go around all the tools and you can see how they live. You can really feel how they live in this image. The blacks are lacking. I don't think you really need to go in there, because it's just such a flat, uninteresting lighting which suits the flat expressions on their faces. It's just so deadpan. It's almost like a Wes Anderson film still, really. So now I'll pass it over to Sarah to finish off.
Thanks, Tony.
Just second what Tony said for my final comment. Thank you.
All right, team. Let's.
Got 82.
Sorry.
Got 82.
Currently on 82.
90 something.
Sarah was on 86.
86. Oh, you're playing.
So only maybe once more. We have an 87, silver with distinction. Great stuff. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a 75 bronze. Joe's got a comment for the photographer.
Yep, beautifully crafted, really nicely presented. Good work on your skin tones and not having your baby look a bit cack-handed, which they can when they're awake like that. To bring it into a higher range, you just need to add a little extra to it, either in terms of story about the baby themselves or a connection to another person.
Thank you. Next print, please. Right, we're starting at 79, but I feel like we're going to have a chat about it. Tony's going to... Yeah, you've got a challenge available, Tony?
Yeah, I'm on 84. I mean, from back here it just looks like a pretty simple portrait. But when you get there, the finishing is superb. All the elements are there. But it's about that poor child on the left being crushed by the other child, and I think that's quite priceless. I think all the elements are there. They're all beautifully interlocked in together. It's quite nice storytelling. It's well printed and well presented, and you sort of get that emotion of what's happening to that poor child on the left.
Thanks, Tony. And floating Tanya.
Yeah, I scored this 70. I think the power is in the left, the child on the left, the child on the right, with the awkwardness, the head's overemphasised by the angle of the head and the eyes having to turn so far. So I wasn't moved by what the photographer's bringing to the image as far as what the photographer has captured. I think it could also be cropped in closer at the top and the sides as well.
I'm going to go to Russell, then Joe, and then back to Tony.
I'm starting to agree with you, Tony. I scored a high bronze because I don't actually think, for me anyway, it's not actually about the child on the left, it's about the child on the right, saying, "Are you kidding? I'm huge, and you've plonked me into this bloody tiny thing," and which is squashed the baby on the left, who doesn't give a rat's anyway. But the baby on the right is just like, "Are you kidding me? I'll never fit in this thing." So I think for the humour of it, I'm happy to bring it into silver. Yeah.
Thanks, Russell. Joe?
I actually scored this 85, and I scored it for the relationship between these two children. I'm picking that they are twins, which is why they've been crammed in this funny little bath together. If you've ever tried to cram twins in a tiny bath, you always have one crying. So the fact that this photographer's got not one but two really creative little expressions and interactions that are actually telling us a lot about the two different personalities of these children, I think is really clever. I don't think it needed the green around the bottom. I think I would have simplified it myself. But I encourage you to come right up until silver distinction. It's got a lot of humour. There's a lot of talent in this photo.
Thanks, Joe. Back to Tony.
What Joe said.
Great. Please rescore this. And we have an 83 silver. Great work. And the immortal quote, "If you've never tried to cram a set of twins into a tiny bath," which I never have. I would like a blank screen. Russell, would you like to take a break? Phil, do you want to jump in the panel? Mate, we've got Phil, yeah. Welcome to the family category. Lunch will be ready very shortly, so it'll be, have a seat for a second and then we'll tell you when to go grab a lunch. Who do you want to be? Maybe stay as Russell, I think, is the best. All right. Can we have the next print, please? And we have, sorry, just getting some catching up on the lunch news. We've got a 73 professional standard, and I would like a comment for the photographer, maybe our newest panel member, Phil.
Yeah, it's a beautiful image, well printed, just a little bit of disconnect between the facial expression and the hands for me. Could have just brought it up a little bit more.
Thank you. Can we have the next print, please?
And we have a score of 75, bronze award. Can I have a comment for the photographer, please? Sarah Lee? Thank you.
Congratulations to the photographer to include all the little babies in the family shot. Just be careful of catching the light across everyone's eyes. The dog's far left eye is much darker than the right. And then just the compositing, there's a little bit of the cat's ear that was not included when the cat was placed in the subject.
Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 76, bronze award. We've got a challenge from Joe at the end there.
I'll challenge this one. I scored this one in 81. At first, you could overlook this photo because it is very, very subtle. At first, you look at it and there's not a huge amount to sort of jump out and leap out at you. But when you get in there and you see the control of white on white, what looks like window light, and just the lovely, gentle expression on this woman's face, her looking down towards her baby, her clearly anticipating the moment that she gets to meet her baby. There's just a sweetness to this photo. And I think that we need to look at photos sometimes and just feel past whether they are blingy and exciting, and really feel into the emotion of the person being photographed, who's clearly very comfortable with the photographer. And it's just so gently and delicately placed within that environment. I encourage you to come up to silver.
Yes, I scored the 72 as professional standard. I think what could have helped elevate it into silver for me was just some cropping at the top to bring us back into the image more, and just the shadow to the left, to camera left of the mouth from the hair is a bit of a distraction. It's quite grey around the chin area, so just those technical elements could have helped it for me getting up to that silver, because there's a beautiful warmth and colour, and just a subtle colour palette there.
And Sarah Lee, did you have your up there a little bit with Joe? Did you have some supporting?
Yeah, so I scored this a 78. I agree with actually both points in terms of the simpleness and then the lighting across the face. I think that this is it's a very classic image. The mother-to-be would have absolutely loved it. I think to go higher, a little bit more creativity or pushing something a little bit quirky beyond the everyday would have really pushed the image into another category, award category field. Yeah.
Excellent. And back to you, Jo.
For me, the extra is the delicacy. It's so hard to get these sort of tones correct and hold this woman so gently. And yes, I see a tiny bit of grey, and that's why I haven't gone higher. Ultimately, I feel like it's just such a delicious, soft, gentle portrait of a moment in her life, which is just all about anticipation. I think we should reward the photographer for just being able to be in the moment and let the moment happen naturally without overworking it, overthinking it, overpropping it.
Okay, we're currently sitting on 76, and Jo is looking for a silver. Let's please rescore.
Oh, sorry. That was the final score.
And we have a score of 78, solid bronze award. Okay, can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 77. And we've got a challenge from Tanya.
I scored this in the silver ranges 82. I find it really refreshing to see the cultural narrative around the baby's Indigenous Australian whakapapa. And I did what brought it down into the low silvers for me was just that there was quite a lot of light on the actual material of the right side of the baby, and would like to have seen a little bit more on the face. However, I think there's a lot of power in the way it's composed and its simplicity, and it's there's a real like a gentle beauty there, reflective of this baby's cultural and historical connection.
Okay, Tony.
Yeah, I'm on 77 and I'm pretty happy for it to stay down there, really. To me, I look at it, and I know the baby feels more like an object than a baby to me. I just look at it and I just go, well, you know, there might be cultural references, but it's just, it's feeling like an object rather than an actual person. You know, I struggle with that. I don't feel any connectivity to it at all. I just see an object, a person being treated as an object.
Phil, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I appreciate the graphic element of it, but there's for me there's just no connection with the subject. Like the eyes are closed. There's no engagement there. So yeah, it just doesn't elevate it. I've got I scored it 75, so I just scraped into the bronze for the graphic element really.
Okay. Back to Tanya.
Yeah, I applaud the photographer for the, I think it's refreshing, and the use of the matching tones of the, you know, what the baby's wrapped into, the circle of like the sun shape and the earth element connecting the baby to the earth of Australia. I think that's there's lots of messaging in there that's really subtle, and I totally I see what you're saying as well, Tony, that you're not feeling it. However, I really am feeling it.
All right, we're currently on 77. Tanya would like us to get it up there to silver. You'll need to just enter. Yeah. And we are at 78, Solid Bronze Award. Can we have the next print, please? Oh, Judge. It's not here yet. It's on its way. We have a score of 76, Bronze Award. Can I have a comment, please, Jo?
It's just really beautifully styled and it's a lovely print. Unfortunately, the mum's not really adding anything. I wonder if you might have had a better head that you could have swapped for her where she looked a little bit more engaged or part of the story. Currently, she's just a little bit awkward.
Okay, good feedback. Can I have the next print, please?
That's why everyone's looking at me.
And we have a score of 81, Silver Award. And I've just seen Tony's hand fly up, so he'll be challenging.
Yeah. All you need to do, guys, is add another 10. So that's 91 for me. This image is just so honest. And when I say that, what I mean, if you look at those expressions in that family, you know, the young person in the middle there, being what, you know, quite often what the young child is like in a family, zany, well looked after, but you can just see the love in all their faces. You just feel a real warmth when you look at their expressions and how they are interacting. The composition is simply beautiful. The background dropping out is great. Black and white has simplified, you know, the scene, but it's all about the love of this family, their expressions, and what the photographer has brought to this, getting that out of them as well, allowing them to be themselves in a portrait. Beautiful work.
Thanks for that, Tony. Can we hear from Sarah Lee, please?
Yeah, so I scored this print a 77. I think it's a very everyday sort of image where the kids are doing their own things and the parents are smiling awkwardly. I find that with the black and white conversion, it needs more contrast or more highlights. It's very, very flat. With the matte printing, it's lost a lot of detail in those darks and the shadows. And the background sets the location, but that tree line that cuts straight across the dad's sort of cheekbone, it hides a lot of their silhouette and their definition, and I keep getting drawn to the boy at the end because he's the only one who's got the clear sky behind him. I think this is a lovely print and the family would have been overjoyed with it, but I think to go higher it needed a higher level of skill, especially with the printing and the post-processing.
Thank you. And can we please hear from Jo? You've got a little bit of support there.
Yeah, I put this in 83, and I am hearing what you're saying, Tony, and I think I will come up. I'm not sure if I can come to gold, but I'll definitely come up to silver distinction. I don't find those parents to be awkward at all. I love the fact that mum is in front of the fence because she's leading the family, she's in charge, and dad is there holding his children together and supporting them in a way that so many dads do. I feel like there's multiple layers of story in here. You've got this big protective sister who's just looking and holding her little silly little brother gently, and then you've got the kid on the end who's probably the oldest and is slightly on his own and becoming his own person. There's so many beautiful little layers of story, and for me, this fence is probably in their own property. This is what's in there, what they look at out their window, and it's their place. I mean, yes, perfectly posed photos, we wouldn't have anything coming through heads, but it's more important to have photos that are meaningful and actually reflect who you are as a family than it is to not have a line through your head, frankly. I think I'm definitely coming up. And Tony, keep talking, you might get me to gold.
Excellent. Back to you, Tony.
I just think you just talked yourself into it, which is great. Sarah Lee, look at the front of the image and not what's behind it, because I believe that is what the strength of it is. I don't get drawn into that background. I get drawn into the faces and the emotion. You know what Joe said about the mum there anchoring it and, you know, turned in towards the family, but just look at all of those faces and expressions. You know, it's a very timeless image, and it's something that's going to be around for a long time for that family, but I think it stands strong here now at gold.
Excellent. The score, we're currently sitting on 81. Tony's looking for a gold. Let's see where we can get.
Was it telling me I have to enter it again?
Just submit.
I just
at
tried
least
that,
you've
didn't
deleted
I?
it.
Stick it in.
And we land at 87, silver distinction. Okay, can I have a blank screen, please? Joe, thank you for your time. And I'd like to invite Lizzie back to the panel, please. It's not here yet. It's not here yet.
But as soon as it is, please do.
We'll let you know as soon as the food arrives. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 83, solid silver award, but Tony's going to challenge it.
Yeah, I scored it. I scored it 92, and it's one of those images where you go, I'm going to push a high score, and I've got no idea what I'm going to say because that's what I've just said. But I suppose the story that I'm reading into it is, you know, somebody who's been through a hell of a lot in their life with their scar, and their expression says that things are tough. Maybe the plant is pulling in Mother Earth back into her. So is that a connection back to the roots of life, or is it's sort of saying something like that to me, that this is pulling something close. Maybe I'm going back to the earth soon. Maybe I didn't quite get there this time, or whatever. That's the sort of story I'm reading, and I was just hoping I would have some other judges that would be thinking along the same ways, or, there's definitely a narrative there. Maybe it's not that clear, and maybe that's why I really enjoy it, but, that scar line against the material too is beautiful, and just that awkward angst of that expression, it just gets me. Beautiful presentation, stunning image.
Thanks for that, Tony. Phil, you've got something to add?
Yeah, I might be able to help with that plant. Don't judge me, but I believe it's cannabis. Yeah, I think the message here is, yeah, well, the hair maybe too, I don't know, but don't judge me. No, the message for me is that obviously the medicinal use of this plant is controversial currently, and that's the scar into the plant. I scored it at 78. I put it at high bronze because I just felt it was a little dark in the print at the bottom there, and the message, the hugging of the plant was just a bit blatant for me. But yeah, so maybe that sheds a little bit more light. But I'm certainly listening to coming up a little bit.
Okay. Tanya, you've got something to add too?
Yeah, I'm in support of this image at 85. What a beautiful mana-enhancing way to capture this kuia. I really felt moved by the fact that she has shown her that she's had a breast removed, and that she's is hugging this plant. And I did wonder, was it cannabis or hemp, or and was that part of her healing process, and that she wants to bring light to it. It is not an indigenous plant, but something that has possibly helped her. And even just the way she is holding the plant and the way that it falls, the material falls, is really beautiful. I love the presentation and the print quality, the manner in which the photographer has captured her at eye level and presented us with this beautiful, stunning image. The only thing that let it down for me was maybe that I love the hands. There was just a little bit of heaviness in the back of the hand camera left. However, overall, what a stunning, stunning capture.
Anybody have anything else to add? Lizzie?
Yeah, I desperately wanted to see more earth and organic, and really to bring that connection between her and the plant. Thanks for pointing it out. That was cannabis. So, and then that would have enhanced that story more of, it being nursing the plant to nurse her. I feel like there is a story in there that could have been handled a little bit differently to give it more feeling and emotion.
Okay, back to you, Tony.
Now that I know what it is, yeah, I think that her hugging on to that, and it sort of even being hidden away a little bit, is saying something about this woman. I don't think you really need to see too much down in there. I think it's more about what this plant has done for this lady at her stage of life, and how it's helped her. I think it's quite honest, and it's not a sort of a perfectly perfect type image, really. It's there is a harshness in her expression and a softness on how this has been handled. And I sort of even like the round sort of shapes where she's holding on to it and hugging it in, and just, it's a story there, and she's let the photographer tell it, and I think it's well worthy of a gold.
Thanks for that, Tony. Well, we're currently sitting on an 83. Let's see whether we can get it up to a gold like Tony wants. And it's a score of 87, silver distinction. Can I have the next print, please?
is that going to update? Does it need to update this calendar? Oh. No rush. Are you getting hangry? No complaints. It's all good. It's all good. We'll just eat one of this.
Thank you, judges. We have a 72, high professional standard. Can I get a constructive comment, Tanya?
Yeah, if the photographer just looked at it, perhaps a lower angle, that would then reduce our attention onto the woman's forehead and nose, and the blacks are very heavy in the shadows. So just if you looked at perhaps more focus on the tummy and the face rather than the forehead and the top of the head.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have an 80. Tony's hands up like a shot. Gonna get a tired arm like that, Tony. Keep that up.
Yeah, I'm on 85. I mean, with this the circular nature of that, I think that's a great choice. But to me, that this is all about, there's that image flow down with those arms, so they're not around each other. They're sort of being pushed in. Bring your faces together, and then they just crack up laughing, and they've got these big gummy expressions. And I think that's just so beautiful, and just how their heads are touching, and you can just see their faces through, and that lovely gap shape between. And then your eye just tumbles down the image. It's just quite beautiful. Even their hair, it's messy, but it's still all straggly and in the right places. I think it's quite beautiful, and the emotional level of this is quite high, and I gave it 85.
Thanks, Tony. Tanya?
Definitely see the emotion and humour and joy between the two sisters. It's just so the post-production is just so overwhelming. With the gums of the girl on the left is so dark, and that's what I'm drawn to more than anything else, especially from here as well. And then just the arms in the centre where they bend. I think it could have been cropped just above that where they bend, and that would have added to the image. And I think just the cheek has been lightened, and it looks to me like it's just there's too much work on it.
Thanks, Tanya. Sarah Lee, there is Tony's wing woman. Help him out.
Thanks. Okay, I gave this an 84. I completely agree with Tony in terms of you can almost hear them giggling. There's so much emotion coming through. I agree with Tanya. I think a tighter crop, bring that circle in, you would have got rid of the awkward bend in the elbow at the bottom. There are a couple of retouching things about that soft at the back of the head along the hairline, and it's a beautiful image. I think it's fabulous. The strength is in the emotion, and it is what it is. Yeah.
Back to you, Tony.
I mean, Sarah, you pointed out those faults, but you gave it 84, so I'm quite impressed with it. Yeah, I mean, I still stick with my 85 just for the pure emotion and joy it brings.
Awesome. Thank you, judging team. Please rescore. And we have an 80 silver award. Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a 75 bronze award. Comment for the judge, for the photographer from a judge, Tanya.
Yeah, gorgeous, stunning capture of the dog looking very happy and the proud family in the background. What could have just brought it up higher was tighter crop at the top, perhaps a bit more space at the bottom if there was any, and the back, that back corrugated iron just a bit bright, so it draws our attention away.
Thank you. Can we have a quick blank screen, please? Sarah Lee, you've done sterling service. Can you take a break and we'll get a freshly lunched Johan on the panel? And then we will have the next print, please. Yeah, we've been 75. Johan.
Okay, great family photograph. Here on the right, you've got the dog that says, gee, it's great to have somebody else to play with. This other dog's going, well, I hope it doesn't steal my food. And then you've got the baby who doesn't actually care at the moment because it doesn't know. Very simple story, very, very quiet, peaceful. You just look at it and dig into it and you find some bits and pieces. Yeah, I gave it an 82 for clever storytelling.
Thanks, Johan. Tanya, you got a different perspective?
I love the dog on the left giving love to the little baby, and the dog on the right with the attention towards us. I think it could have been further enhanced if the carpet or that just is a bit of a distraction, and the tone of the foreground and background do compete with the dogs and the baby, and that perhaps that could have helped more if that was different, and just a bit more crop at the top and a bit more space below the paw in the foreground.
Phil, in the middle there?
Yeah, I'm in the middle at 77. The intonation, or the tone of the image, there's not enough separation for me between the subjects and the background. I'm right in the middle. The storytelling's exquisite, and it's a lovely moment. And all the character comes through. So, yeah, I was right in the middle. I'm kind of quite happy right in the middle. But, yeah, we'll see where it goes.
Back to Johan.
Well, it could go silver if you give it a try. Try. I gave it 82.
All right, let's give it a try, team. Johan, can you just send
sorry.
that score?
Oh, yeah, that old submit now. Yeah.
Right, so solidified the bronze, slightly more bronze at 76. Next print, please.
Oh, shit.
Scores, please, judges. I've got a 77. I was just going to challenge that.
Yeah, I'll challenge this. I scored this in 84. Good, really good, solid silver. What a creative yet delicate way of photographing this baby's cleft lip. I did have to go in there and have a really good look because I thought, okay, the cleft lip. Then I went close and I was like, oh, maybe it's two babies smushed together. And then I stood back and I was like, no, that's the cleft lip. I really appreciate the way that the photographer has focused on the actual bottom lip and the juiciness of that baby's bottom lip, and showed the hint of the cleft, but not made it the story of the baby. Yeah, love to talk about it.
Okay. Tanya, I feel like you probably know I'm coming to you next. No? Someone else want to talk to the bronze range? Yeah, Johan, you can.
Thank you, Lizzie, for explaining what it was, because I was trying to see the two kids in there and I couldn't see it, and it was looking obscure for that. And now that you've described this beautiful photograph of, well, imperfection in a way, but it's not really imperfect. You know, kids are perfect in every way that they are. But that it's been highlighted and presented to us in a graphic, beautiful graphic form, long, narrow image, and it makes you think. And it's just beautiful, and it's luscious. I feel sorry for you, Lizzie, because you've only got 84 there. I'm quite happy to go up a bit higher than that, even. Sorry, Lizzie.
Cool. I think we might come back to you, Lizzie, unless, Phil, did you have something to chip in? You look like
yeah, I'm just still asking questions. I was questioning whether it's a mirror. I thought it was the condition is hair lip, cleft palate, and so I almost saw conjoined here. There are so many questions, but there is, complementing Johan's, there's a story here, there's a beauty, there's a richness, and
what was your score?
80. It evokes emotions, so yeah, and questioning, so enjoy it.
Lizzie?
Thank you. It's just so peaceful and so giving to the viewer, and gives it a real sense of yeah, that luscious baby softness, and without drawing attention to the cleft. You know, if that was a photograph of my baby and they had that imperfection, I would be absolutely blown away with how delicately the photographer has presented it.
Thanks, Lizzie. Thanks, judges. If you want to all rescore this one. Currently sitting at 77. 81, silver. All right. Can we have a blank screen, please? Russell, you're back. Do you want to jump in for Tony, who's done a solid effort? Oh, you're Russell. Ooh. Russell, maybe. Yeah. Do you want to change to someone else? You could be Tony now that he's off. We could be Steve. Steve's gone for good. And Russell can be Russell. Just be yourself, Russell. Cool. I think that's good for now. Yeah, who's you guys? Some of you haven't eaten yet. Hey, we'll try and get you guys through for some lunch shortly. we have the next print, please? I've got a 78. Yeah, Lizzie, go on.
Here I go again. I really connected with this image. I feel like this little guy is the second child, the devil child. Look at those two horns formed at the back there. Look at the intensity in his eyes, like he's about to splash all those bubbles all over the bathroom floor, and he does not care what you think. Yeah, I really connected with it, and I've awarded it with 81, a silver.
Johan, yeah.
I gave it a 76, and I'm happy with it at a 76. Yes, I see the devilishness, and I see the horns and things, but I felt that it would have been so much stronger if his head had been more in line with the horns. I think that separation sort of makes it more like a gimmick rather than a sort of more thought out and resolved image. Sorry. Yeah.
Russell?
The thing that distracts me is just the two other bits of soap above that horizon. If it had been just those things, I don't mind the slight disconnection because the symbolism is there, but those other two sort of just detract a little bit, and I don't see them being necessary to the shot. And I certainly would have gone into silver if it was not for that.
Back to you, Lizzie.
I saw those and thought of the devil's tail and the devil's stick. So they didn't distract me at all.
Okay. Sounds like it's time to rescore. Oh, I need to click the buttons. Sorry. Patience. Okay, you may rescore. We have a 78. That's a good bronze. Great. Next print, please. Pretty even scoring there, team. We have an 81 for silver. Can I have a comment for the photographer, Tanya, maybe?
Yeah. I scored this 84, so I was a bit gutted to see that result and can't challenge it. There's a real beautiful, honest feeling of aroha between the three and real respectfulness. Composed really beautifully. Yeah, well done to the author. Can't think of anything bad to say.
Thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? And Tanya, do you want some lunch? Can we have Summer in the hot seat? Itching to judge, Joe.
Come here.
We'll get you in there. Don't worry, it'll happen. But for now, we will have the next print, please. Okay, print starting on 79. We will be reviewing this one, so if someone was, come on, Phil.
I like this a lot. The middle character there with both arms out, holding on to the other two. You can fast forward 18 years and see them pulling the same shot with that same character in the middle, holding the other two in close. But back to the time that we have now, this is family. We have 3 characters all looking at the camera. I mean, how difficult is that to achieve with 3 little ones? I really enjoy it. The circular presentation's wonderful. The only thing I can fault is that texture in the background's a little bit distracting for me, but you don't really, not distracting enough to take you away from the subjects at hand.
Sorry, what did you score?
Sorry, 85.
Thanks, Johan. Lizzie, what's going on over there?
I scored this a 73. I'd be willing to come up a little bit. The things that babies, there are 3 awake triplets, and I would like to have seen a little bit more purposeful posing in terms of embracing the awakeness of the babies, making it a little bit more organic. You know, if they're awake, let them flail around and do their thing. I think that would have lifted. It's just a little bit too smushed in, and not as delicately handled in the posing as I would have liked to have seen.
I'm going to come to Johan, who is the best supporting actor in this score.
Right, I gave it an 81. And we're on 79, so we're going to have to make a decision anyway. So I see it as, on the left, you've got this sort of slightly thuggish baby. He's got a fist ready to sort of sock out at anybody who wants to. You've got the one on the left who's a bit afraid of most things. And then you've got the guy in the middle who's holding everything together. He's a peacekeeper. And I think that's just a really well told story. I don't think the arms need to be flailing or telling us more, because they actually do tell us what we need to know. The arms around, the arms to the knee, the arms to the chest. I think it's very well contained. I gave it an 81, and I think it deserves a silver, at least.
Do you have something different?
Very quick. I concur with Phil. I'm with you now, Phil and Johan. I mean, you can't expect too much of one baby, let alone 3, and I think it's very pleasantly and well-skilled presentation.
Thanks, Russell. Phil?
Yeah, I mean, everything's been said. Just like to highlight Lizzie's comment about the posing. I think, the peacekeeper, the fun lover in the middle really is the quintessential posing genius of this. It's just pulling in. It's a Facebook post in 18 years' time when they're trying to replicate the image, when they're squeezing one another in again. And so for that, I'm staying on the, I think I have to, the distinction. So come up a little, guys, please.
Thanks, team. Let's rescore this one. We get an 83 silver. Next print, please. Thanks, team. We've got a 75, which is a bronze award. Summer, do you want to give us a comment for the photographer?
Wonderful job capturing, you know, great family portraits. I think since we have a series here, for me, had there been a little bit more movement and interaction in maybe the bottom three, a little more variety. It's always nice to have more connected moments. Every photo, everyone's looking at the camera. And for me, having more of a series where there's more movement and some, you know, variety in what's going on and their connections would bring it up for me.
Thanks, Summer. That was just a comment, wasn't it? Yep. My brain just stopped for a second. This is our next print, please, which is our last print. Is that right? Okay, we have a 78. I expect to see a Johan hand appearing. Take it away, Johan.
What a lovely presentation of a baby that doesn't care. It's gorgeous, and it's different the way the photographer has lifted the print away from the background and reflected the roughness of the wool that the child is sitting on. The lighting is exquisite, it's peaceful, it's calm, and the baby doesn't care. I care. I gave it an 88.
Thanks, Johan. I think we're going to talk to Lizzie again. How's it jerking it out yet again?
Yeah, I'm sitting over here on a 68 high professional standard. I wanted to see something a little bit more creative, a little bit more unique in presenting that feeling of peacefulness and not caring, as you say. What really held it back for me is the lighting, a few things. The lighting coming up the baby's nose rather than across and down. I would have loved to have seen some more padding under the baby's shoulders and bringing that head up and more direct towards the photographer rather than tucked away, kind of almost being lost within the wool, what are they called again? Blankety thing. Yeah, and I think just the lighting, and also I want to see like that range of the blacks and the whites, and drawing the focus into the middle. It feels quite flat and quite muted.
I was going to see if, Russell, if you want to.
It's amazing what we all see so differently. Johan, I'm on 78 and I'm going to jump straight up 10 points with you, mate. I think it's actually quite innovative, and it's actually, it gives us that tranquility. I mean, the baby's asleep, and it's just so yummy and all that sort of softness, and the fact that it's been dressed in wool and a natural fibre as well, surrounded by natural fibres, and then replicated, accentuated by that torn edge, I think it's really quite something different. And I personally haven't seen anything like that stirred that in me for a while, and I think it's really excellent. So I'm going to jump to high silver distinction.
All right, Johan. Sounds like you've convinced at least someone.
Phew. There's that sense of I'm drowning in a rug, but I'm very happy to be drowning in a rug. I'm so comfortable, I'm so calm, I'm so quiet and still. And it's a simple image. It's not complicated. You can see the hands where you want to see the hands. You see the face where you want to see the face. The expression on the face is calm. So I'd like you to calmly put in a silver distinction, please.
All right, thank you. Judges, please rescore this one. It's currently sitting on 78. We've nudged it to 84, a strong silver. Okay, we will now have a blank screen because we're going to change over to digital. Judges, don't run away. If everyone else can give us a bit of time, clear the room for a minute. Please don't go and make a bunch of noise outside because there's other judging going on. If you need some fresh air, if you need a little break, we will reconvene probably with a few different people. If you haven't had lunch and you're on the panel right now, please go and get lunch. That's you, Phil. That's Lizzie. And we will get you guys back together once we've got the computer set up.
It'd be nice if I could just sit on this.
So you don't want us to leave the room, or we can?
2 minutes. You can leave the room for 2 minutes. Yeah, get a bit of fresh air, stretch your legs, do some star jumps.
Star jump? Jumping jack.
Ah, sorry.
No. I love all the small little language differences. I find it fascinating. Star jump. I've never heard that before. That's cool. That's kind of cooler than jumping jack.
I reckon.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. I love it. Right. She's like, sure.
Everything else is ridiculous. Why not this too?
I don't know what that is. Like chimbley?
Like a chimbley. That was pronounced chimney, chimbley.
Oh.
Is that a West Coast thing? Because we don't go it on the East Coast.
Well, last night, Justine was telling me, she's like, let's go get tea. And I was like, okay. Yeah. And then I sat down. I'm like, I haven't even had dinner. I'm really hungry. And she just looked at me so confused. And I was like, what did I say? And she's like, that's what we're here for. And I'm like, oh, yes.
Lightning quick.
I've got a wedding 1:30. Yeah. Whenever it suits.
Are you off to judge a different category?
Weddings, yeah.
Weddings.
Yeah.
What do you primarily photograph?
People. No, I used to do a lot of weddings.
Yeah.
So, and well, I'm happy to stay on because I'm having fun. 1:30. Yeah. Oh, can I judge with Tony Carter and Richard Wood because it does? Can I pick my panel? Or then add Russell. Took your seat, mate.
Just letting the judges know the mics are now live to the live stream again.
Yeah.
So if you want to talk about funny cultural differences, it's a great time. Everyone on the live stream, hope you enjoyed that little conversation. And we are momentarily about to restart this judging. We have welcomed Joe Francis Moore and Richard Wood to the judging panel. And thank you to, who did we just kick off?
Russell.
Oh yeah, thank you Lizzie. And Phil, thank you Phil, went to lunch. So, without further ado, can we have the first photograph of the digital entries? Thank you, judges. We have a 77. You going to challenge that, Joe?
Yeah, I'll talk to that.
Go on.
I love the fact that this is a triptych of an adult child and his mother, and you've got this beautiful. We're looking at the camera, we're smiling, and then the photographer said, "Give your mum a hug," and then the water's come in and frozen the crap out of their feet, and they've got this crazy expression of being caught totally unaware. It's beautifully presented. It's simple. It's not, jumping out at us in any way, but it's just really nicely held, and I think it's the sort of photo that will live really comfortably and with a lot of love on someone's wall.
What did you score it, Joe?
I scored it an 80.
Cool. Richard, another freshie on the panel. Let's get you guys chatting straight away.
I gave it a 74, so high professional standard for those same reasons. So maybe I'm being mean, a bit mean. I would have liked to have seen maybe a bit of an adjustment in height from where the photographer was shooting, so that line isn't kind of intersecting where it is, maybe a bit further down their bodies. But I'm happy to, I'll come up a little bit, but would like to hear more, please.
Thanks, Richard. Who's in that bronze range? Russell?
Yeah, I'll go with you, Joe. I don't mind the camera angle actually, because it kind of brings them into that sort of. It's a winter. I'm assuming it's a winter sort of scene, hence the coldness of the water and hence the reaction. I think the reaction's so genuine that the woman has lifted her foot. Oh my God, it's freezing, you know. So I think that works really, really well. And because it's so sort of simple, I gave it a 78, I think. And I'm willing to just jump up into early silver as well because it's real and it's really nicely presented.
Thanks, Russell. Back to Joe.
Beautiful palette, beautiful tones, genuine connection, and lovely to see an adult child with his mum. He's probably the favourite young son, I'd say, looking at him. It's just a lovely, natural, genuine, real, honest photo. Just come up a bit, guys.
All right. Please rescore the image. Currently on 77. We get a 78. We have a firm bronze. Where's the next photograph, please? Just I'm a little alarmed at the phrase, the favourite son. Thought you didn't have favourites. Okay, we have a 76. Pretty consistent scoring. Bronze award. Richard, a little bit of feedback for the photographer.
Quite a beautiful portrait. Just a couple of little things that to think about. I'd like to see that chair pulled away from the backdrop a little. And when you're shooting with a wider lens like this, just be careful of things like feet. That front foot is just perspectively is a little bit large. And the wider lens won't be helping that, so I'd like to see that just pulled back in a bit.
Thanks, Richard. Can we please have the next photograph? Just to let the judges know we are a little tight on time. We're pushed out a little bit, so we'll be trying to keep to time going forward. It's a very consistent 73, high professional standard. Joe's got a comment for the photographer.
Yep, beautifully posed, baby. Just be mindful of what else is in the photo. There's a lot of competing elements in this photo that aren't actually adding anything to the story.
Thank you. Next photograph, please.
We've still got our old scores.
The spinning wheel is spinning. Just be patient. Okay. Okay, we have a 71. No one's going to take that challenge?
I really like this. I love the composition.
What did you score it, Summer?
Pardon?
What did you score it?
I scored it an 80. You've got sort of a golden spiral there going on. And I just think it's a really creative way of getting all of the family in the photo, and a little bit more of a natural way than it can be difficult with a newborn. So, I don't know. My initial reaction was, it was good. I think skin tones could use a little bit of work, but I just really liked the composition and that everyone was in the frame.
I see you, Russell, but I think I have to come to Johan first.
Okay. I feel that the strength of the image would be without the parents, the things that dominate the image, partly because of their brightness, but also because of their presence, are their noses. And they're not particularly attractive into the photograph. They might lead you down, but you still are stuck with that, and they're bright. Yeah, so I couldn't see it getting an award. Sorry.
Russell?
Yeah, I support all that. I don't think the mum would like this shot at all.
Okay. Back to you, Summer.
I didn't notice the noses. I say just bring it up a little so that it at least deserves a bronze, or it deserves a bronze. I just love I love that you've gotten all four people in this newborn shot and the connection between the two. I like it.
Thank you. Please rescore. You have to resend your score, Summer.
Oh, sorry.
It stays at 71. Professional standard and lots of feedback for the photographer. Next photograph, please. Okay, we have a 77, and I'm looking for a Johan hand to pop up quickly.
Yes. I gave an 87, mainly because I felt this was quite a dark family photograph. Here you have each of the characters representing, well, themselves, and you've got these lovely shiny, sparkly reflections. And then off the side, you've got a darker character who's not even dressed for the occasion, fiercely independent, and their reflection is kind of muffled and sort of shady and not so involved. In fact, so much so that you can't even see their face. And kids get like that. They separate themselves from their families. And I think this is incredibly strong, slightly sinister. I gave it an 87 for a wonderful story.
Richard.
Thanks, Johan. I found it possibly a shot in between the shots we were really looking for. I questioned the file quality, and on the right-hand side around that boy, I'm not sure if there's water on the lens or whether it's editing, but there's some issues in there. Some smudging and not quite sure what that is. But yeah, I just found it more of a moment in between, possibly that moment that the photographer was waiting to capture.
Russell, yeah, you giving me a look?
Just quickly, I don't think this would be the image that the family would actually take, and I sort of agree with that comment of Richard's about the shot in between the shots. I mean, when you let families do this sort of stuff and don't tell them what to do, stuff happens and you hope that it's good stuff. So I find that this might, like the expression on the mum's face is the thing I enjoy the most, but the rest of it, is it for us or for them or for what? And if it's for us, it's not quite there, and if it's for them, I don't think it'll be there either.
Righto, Johan?
I agree that this is probably not a commercially successful image, and that it doesn't show the joy and happiness that most families want to express. And I see the little droplets that are on the lens of the camera. I'm going to say that the photographer was in the moment. Yeah. I still feel strongly about this separate independence and how sometimes kids, well, they wander away from the fray, and I think this is a great representation of that. I love the strength of each of the other characters as well. Yep. So I gave it 87.
Thank you, judges. Can we rescore this one? Currently sitting on 77. We have a 78. Solid bronze. Let's have the next photograph. Has everyone scored? Oh, they have. It just took a while to pop up. It's a 71, high professional standard, and I would like a comment from Summer.
Beautiful expression on the baby. I think a little hot on the blanket, and then the baby laying in the lap. I think a wider, I mean, this is a bit of a storytelling image, right? So I think that if it was a little bit wider and it was clearer that the baby's sitting in the parent's lap, to just change the perspective a little bit, that it would make it stronger. That and the just bring down highlights.
Thank you.
It's a little hot.
Cool. Let's have the next photograph, please. And we have a 73. That is a professional standard. Would like a comment for the photographer, Jo?
Sure. Very sweet palette. Baby's lovely and asleep. I think you just need to be a little bit more intentional with this sort of work. The wrap at the background is actually quite distracting. It's the first thing that drew my eye. And with an asleep baby, if you can just get those hands looking a little bit tidier. The bottom hand is also quite purple.
Thank you. Let's have the next photo. Thank you, judges. We have a 75 for bronze. Who's going to have a comment for this one? Russell? Yeah, go on.
Sure, almost really strong. For me personally, just the distraction of the halter ring right next to her eye was a little bit off-putting.
Thank you. We have the next photo, please. Thank you, judges. Print scores 76. Joe's going to challenge it.
Yeah. I love the way when you read this image from, I scored at 81. I love the way when you read this image from left to right, every person or animal gets worse. It starts with the first little boy, he's doing exactly as he's been told, he's smiling at the camera. Then you've got the mum looking down at the daughter who's trying to grab hold of the foot, but the baby's trying to wiggle away. The dad's just scowling. The little guy at the end is just like doing a dance, and the dog just looks really unhappy, basically. I just think it's a great little narrative about what it means to have 4 children and try and take a family photo. Yeah. I'd like to hear what you guys have to say.
Thanks, Joe. I'm going to come to you again, Richard, for the other end of things.
I see those positives you're talking about, Joe. I scored it a 71. And the issues I have, I find the lens choice a little bit questionable, but the big thing for me is the sand in front of them's pin sharp and they land quite soft.
Thanks, Richard. Someone close to the average, maybe a Russell or Johan?
You go. Yeah, I squeezed it into bronze, which is still a lovely award. The first thing that struck me was, Mum's gone to a lot of effort to get the kids ready for this family portrait, which is an event for most families. And Daddy's got 4 kids anyway, but he's just suffering through this process as they often do. I really enjoy the dynamic of the dog, actually, looking back into the image, and it sort of kind of contains it. The kid's not he's not paying any attention to the photographer. He's kicking the ball, way more interested in that, which brings the dog into it. So it just has sort of something kind of quintessentially Kiwi about it. It's Lion Rock on the left, I think. So yeah, it's pretty cool. But not silver cool, but bronze cool.
Awesome. Back to Joe.
Okay, well, I actually hadn't spotted that it wasn't that sharp. But I think, and I'm not asking for a high silver or anything like that, but I think we should give it a few more points just for the fantastic storytelling.
Thanks, team. Can we? Oh, you need me to click some buttons. Clicking buttons is a struggle today. Score this one again, and stays where it is. 76, bronze. And Johan, I believe you are required in another category, so thank you for your efforts this morning. Wonderful judging. Furu, do you want to come back? Welcome back to the panel. us have the next photograph? Thank you, judges. Print score is 73, which is professional standard. I would like a comment from Richard. Thank you.
It's a really stunning, interesting dress here, and the backdrop of those rocks and the shapes and the tones are absolutely beautiful. But you know, that dress has got some attitude, and I'm not seeing any of that attitude or elegance or anything brought out in that dress, apart from her kind of walking along. There's also a lot of space at the bottom that's very unnecessary, and my eyes just kind of keep going down into nothingness.
Thank you. Can we have the next photograph, please? Thank you, judges. Pretty consistent scoring there. We have a 75 bronze. Newest panel member, Faru, would you like to give us a comment for the photographer?
A sweet portrait of the baby. I think the baby kind of squished between the two wood part of the bed. Perhaps also different cropping, like more circle, could benefit the image.
Thank you. Let's have the next photograph, please. Missing one score. There it is. Thank you. We have a bronze at 76. Good agreement, team. Summer, have you got a comment on this one?
Lovely connected moment between the two of them. Really beautiful light. Image is reading a little yellow for me. I think if you bring that, sort of adjust the white balance a little bit in post. And there's a slight awkwardness with the mom, the look on the mom's face. Maybe her face is a little, with the hand is a little squished. Just a little more of a relaxed pose, release a little bit of tension with her would bring it up for me.
Thank you. I think we'll do a judge change. Russell, thank you for your wonderful judging. And Steve, can we get a Steve in the house? Come running in from the back of the room again. And let's have the next image. $75, which is the bronze award. I'll take that. Get a comment for the photographer. Furu? Yep.
Yeah, the overall design of the image is really lovely, dreamy. However, there is something happen in the neck and left shoulder of the baby. I don't know what is it, but it looks a bit weird. Perhaps more toned down to bring more natural look.
Cool. Thank you. Let's have the next photograph. Okay, we have a 77. Everyone happy with that? It's a bronze award. And some constructive feedback for the photographer, Joe. Yeah?
Gorgeous location and really sweet little little children interacting there. I would just wish I could tell, or that they were both interacting to the same thing. I feel like we've got two different things going on, so there's not really connection between the children or even with the photographer. So just think about where the interaction is happening.
Thank you. Let's see the next photograph. Scores, please, judges. An initial score of 81. Fura's going to challenge that.
Sorry, I got emotional for a second. It has such an outstanding emotional impact in this image. I've never had experience having baby, but I can imagine you sacrifice your body for having babies. Just look at the texture of the skin, the body, and the mother just with such a beautiful, emotional, beautiful smile. Sorry, I got so emotional. Beautiful smile, just holding the baby so tight, and she was so proud. So because of this, everything about the beautiful color palette, beautiful lighting, and this emotional picture, I think it's really, really deserved to be awarded. I think I gave it 88, and because I think I gave it very less. I can go to gold, but I really encourage you guys. It's outstanding.
Yep, maybe before I come to you, someone will go to someone at the lowest part. Joe or Richard, do one of you want to talk to the bottom end? No? You don't have to. We can go straight to Summer if she's...
Yeah, am I going? Yes.
Okay, I just
Yes.
can't see Joe. Yeah, go.
I'll speak.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so I scored this a 78, and the reason I did that is because I feel like I'm being manipulated. I feel like what has happened to the mother's body is one story, and then you've got this beautiful interaction, that's the other story. And whatever's happening to the mother's body is not from pregnancy. So that's not, to me, that's... So I feel like the photographer is saying to me, look at this brave woman. And I feel like it's disrespectful to this woman to kind of highlight, I don't know how to say this, it's going to be correct. Can you help me out here, Richard?
I think what you're talking about is the treatment in post. So that very over-sharpened grain is almost enhancing the imperfections, possibly.
Yeah, we'll come back to Summer then.
I agree with the over-sharpening and the treatment. I think I scored it an 81, partly for that. But I think as a woman and as a mother, I am incredibly moved by her vulnerability. And there's such there's a beauty standard, and I think that's so inaccurate that's out there. And I love the strength of this image, just showing the vulnerability and a real mother and what a real body looks like. So I think it's absolutely beautiful. I'll probably bring it up a little bit.
Thanks, Summer. Back to you, Fura.
Thank you, Summer. You said it very well. In this stage, I'm not looking it's manipulating me or not. I'm not in the stage of judging it. I see a body distort. I see a body with a very bad texture happen to the skin. I see a proud mom holding a baby. That's the only thing I see in this image. I'm not thinking about or judging it. Is it correct or not? It gives, my heart is racing. I feel emotion, and that's the huge connection happened to me as a viewer to this image. What we want from an image. Outstanding level of communication, presentation, emotion, and we all have it in this image. Please rethink. Thank you.
Thank you, judges. Passionate discussion. 3 score. We have a silver with distinction at 85. Let's see the next photograph. Thank you, judges. Print score is 73. That is a high professional standard. And I would like a comment for the photographer. Faru, first to catch my eye.
Yes, it's such a beautiful connection, beautiful lighting. In terms of improving the image, the baby face looks a bit bright and lost the details. Perhaps watch out the highlight area on her face.
Thank you. Summer, do you want to take a break? Sure. Thank you. Wonderful judging. Sarah Lee, do you want to jump in? Welcome back to the panel. Let's have the next photograph, please.
We have a score of 81. That's a silver award. We've got a challenger here, though. Joe would like to challenge.
I just think this is stunning. I love the hierarchy of the faces in this. First of all, you've got the mum who's holding the baby, and she just couldn't be happier. Then you've got her mum, who is just a little less excited, but was still loving and supporting her daughter. And then you've got grandma on the side, who's, again, just a little bit more removed. And it sort of talks about the connections between the generations. This is beautifully posed, beautifully lit. So simple, so sort of sweet. I feel like it's really hard to do these sort of multiple generation photos and get the baby looking relaxed and then get a beautiful performance from each person in the photo. I think it deserves to come up a bit, guys.
Thanks for that, Joe. Could we please hear from Faru? You're at the other end there at 78.
Yeah, it's I really agree with you, Joe. It's beautiful. The lighting is very well controlled. Beautiful background works perfectly with the skin tone. However, the thing held me back is in the center, almost center of the image, which the baby is there. There are lots of hands and fingers, and because the outfit is very black, my eyes just stuck there. I can't travel to see all the connection between them.
Thank you, Faru. Richard, have you got anything to add?
I was closer to you, probably, Joe. I was at 84. I quite enjoy all the hands being in the centre. I think that's the story for me. Yeah, and I don't think we need to busy it up with seeing their bodies as well. I'm quite happy with them being darkened out there in the black fabric, and I think it works really beautifully. So I think Joe's made me braver to actually come up into that distinction range. So, yeah.
Excellent. Has anybody got anything to add? No? Back to you then, Joe.
Those hands are the basket in which that baby is going to grow. That's that baby's garden, its world. Bring it up.
All right. You heard the lady. Please rescore. And we've got an 83, solid silver award. Okay, next print, please.
It's contagious.
Oh, she's not here And we have a score of 71, professional practice. Can I have a comment for the photographer, please? Steve?
Yeah, it's a lovely image. Just the tree is quite, it takes you out of the frame, takes away from the action, and it's quite distracting. So I'd just a tighter crop, I think.
Thank you. Oh, Joe's got something to add?
Yeah, also the little girl's quite out of focus.
Okay, thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 75, bronze award. Can I have a comment for the photographer, please? Steve?
Yeah, they'll love this on the wall. The photographer would have had the opportunity to shoot a series of these, and just having the baby move slightly off the father's face and bringing the clothes down on the baby's face would have been a great improvement.
Excellent, thank you. I'll just swap out some judges here, or just a judge. Richard, do you want to take a break? And we'll get Amber in, please. Thank you. So just pop Amber up that end. And shuffle them all down. Yeah, and stick him up there. Cheers. Okay. Next print, please. Yes, please. We have a score of 73. Can I have a comment for the photographer, please?
I can do that.
Joe? Yeah?
Really lovely posing on the baby. Unfortunately, the skin tones are quite out, though. You've got a little bit of a pink baby there. And because this, I assume this from a safety perspective, is a composite, I personally would prefer to have seen something that made me feel this photo was a little more safe to look at, in terms of maybe a human hand holding that goat, or something that didn't make this baby look quite so vulnerable.
Thanks for that, Joe. Next image, please. And we have a score of 74. High professional practice. Can I please have a comment, Sarah Lee?
Yeah, sure. So I think for the family this would be very significant, obviously. A significant place, significant kids, significant graduation with the korowai, etc. I do think, unfortunately, it's a really missed opportunity in terms of there's no interaction between her and her boys. There's a really unnecessary overlay in the backdrop with the filter that's used, and then the dirty edges of selecting the mum to not have that filter on it. So there's some fine-tuned details, but I think really just working with the boys to show a pose of connectiveness and pride, because it's such a significant moment for the mother, and more work.
Great comments. Thanks, Sarah Lee. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 76, Bronze Award. Can I have a comment, please, Joe?
Someone else?
No? Someone else? Faru?
Very well posed, very well control of lighting. However, I think the bottom of image, the foot and the dress, the feet and the dress is a bit bright and distracting. Perhaps tone it down.
Excellent. Thank you, Faru. Next image, please. And we have a score of 73, professional practice. Can I have a comment, please, Amber?
This image has got lovely connection between the couple. I think there's just a few technical issues that could be improved in order to elevate the image. The flare at the top is quite a distracting piece that leads the eye up and out on both sides at the top, actually. And I'm not sure that the people are quite in focus, and also just pay a little bit more attention to the styling. I think that the man's shirt could have perhaps been ironed, and that would be less distracting.
Thank you. All good comments. Next image, thanks. Okay, we have a score of 80, silver award. Everybody's looking at me. Who would like to actually speak about this?
You need to describe it for the people who maybe can't see the details.
Yes, definitely. Okay, go for it, Jo.
Okay, to me this is the story of two lost babies and then a baby growing in the garden of this family's life. So the centre, I'm just going to, I know you shouldn't really talk about what you can see, but it's so small that people at home probably actually can't see it. The centre flower has a little baby growing in a kind of womb-like environment, and the two smaller flowers on the side have broken hearts in them, and then coming into the vase is the outline of babies' faces. So I think we've all awarded it for its creativity and innovation. Well done.
Excellent, great comments. Thanks, Jo. I might just swap judge change. Jo, can you have a break? And we'll bring Tanya on, please. Okay, next print, please.
Oh, shit. Okay, mate, I sign in as you. Floating. Oh. Sorry, I can't get... I'm not a PC person.
Is your name in there?
No, I'm a floater.
You can't be floating because we've only got one floater, so just do Lizzie because she's not in here.
Okay. Lizzie, okay. Did that work? Yep, okay.
We have a score of 73. Professional practice. Can I please have a comment from Steve, please?
I just find the baby, the mother's face so occluded by the baby is not. It would give us more information if we saw her face and give us more connection.
Thanks, Steve. Next image, please. We have a score of 70. Can I get a comment for the photographer, please, Amber?
Sure. Well, this is a lovely moment captured between a perhaps grandmother or mother and son. You have to be really careful with your cropping. It's not generally a good idea to crop people's heads off, and also just make sure that you're very selective with the elements that you choose to incorporate within the frame.
Thank you, Amber. Next image, please. where we have a score of 90. And we've got a challenge down the end there at Steve, who's sitting on 96.
Well, so this is superb. We've got a young man who's, you know, he's tired of the disconnect. He's tired of people getting lost in their phones. There's a whole world of life that's being buried that should be happening.
Okay. You okay, Steve? Good.
Yep.
Yep.
The mother and father just holding in, still making eye contact. Everyone else is lost. It's amazing.
Wow. Okay. Can we hear from Tanya, please? You are just sitting on 84.
I'm in full support of this image. It's very intriguing and beautifully executed. Imagination, thought, craft, it's all stunning. I was looking for more narrative, and I was hoping that someone else would actually explain it further. I was wondering if it was like almost like a COVID reflection of being stuck and everyone being at home and disconnected, and then the things that they used to do, like down the bottom. Then I saw some toys that were from probably their earlier days as well. So it created a lot of curiosity for me. So it looks like I could definitely raise the score. Well done.
Okay, thanks, Tanya. Amber.
Initially, I only gave this image an 87, and now that I've just had a little bit more time to sit with it, and especially to see Steve's reaction, this is very, very deserving of a gold. I think that this image is a comment on the pressures of modern life and everything that it can do to a family. I feel like that all of the discarded toys and things at the bottom is perhaps like extracurricular stuff that the family have sort of tried to do, and it's just been cast aside and lost, and there's clearly a lot of tension between the family, and perhaps that middle son feels ignored by the rest of his family. I don't know, with the pressures of modern life and mental health issues that go around these days, I just feel like this is an incredibly strong piece of communication, and I'll definitely be coming up to a gold.
Okay. I'll go to Faru first, Sarah Lee, and then we'll come back to you.
Yeah, this image has such a wonderful, outstanding narrative. It's about the family separated. It's about the fun time family had, and it goes to the past. Everyone is so busy with their own social life, and you can see a crack happen start from the behind the center of the image, which is the only person looking through the camera, very angry, and asking question with her eyes, and the crack goes to the top. It talk about a separation, talk about dividing, it's talk about something happened to this family, which he can't do anything about it. So this image talk in very symbolic way, and I'm really support you, Steve. I feel it, and I can come up to gold with distinction.
Thank you, Faru. Sorry, Steve. Sarah Lee just had something she wanted to add.
Sorry.
We all want to talk about this one.
Yeah, no. There's so much work's gone into this particular image, and everything that Faru said was what I was going to comment on as well. And obviously the old phone, which symbolises modern phones and social network. And I also just want to congratulate the photographer on the choice of styling. Everyone in that image is dressed to the nines and not going anywhere. Everyone is in that looking picture perfect social media sort of atmosphere, and that child staring down the centre with such an honest expression on his face. With all those hobbies that used to bring the family together, stuck under the table, and with the cobwebs, there's so much symbolism in here. So congratulations, photographer.
Thank you. Good comments, Sarah Lee. And Steve, back to you.
Yeah, I think you're all with me. I think that he's so emphatic that this is fracturing our family. This is what we need to do. This is our chance. Yeah.
All All right, guys, time to rescore. And we've got a gold with distinction at 95. Excellent discussion, guys. It's awesome when we see images that can have such an impact on our judges. And yeah, have a look at this out when it's up on the wall later. All right, how are we feeling? Do we need to shake it off for a second? Yep. All right. Do you want to stand up and have a little wiggle around, or? Yeah. I would love to take a little break. All right. All right.
Cheers for a second.
Yeah, no getting out. Okay, sweet. Judges, you're all good? Sweet, let's go. Next image, please. And we have a score of 71, which is professional standards. And can we get a comment from... Who's looking? No one's looking. Okay. Tanya, you smiled, so that's as good as a look.
Yeah, that's right. The photographer could perhaps look at the composition and what they bring to it as far as having more image in and not copying the dad's head, and perhaps seeing a bit, and the arms a little bit dominant of the child. So just re-look at the composition and not so much of the dad's back.
Brilliant, thank you very much. Let's go to the next image. And we have a score of 72, professional standards. Can we get a comment from... This time you did look at me.
There's some obvious joy between the little girl and the delight in holding her teddy bear. It could just be cropped in tighter, and the background is very busy, so it does compete against her. So just to maybe simplify the angle of view.
Brilliant, thank you very much. Next image, please.
And we have a score of 75. That's a bronze award. And can we get a comment for the photographer? Let's go Amber.
Congratulations on your bronze award. I think that this is a lovely little collection of humans and a cat. I think this image has a lot of potential to be elevated. Maybe just pay attention to your styling and I think it's like a movement texture or something that has been applied is really not necessary. You don't need to do that to gain that painterly effect. You can do that through your lighting choice, but well done.
Thank you very much. Now, before we go to the next image, can we get a judge swap? Faru will take you off, thank you very much, and Russell will put you on.
Might need those.
Drop them, stand on them, go, do they?
Brilliant, all ready to go. Let's go next image, please. Thank you, judges. How we going? Brilliant. Brilliant, thank you very much. We have a score of 81. That's a silver award. And we've got a challenge here from Tanya.
Okay, my score is 85. There's a real, really engaging dynamic within the actual structural composition of this image, and very eye-catching and quite forceful and powerful. The people in the background are very statuesque and hold a lot of mana. I think it's all really beautifully balanced. I would have gone higher if the woman standing behind the central figure wasn't coming out of his shoulder. However, she's far enough away to, I guess, be forgiving of that, and she is framed well with the window behind her. Yeah, it's beautifully executed, printed. Well done to the author. It's a really original way of presenting a portrait in the family category.
Brilliant. So we'll go to the other end of the scale now. Steve?
I found the story compelling. I appreciate that the entire ancestry of this hapu, or this whānau, is shown from the top right down to the bottom, and I think that's great. I feel like the crop is too tight on the sides of the whare. I think it needs to be extended a bit. It just causes tension. It also feels like it's not exactly square, but I don't know if that's just me. Yeah, and the other things about the women in the background just not being exactly where I would want them to be. I think I need them to be. I mean, they've been so well positioned. Everything has been so well positioned in here. It would have been easy to have those women moved so they weren't hidden behind anybody.
Brilliant. Russell?
I'm in silver distinction as well, and there's so many other things we haven't said yet. The cropping is actually perfect. I mean, there's a little bit of edge tension there with the edges of the building or the photo coming close to the edge of the image, but that's completely thought out. The symmetry is just exceptional. If you look at the pathway leading in, it's exactly the same height on each side. But what really grabs it to me and what is really seriously clever is the crack in the concrete running right through the warrior, right up the post, right up through, what do you call it at the top? You know, carving at the top, let's just call it carving, sorry for my ignorance. And the one eye past, what were those, the little clubs that the gentlemen are holding each side of the main character. They're both covering one eye and exposing one eye. And I think that the ladies in the background on the deck of the photo, if you like, I just love the fact that they're not. He hasn't, or the photographer hasn't gone to the point of being completely contrived or whatever, if you want to call that. It just adds a little bit of dynamic that those ladies are just a little bit. They're the only thing in the image that are a little bit sort of skew with, and I really personally really enjoy that. Our eye is drawn straight to the main character. And the placements and the thought of what's gone into this by the photographer is absolutely exceptional. I really also love that they haven't overworked the sky to take our eye up there. Our eye stays with that main character. Everything's genuine, everything's believable, it's clean, it's bloody awesome. So I personally think, you know, it's even, I gave it an 85, I'm even happier to go above that.
Brilliant. Sarah Lee?
I gave this a 70. I gave this a 79, and I'm also coming up. I love that this includes the photographer. As the viewer, I am receiving the welcome to the marae. What lets it down is the backdrop that's been dropped into it isn't clean. Unfortunately, at the end of the whare, it loses focus, and the edge of those carvings go into blur, and then the backdrop's hard sharp. And that's exaggerated on the right-hand side with that unnecessary shadow. And it just caught my eye there, and it took a while to figure out why that discrepancy was. But otherwise, I mean, it's a beautiful image, and it's so wonderful to see this in family.
Brilliant, thank you. Amber, you haven't spoken. Nothing further? Brilliant, okay. So Tanya, we'll go back to you for right of reply.
I'm actually gutted I didn't go for gold, and I'm glad that Russell has that opportunity and others, you know, to consider that. Just when you enter into the image from below and you see the light on the leaf, and then that draws you up, and then right through to his taiaha, there's some beautiful carving detail on that, and then that leads you, you know, to that carving continues all through the image, and then you explore around it. There's just so much, it's so masterfully crafted, and I think the inclusion of that tension on the side just adds to the whittle. It's a challenge to the visitors. I think it's just fantastic, and having the amount of nature in the sides is all very meaningful as well to being connected to Te Ao Māori, to the whenua. Congratulations. I hope you will consider going higher.
So we should be able to rescore.
I just press enter?
And so Tanya, you'll have to keep the same score as...
I got to type it in manually.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. And we've moved a few points, and we are at 85, silver with distinction. Let's go next image, please. And we have a score of 73, professional standard. And we'll accept that. Can we have a comment from Amber?
This image has got a lot of potential. The colour palette is really beautiful and the whole concept works nicely. It's just the craft that needs a little bit more work. The eye really needs to be in focus and try not to have a horizon line going through somebody's head. But otherwise, well done.
Thank you very much. Next image, please. And we have a score of 76 with a majority 4. It's a bronze award. Right, we shall accept that. And can we have a comment from Russell?
Not too sure if I've got too much to say other than I enjoyed it. I think the skin tone of the baby being the tone it is draws our eye to it so that everything else is let go. Yeah, I'm just happy with it. It doesn't bring anything specially extra to it, so which is why it's landed where it has, but still nonetheless a very good level of achievement. Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you. And before we go to the next image, we'll have a couple of judge changes. Steve, thank you very much for your time. We'll get you off, and Shirley, we'll get you off, and we'll put Steve and Christopher. Christopher and Summer. You guys are signed in, good to go. We'll go next image, please.
We have 2 floating judges.
And we have a silver award at 80. And we have a challenge. Yep, Russell.
Yeah, I'd like to have a crack at this. First of all, a very simple image and quite lovely for that alone. I've actually scored this 85, so silver distinction. So quite simple and very powerful for the silhouette. Wonderful expression. So with a silhouette, we've been entertained by an actual expression on the human's face, which I think is really cool. And she's reacting with the right emotion because it is kind of funny. It's a little bit sort of arresting because, you know, when animals walk up to you and sniff you, we know where they sniff you mostly. And so, as it turns out, graphically it's very powerful because that's where the nose is pointing into that lovely sort of join of the leg and the belly. The balance of the belly and the bottom is also really, really lovely. And I think just altogether quite a unique sort of image representing this pregnancy. I think it's very, very feminine. It's very attractive and graphic, and it's kind of funny. So it brings in quite a few different things which I haven't really seen before, to be honest. So for that, a very powerful piece of communication and a silver distinction.
Brilliant. We'll go to Amber at the other end of the scale, please.
Yeah, sure. I awarded this a 75, and I just really felt that it sits within the bronze range, sort of for a lot of those reasons that you have suggested. I don't know. It didn't really have enough of an X factor for me to lift it up to silver, but I'm still listening.
Brilliant. Christopher? No? Oh, sorry, Summer.
Okay. I also scored this an 85. And, I looked at it and I almost thought, is this her property? Does this goat, or is that a sheep? I'm not sure. Goat know her? And in a silhouette, it can be really difficult to capture emotion, but I feel like there is a connection between the goat and her, and there's an expression, and that's really difficult to do in a silhouette. And this elicited an emotional reaction to me. I mean, I think we all went up there and smiled and kept looking at it for a while. Yeah, I urge you to go to silver with distinction. It's a great image.
Christopher, do you have something to add? Or?
Yes. I just thought that the problem was with the photographer, because everyone else is contributing. The landscape is, the subjects are. I would have dropped to my knees to get that cloud out of your main subjects. Just get it down much lower so it's not competing through the back line of the animal, and just wait for the wind to take some of the pressure off that dress that's blowing it out into a bad shape. So the other thing, if you're going to use the panorama, use it. So panoramically, a little bit of edges just to lead that cloud into the subjects. But the cloud is cutting through your bodies.
And we'll go back to Russell for right of reply.
Thank you. Oops. I love the cloud, actually, and the connection, because the silhouette is so dominant that it doesn't have to fight with the clouds. It's a completely different level of present, like darkness just overwhelms everything else. And so there's definitely a connection between the woman and the animal. And if you took the animal out, the woman in her own right would look quite lovely, but it's just completely taken to another level by the addition of the animal. And it's a moment caught, and the photographer's been kind of granted a gift, really, by the moment that he's been managed to grab with the animal's face where it is. And so altogether it's, I'm looking at the criteria here, I won't go through it all, but it is well created, and it is high technique, and I think it's very well thought out and seen and presented, and I think it's emotive, and it deserves to, I think, when it goes out on the wall and sits amongst all those other images, it'll jump out like DBs, and I think it's great. So it's a silver distinction for me.
Brilliant. Thank you. If we can rescore, please. And we have got 85, so silver's distinction, majority 3. Well done.
Thank you.
We'll accept that and move.
Before we do the next print, Tanya, just because you're, no, stay there. Just because you're camping in other people's logins, can you jump onto Tony's login for me?
Who are you now?
I would like to be me, but it's just not important enough, is it? Yeah.
Thank you.
And we'll go next image, please. And we have a score of 74, professional standard. We will accept that. Tanya, do you want to say something?
Yeah, lovely setting and time the lighting. If the photographer could use more of a telephoto lens, then that would, I think that would add to the image to get back a bit. And there's just a little bit of awkwardness on the man's face, and it'd be nice to see a bit more of the woman's face. And then just look at the shape that the silhouette in her legs and the dress is making, because that can be a little bit distracting. Perhaps take it away from being quite so centralised for with the figures.
Thank you very much. Next image, please. And we have a score of 71, professional standard. We shall accept that. And can we have a comment from Amber?
The joy and connection between these, I'm assuming, sisters in this image is really delightful. The overwhelming thing for me is just that the white top is really blown out. So just try to control your lighting a little bit more.
Thank you very much. And we'll move on to the next slide, please. And we have an initial score of 81 silver. And we have a challenge. Yes, yes you can, Russell.
I'm glad we've got it in silver at least straight away. It's really, really, really cool actually. There's so much balance in here, and the photographers exercised a lot of control very, very successfully. It takes a while to sort of take it all in really, but the first thing I really enjoyed straight away was the dog lying one way and then the kid lying the other. So there was a lovely sort of opposite thing there going on. Mum and Dad's feet crossed, everyone looking but Dad. So he's got all those girls, he's looking in on it all. It's very cool. The lighting's really hard, which has allowed us to get a real great depth of field and therefore quite punchy sort of feel to it, saturated feel to it, which I really enjoyed. Little spectral spot on Dad's nose, which I've sort of forgiven because of the lighting. Possibly could have been taken out, but other than that, it's got a lot of joy, and it actually would really go on a wall. I mean, it's a great little image of a family, and I've enjoyed all the details of it and the connection between them all. Mum and Dad's elbows touching gives it another bit of symmetry. You know, it's just all there. I think it's just a little bit more successful than an 81.
Thank you. Christopher, we'll go to you at the other end of the scale, please.
Look, I'm going to commend this because there's elements in here which I'd like you to talk to some of my staff photographers. You've got focus from the dog right the way back, so obviously you've used a fairly strong light source and it's successful. I just feel that because you probably also hit the background with that same light, your vignetting is now too strong, too obvious. So it's probably better to make a layer for that background and as a whole darken the background down, as a whole darken the foreground down rather than just knock down those corners. And to me, I'm still going up, but I would have loved, if you've got a subject that has an issue, you've solved it on one side, solve it on the other. Mum's eyes are not precious, they disappear. So if mum and dad turn towards each other, you'd have the benefit of what's happening with dad. He's a person who crushes down his eyes too. But because he's looking sideways, we're not paying attention to that. So if they look towards each other with the children running through towards us, it could have been anything. It really could have been very high.
Brilliant. Sorry, can I just ask what you said about the mum's eyes? I didn't quite understand what you said.
Okay. There's certain people who, when they smile, the eyes disappear.
Oh, yeah.
And unbelievably, even though they're not related, her husband does that. So what's happened is the solving that I see that the photographer's inputted is he's asked, or he hasn't asked, but he's noticed that the person's turned their head, and that doesn't mean you've got two subjects in front crushing their eyes down. But if she'd turned her head to him, I reckon it would have enveloped the kids. It would have enveloped the photo. But it's the background that... I am going up, by the way. I don't want to sound like I'm being so super negative.
Amber?
I also awarded this as a silver distinction with an 85. This, as a mother, this is a family portrait that I would absolutely love to have of my family. I think that most people's eyes get a bit squinty or crushed when they smile, and I think that the casual joy and the balance of the casualness with the sort of more formal setting and the casual posing in this image is just really quite masterful, and I just really don't think that the eye thing is a problem. I love the little, you can see the beautiful little crow's feet on the mum's face, and I just love this image. I think it's very deserving of a silver distinction.
Summer?
I second what's been said, and to the eyes, I mean, it's almost a laugh smile, you know, which, yes, it crushes down your eyes a little bit, but I think it's very natural. It's a beautiful portrait. The dog just melts me.
And back to Russell for right of reply.
Just really quickly, Chris, I mean, we can't say if this or if that because this is what they've done. So this is what they've presented us, and this is what we're dealing with. And we can't help what happens to people's eyes either. I mean, that's just her. Some people are models and some people aren't, but they're still full of joy and full of life and full of love. And just all the detail that's been thought out here and presented to us has been done so in a very masterful way. And I think it sits solidly in a silver distinction. I'd love you guys to kind of take that on board if you could.
Brilliant. If we could rescore, please. And we have a 86 silver distinction. Well done. And we'll go to the next image, please. And we have a score of 76. That's a bronze award. Well done. Can I get a comment from... You looked at me again, Amber. Amber.
Congratulations on the bronze. I think that this is a beautiful portrait. Perhaps the baby is an old soul. The way that you could elevate this portrait is to make sure that the focus is really right on the baby's eyes, and just work on your compositing, the boots, and I'm not sure, perhaps some of those other elements don't quite look like they're really there.
Brilliant, thank you very much. And we'll go to the next image, please. And we have a 75, a bronze award. Well done, we'll accept that. And can we have a comment from... Tanya, you looked at me that time.
Sure. Yeah, if the photographer could perhaps use a telephoto lens, get back further, and then the background, that could create a bit more separation from the background. And there's a bit of tension with the little toddler's feet being so close to the edge of the frame, and then just with the eyes closed of the grandmother, and then the tongue showing of the man, maybe just to work on those expressions.
Thank you very much. Next image, please. And we have an initial score of 78. That's a bronze award. And I think, yes, Christopher, you'd like to challenge that.
For 2 days I've sat on panels where people have complained that the emotion wasn't inferred enough. This is the best example. I wish I could drag those competitors in here to see how to confer motion. The step up of the father figure or the grandfather figure, the pattern on the lady's dress, and the reaction of everyone. It's just a gorgeous portrait of children's reactions to adults acting silly. I just think it's a marvellous thing. And stylistically, you've pulled all the colours in. So there's nothing disparaging about the colour selection. So I think this is a gorgeous memory.
Right, we'll go to Tanya at the other end of the scale, please.
So I awarded this 70, so in the professional standard range. I appreciated the humour and the emotion, and then the grandparents getting in there to perhaps make the grandchildren laugh. But I just sort of left left it at, I wasn't seeing it as a silver, in a silver range.
Brilliant. Russell? I scored at high bronze. I might have been a bit tough on. I might be coming with you, Chris. I've made quite a bit of money out of family portraits, and one of the biggest money shots of all is if you could include the grandparents with the grandkids. You've got a client, man. You've got and so this is I've never done this. I've never actually seen this either. So the whole musical chairs kind of thing is the concept I kind of get out of it, and the fact that the grandparents have enough energy, let alone physicality, to buy into this moment is actually quite lovely. When it first popped up, I was kind of distracted with that whole spectral sort of feel of the light blasting through the tree, but in the end I actually quite enjoy that energy coming into the image because it it adds to the energy of the image. And the kids are, the two girls are priceless really. So, confidence with the background, don't care, forgiven. I think I might have been a bit mean on it actually, Chris, and I might come up into silver with you, buddy. Brilliant. Summer? Yeah. So.
Just real quickly, I mean, this is the kind of image that is an heirloom for generations to come. And just to remind the category of family and connection, and this is quintessential family. It's beautiful.
Brilliant. Christopher?
And if we're looking at sheer professionalism away from the candid nature of what's been captured here, even where they've landed their exposure in the zone, they've been able to capture the print so that the hair's not a distraction, the backlighting is just perfect to give it that feel of activity. If they'd messed up their exposure, there'd be so many printing issues with this photo. So the degree of professionalism. But let's get back to the subjects. There's so much love in this photo. It's not static. It's gorgeous. It really needs to come up a category.
Let's please rescore.
Remind me what the initial score was?
The initial score was 78.
Okay, thanks.
And we have 84.
Right.
So a solid silver. Right, before we go on to the next slide, we'll take Amber off. Thank you very much. And Joe, we'll put you on. And we will take Tanya off and Faru on, please. Right, if we're all logged on, we'll go on to the next image, please. All right. We have a score of 72 for a high professional standard. I would like to hear a comment, please. Joe, yeah?
It's the delightful expression, gorgeous capture of the baby bump. To elevate this, the lighting is quite harsh and it's not really very flattering on her thighs. Also those boxes, which are such a fundamental geometrical feature of this photo, they're not quite straight to the camera, which is a little distracting.
Thank you. Let's have the next photo. Just judging the judgeable screen, not the TV. Thanks, guys. I know it's tempting to have a peep.
Thanks, team. We've got a 73, high professional standard. A little bit of feedback for the photographer. Yeah, Russell, go on.
It's cute, but a little bit too much foreground for me, and the kite touching the cloud was a little bit disappointing to me. I would have found it nicer to be in that space personally. And the little gap on the back of the outfit coming out of the baby's head also I found a little distraction. So just you know, I have a saying, you know, look twice, shoot once.
Thank you. Next image, please. Thanks, team. We've got a 71, a high professional standard. Farouk, do you want to give us some feedback for the photographer?
Yeah, creamy softer color palette, good composition. However, the lighting is a bit harsh, and we almost lost some of the details in the right side of the face.
Thank you. Let's have the next image. And we have 75, a bronze award. We can clap for that. Can I have a comment for the photographer, please? Russell?
Sure, I really enjoy it, and I think the photographer's done a great job here. 2 characters unseen, but we can kind of imagine, I don't know, whether his face is being licked or, I don't know, kissing each other or whatever. It's quite cool. Haven't actually seen this before. Enjoy the negative space, just planting to the left. If anything, it's just a little bit hot in the background for me, and yeah, apart from that, really, really well done.
Thanks, Russell. I would like to do a little judge swap now, and it's nothing to do with that, Russell, but I'm going to ask you to step off. Okay. Always good for a comment. I appreciate it. Richard, saw you stretching and warming up there a second ago. Ready to step in? Maybe we'll get Steve back in too, eh? Christopher, do you want to take a break? Thank you. Great judging. Yeah, all good, mate. Welcome back to the panel, Richard and Steve. Let's have the... Oh, I have to click a button. Classic. Let's have the next photograph, please. As it's approaching 3 p.m, just a reminder that the bar in the foyer will be open shortly, should you wish to celebrate or drown your sorrows. It's not you, judges. Yeah, panel chairs do accept cold beverages as thanks. Okay, we have a 72, which is a high professional standard. And if someone would like to give me some constructive feedback for Farouk?
Yeah, lovely moment capture well. Perhaps the little girl's backhand, it looks the hand is not really comfortable. Perhaps revisiting the posing for a better image.
Thank you. Let's have the next print, please. Or photograph, sorry. We are judging the family category, which is sponsored by Canon. And I saw Tom, Ula, Nigel, Joseph and Jeff earlier setting up all their goodies at the trade stand. Go and see them tomorrow. Thank you. We've got a 72, which is a high professional standard. I would like a comment from one of our newer panel members, Richard. You're both chewing lollies right now.
It's quite a neat little moment and moment captured. Just very, very hot with the light, especially on the white dress on the left. It's kind of really bouncing out. So yeah, just tone down those highlights and the brightness.
Thank you. Good feedback. Let's have the next photo, please. '73, high professional standard. Would like some feedback for the photographer. Yeah, Joe, go for it.
This is a really sweet little moment. Unfortunately, there's just there's too much going on in it, and it's quite distracting. I think a circular crop, if you'd come a bit closer and got rid of a lot of the edge clutter, would have really elevated this one.
Thanks, Joe. Let's have the next photo, please. Other announcements. There is the In Pursuit of Giants movie screening Sunday evening. If you want a ticket to that, go and see Gerard on the Ilford stand. He's the master of the tickets. And we have a 72, high professional standard. I'm going to look down the far side for some comments. Yeah, Farouk, sure.
Yeah, I can say that. A very engaging portrait.
Grab that microphone.
Very engaging portrait. I think more attention to the styling and details can benefit the image.
Thank you. Let's have the next photo, please. Remember, you can vote for your favourite judge and or panel chair in the box under the TV in the foyer, and or panel chair assistant. And we have a 72, a high professional standard. And I would like a comment, please. Steve.
I love the story of the shadow family seeming to be all together and looking very poised. I think just watch the highlights on it. Sort of the whites are sort of blown out a bit in the shirts and the sky, maybe.
Thanks, Steve. I'm going to ask you to take a little break. Thank you very much. Sarah Lee, you ready to jump back in? Fresh face on the panel again. And let's have the next image. If you can get to the button through all of these things on our... I've taken up the table so quickly. Okay, we have an 81. Steve's nodding at me. Yeah, you have a challenge available if you want to take it. Go on.
Thank you. I scored this 85, silver distinction. I think it's just really well handled, beautiful palette, so captivating. Feels like the Mona Lisa, you know, wherever I'm going, she's staring very intently at me. I think we get quite an insight to a deep thinking young woman, and I find it really captivating. I love how it's been lit. Just everything is strong and feels like it should be there.
Thanks, Steve. No one's too far behind, but Summer, I'll come to you for a bronze range perspective.
Yeah, I scored this a 77. It's a beautiful portrait. I love the collar, and there's something about, to me, it's just slightly over-processed, and the highlight under the chin keeps drawing my attention down there and away from her eyes, which are very engaging. So I'm listening. I could come up a little bit.
You do have something to add there, Joe?
I also find her gaze quite engaging, but I'm also distracted by the line under her chin and just the general hotness of the photo. But also, I'm just wanting a connection to somebody or something, I guess, in the family category. That's for high school.
Yeah.
Got a little bit of backup from Sarah Lee, but do you have something to contribute?
Yeah, no, I scored this an 85 purely on the engagement of those eyes and the really curious semi-Victorian crafted styling of it. But I agree with the light under the jaw and the connection. It's a beautiful photograph of the girl, but we don't get much more insight than that.
Thanks. Back to you, Steve.
Yeah, I saw the light from the reflector under her chin, and I liked it. It really defined the shape of her face. It didn't distract me. It made me think that there was intentional decision from the author. I also, I love the background they've used. I just find her gaze, it's not impassive. It's like there's a yearning there. There's something that keeps me looking at it, and I think that is connection. Please come up to a silver at least. What are we on? 81. Oh, that's good.
We're a silver.
So go up higher.
Looking for a silver distinction. Okay, I'll click my buttons because I didn't. Good grief. How many times today? Steve is the challenger. Now you may rescore this photograph. Currently on 81. Steve's hoping for a distinction. He got an extra point. That's an 82. It's a little bit more silver. Thank you. Can we have the next photograph, please? Thanks, judges. Pretty consistent there for an 85 majority 3, which is a silver with distinction. I think that deserves a bit of feedback from someone. Joe Will?
This is really beautifully done. We've all seen this concept of a lost baby and then a baby that's born, potentially twins before, but I think this one is a bit more elevated than most of which we've seen, and the lighting and its exquisite use of the korowai is beautiful. I love the use of the green on one side and then the colour on the other side for the foliage. Yeah, well done to the author. Photographer, sorry.
Thank you. Can we please do a little judge switcheroony? Summer, do you want to take a break? Sure. Can we get some fresh air? Amber, welcome back to the panel. And I'll click on that. Let's have the next photo, please. It's a 74. It's high professional standard. I would like a comment, please. Amber, our newest panel member.
The humour in this image is really lovely with the expression on the child's face. Just watch your exposure. There's quite a few elements on the on the child and the dad that are very hot, and just watch those horizon lines chopping straight through his head.
Thank you. Good feedback. Let's have the next photograph, please. Score 70. Oh, image score 78. Yeah, go on, Richard. You're in the next scoring range.
Have a go. I scored this in 83. There's got to be clearly there's a whole lot of humour in here, and there's also a story to tell. There's a moment to talk about for this family. Someone comes around and this image is on the wall. It's a discussion point for sure. I find it really humorous. I mean, a lot of us as photographers have had someone go, "Oh, we've got this old couch. It'd be really cool to take that into the forest or the beach," and this is the reality of it. And it's all gone wrong. Fantastic moment. It made me giggle. I was a little bit taken back by, quite often having brands or slogans, etc. on T-shirts is a bit of a no-no. But I looked closer and they were surfing labels, so that kind of tickled my sense of humour. And it's just, it's got a really cool story to it. And it's new, it's innovative, it's different. 83.
Thanks, Richard. Let's see. Joe, you were...
I gave this a 76, which is pretty close to the average. I definitely felt like it deserves to be up on the wall as an award, precisely for the humour. However, I felt that it was very obvious that this was going to happen. So for me, there's no element of surprise here. If you put a old sofa in the ocean, the water's going to come around you. So for me, I just didn't really entirely buy it. But the other thing I have is I feel like there's a lot of things that aren't very intentional with this photo. Like they haven't really thought through the crop. They haven't really thought through the clothing choices. The palette is a bit washy. The skin tones are a bit washy. I just feel like that there was a great shot here, but they didn't really capitalise on it. So I'm pretty happy with my bronze, but I am listening if you've got something new to add.
Amber?
I was also on a 76, and I really agree with the comments that you've made, Joe. For me, I feel like I couldn't lift it into the silver range because I really think that it would be much better cropped down from the top, and I just don't feel like there's been enough attention paid to the styling choice.
I think it's back to you, Richard.
Yeah, your meanies. I've just looked at the skin tone, so I'm fine with them. Yeah, fantastic moment captured. You don't necessarily know this is going to happen if you take that sofa out there. You look at those waves, they're not big waves in the background. This could be an absolute freak swell that's come up behind them. Not sure how they're going to get that couch out of there. I bet this was a big story, a big day, an eventful thing, and I think it's a valuable something on this family's wall that they'll always look back on, have a bit of a giggle.
Thanks very much. All right, let's score it again. $79. Let's play the review game. One more scoring round. Can we have a 79 or an 80? Once and for all, bronze or silver? Bronze it is, 79. Next photograph, please. And the print scores 80 for a silver award. Joe, yeah? Keen to say
I love
something?
all the things that are implied but not shown in this picture. This picture is actually a photo of Mum and Dad. We can't see them, but we can see that baby's looking up at Mum and Dad going, shit, help, help. And the kid and the mum and the dad, you can hear them screaming, don't whack the baby, don't hit the baby. And I just love that. That's such a simple, clean, pure image, but we get this whole backstory, and anyone who's ever had a toddler and a newborn is feeling this photo.
Yep.
Well done to the photographer.
Thank you, Joe. Let's have the next photo, please. Very consistent scoring there, team. We've got a 76 for a bronze award. Sarah Lee, can you give us a comment for the photographer?
Yeah, this is a very beautiful image of a baby and baby animals. The parents would have loved it. Just be careful when you're compositing. There's a very unusual dark, sharp artifact on the far right. And if you continue darkening down and blurring out that backdrop, it'll keep the focus on the subject.
Thank you. Let's have the next photograph, please. Okay, we have a 75. That's a bronze award. Richard, can you give us a comment for the photographer?
Congratulations on the bronze. There's interesting design happening here, and obviously there's been some thought put into it. I was a little bit iffy about the fact that the shape comes down through the top of the head and then out the bum, but yeah, that's me.
Sure. Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a 73. That's a high professional standard. Who's got a comment for me this time? Joe's got it. Always good for a comment, Joe.
Lovely posing, and you've got some nice sort of stylistic choices there. However, your skin tones are quite out and your lighting is really hot in parts. Just keep working on your lighting and your skin tones.
Thank you. Let's have the next image, please. And we have a pretty consistent bronze at 75. And put down the far end there. Comment for the photographer?
Congratulations on your bronze. For me, I could really see a porcelain doll, and there's a really interesting disconnecting connection through her eyes, which I know that doesn't really make sense, but I just found that really intriguing about the portrait. I think things that would have elevated it would be just to pay a little bit more attention to the posing and watch where that horizon line ends up. I think that the photographer's point of view could have come down.
Thanks very much. Let's have a look at the next photograph. And we have a very consistently scored 75 for a bronze award. Sarah Lee caught my eye behind everyone's.
Wasn't trying to. Sorry, Jess. Apologies, photographer. There's not words coming right now. This is wonderful capture of personality. There's so much expression in that little boy's raw. Just be careful perhaps of having a head without any other body parts. With having all those leaves over top of him as well, it does disconnect him, and we do have that floating head feeling going on.
Thanks very much. Let's have a look at the next photograph, please. Guys are on a wavelength. It's a pretty solid 76 for bronze. Joe, comment, please.
Beautiful connection between the mum and the baby, and lovely posing. I would say that it's a little bright overall, and baby's not really that sharp. And just be mindful of your biggest component of your photo being quite dominating in that dress.
Thank you. Next image, please. Try and rustle up some snacks for judges if you need anything. Let us know if there's anything else. Water? Beer? Not yet. We have an 85. Joe was ready to challenge that right out of the gate before anyone else sat down.
Hello, I gave this a 93. This is so fun. What I love about this is even though this family has got masks on and we can't really see who they are, we can really see who they are through their body language. Every one of them has just got something different going on with their posing, or even like the little tilt of what I assume is the father's head. The mother's tilting the other way. There's just so much expression in this, and I love how you can sort of peel away the faces but still say so much about the family. And I think it's beautifully crafted. It's got that sort of old-timey feel, which I'm really enjoying. And then you've got the little cookie of the cat at the end going, I'm out. So, yeah, come on, guys. What's not to give a gold to this? It's really innovative, really different. I've never seen anything like it. It's heaps of fun.
The boys are holding things back on this occasion. Steve, do you want to tell us what was holding you back?
I'm
What your score was?
not really sure what's holding me back. I scored at 80. Initially, I thought, the backdrop's all wrinkly and weird, but then it just adds to it for me now. So I think I'm definitely going up. I did love the story of all the different characters. And I hadn't really looked at their body language so much, so thanks for that, Joe. That's good. I loved, the cat was just perfectly timed and positioned. So, yeah, I don't have much to say to bring it down. So, yeah, it's good.
Thanks, Steve. Cyril or Amber, one of you? Yeah,
Sure.
Amber?
I was on 85 initially, and I'm willing to come up just having another quick read through the judging criteria. Originality seems to be very important for gold, and I definitely think that there is truckloads of originality in this image. There's a lot of personality and a lot of quirkiness, and I think it does deserve to come up.
Awesome. Gold's on the table, so anyone's free to have a chat if they want to. We really need to make sure we cover it. Got anything new to add? Sorry.
No, I don't actually have a lot to add, but the one thing that draws me to it, which is the quirkiness, was also the thing that have left me sort of hesitating. But I love that they're they're heavily dressed, so all you see of human features is feet and hands, and everything else is characterised, and it's very cute.
Thank you. I think we're coming back to you, Joe.
As I've sat here, I've noticed that the end character is actually a dog. And doesn't that just sum up family? Isn't there always someone who's just on the edge, a little bit out? Black dog of the family. This is reading through gold. Outstanding level of imagination and creativity. Absolutely. Outstanding visual communication. I'm not going to go through all of them because I've read through all of them and it definitely ticks all the boxes. I haven't heard anything negative, so I really encourage you guys to all come up. I can't move my score, but you can certainly bump us up, guys. Let's go for gold.
Okay. Spinning wheel is spinning. 1 second. You should be able to rescore this image. It started at silver distinction. Joe's going for gold, and she's there. 91. Great work, team. Let us have the next photograph, please. Thank you. That is 73, which is a high professional standard. And some feedback for the photographer would be great, please. Sarah Lee.
This is obviously a lovely picture of kids getting dirty. Camera angle and timing, we don't see their faces, and there would be so much more for the parents and for the storytelling if we were on the other side of them and a little bit lower, and perhaps, if possible, change the colour of the boys' pants. They are the only thing that bright and colourful, and everything else is a beautiful blue tone.
Thanks very much. Let's do a little switchy swap. Joe and Richard, thank you very much. You've done some fantastic judging. Joe's got another gold under her belt as a judge. Russell and Faru, please rejoin the panel. Go sit over there, Russell. Can't have a boys' table and a girls' table.
Oh, come on.
You always do it. Okay, let's have the next photograph to be judged. Thanks, guys. That's a 66 professional standard, and I would like some constructive feedback for Faru, who's just joined the panel again.
Yes, it's beautiful location, good connection between sibling. However, the lighting is a bit harsh, and we almost lost details in some bright area, and there is a magenta cast all over the image and skin.
Thank you. Great feedback. Does anyone need a snack or a soft drink, piece of fruit, bit of baking? Yeah? Speak up. Tell us what you want.
A water.
A water. We've got a water right here. Yeah. Anyone want a Coke or a Sprite?
Thank you so much.
More water? More water. Just can't. Yes, we'll get some more water for you shortly. Any snacks? Snacks? Good for snacks? Keep it all handy in case you want something. Keep you lively. Get some sugar in you.
I'm good, thank you.
Reminded me I had this in the pocket.
Got a nice rhythm on, guys. We're going well for time, so good work. Good judging. Have a banana. Thank you. All right. I'll ping the next image up for you. Sarah Lee. Sarah Lee's going to hop off for a second. Summer, can you hop on for this one? We have a 74, that's high professional standard. Yeah, Amber's going to have a comment for the photographer, thank you.
There's so much potential in this image. There's a lot of lovely things going on. What holds it back from getting into the awards range for me is those bright orange balls of wool down the bottom and the cropping of the cat at the bottom. And also there's quite a few elements within the image that are just a wee bit hot. So just watch your exposure.
Thanks very much. Great feedback. We will have the next photo. Look at me go, pressing all the buttons. Oh, Summer, you could. That was just a one-er. You could hop off, and Sarah Lee can jump back in. Thank you. And print scores 77 and it's a bronze award. Some feedback for the photographer, please. Yeah, Faru.
Yeah. Beautiful, engaging portrait with camera, great expression, love the breeze on her hair. There is two branch which is dark and passing atop of her head and behind, which is a bit distracting, perhaps a bit reduce it to for improving the composition of the image.
Thanks, Faru. Just make sure you're talking to the microphone.
Awesome.
That's okay. Yeah. Let's have the next photograph. You never know if they're listening to your comments at home, and we want them to hear them.
Yeah.
Such good learning opportunities. So 73, a high professional standard. I would love to hear a comment for the photographer, Russell.
Potentially quite it's a lovely little moment, but there's a few things that are just distracting, mainly when you go in there, that the grass going in and out of the girl's head between dad and his daughter, and just things flying around a little bit. Yeah, a little bit too much foreground maybe. Yep, but good connection with the photographer, you can tell that.
Great. Thank you, Russell. Have the next photo, please. Apologies for the live stream for munching a banana loudly into the microphone without muting it. Thank you, judges. That is a 72, high professional standard. I'm looking for some feedback from Amber. Oh.
I'd just like to first declare that I am no expert in baby photography, but this is a lovely capture, but to me the compositional elements are just so very confusing and distracting. So perhaps just have a bit more of a play around with where you are placing such dominant colours within an image.
Thanks very much. Let's have the next photo, please. Very consistent judging there for a 76 bronze award. Steve, can you give us a bit of feedback?
Sure. Congratulations on the bronze. It's a beautiful image. The big sister's done so well. Just watch the hand position of the baby. It sort of gets in the way a bit. But yeah, that's the main thing that I can see in it.
Thank you. Let's have the next photo, please. Thank you, judges. We have a 76. That's a bronze award. And can I please have a comment from Russell?
It's one of those funny ones, really. I mean, it's sort of semi-perfect, but just something that just needs to take you away, and it didn't do that. But it's beautifully sharp everywhere. It's got a lovely sparkle. Maybe the lighting's just a weeny bit kind of flat, but hot on the shirt too. But other than that, it's really quite lovely. And once again, it's got an award, and it deserves it.
Thank you. Can we please do a little judge swapperoonie? Sarah Lee, thank you. Been doing great work. Tanya, do you want to jump in? Haven't had you on the panel for a while.
Bring all your stuff.
Setting up camp. Who would you like to be? You could stay with. Oh yeah, Lizzie. That'd be great. I'll just might need to give it a second.
Okay, yep, all good.
More water? Two more waters? Make that 3. Okay, let's go to the next photo. Thank you, judges. And that's a 74, which is a high professional standard. I'd like a comment. Faru, raring to go.
Yeah, it's such an engaging, beautiful family portrait. The vignette in the background is a bit heavy-handed, and there's a orange tone in mother's skin, perhaps just desaturated a bit.
Thanks very much. Good feedback. Let's have the next photo, please. Thank you, judges. That's a 71, which is a professional standard, and some feedback from our newest panel member, Tanya.
Sure. Yeah, there's obvious love captured here with the little girl holding her sibling's hand, and joy in the mum's face. But if the photographer just looked at a different angle that doesn't focus so much on the mum's nose, and which is quite unflattering, just in getting into a different angle to show us more of the people, that would be really helpful.
Thanks, Tanya. Thanks to our snack and water fetcher. Doing excellent work. Let's have the next photo. Thanks, judges. That's a 75, which is a bronze award. Can we have a comment, please? Steve. Yeah, go on, Steve. Haven't heard your comments for a while.
It's a lovely moment. The dog and the connection of the dog and the girl is just immediate and evocative, and I love the leading lines of the grass up into the subject as well. I think the only thing that really detracted for me was just gets quite dark in the bottom right hand corner, and there's a tree really on the edge on the right that could have been cropped off, and they would have just brought it back into the middle.
Thanks, Steve. Let's have the next photograph to judge. Russell, you have to get up. It's the rules. Thank you. Pretty consistent stuff there. So we have a 71, which is high professional standard. Can someone keen to give us some feedback? For yeah.
Yeah, very classic portrait, maternity portrait. There is some strong yellow and orange tone happen in her skin tone. Perhaps just refine that.
Thanks very much. Let's have the next photograph, please. Who have we got? Christopher, would you like to hop on for Amber, please? I'm muted. We have a 79 average for a start. Couple of silver. Yeah, Faru, you're going to take it?
Talk about this and bring it to silver.
Really get that mic close. Want to hear
I have
you.
a big problem with this mic. Yeah, it's the lighting is really well designed and well handled, very engaging with the camera. There is a expression in her eyes. The freckle is very well captured. The skin tone, the outfit, all the details is very well captured. And I know this is a family portrait, and we all looking for connection or between family together. But it's a beautiful portrait, and I think it's really deserved to sit in silver.
Russell, what do you think?
I don't think it does. I've scored at 74. An opportunity lost, really. I mean, everything's been so well thought out, but we can see by the catchlight in her eye where the light's coming from, as well as, and I wish it wasn't there, that massive hot spot in her forehead, which I still can't take my eyes off. So it's like a big hole in her head, really, and it should have been handled post, and it could easily have been, and then the image would have rocketed into silver probably. But, you know, with the control that we have as photographers, we need to look at these things, and it wasn't looked at in this instance.
Thanks, Russell. I would like to hear from someone close to the average, maybe Christopher.
I do appreciate that the subject is delivering. It's the photographer that's letting us down. The subject is delivering. Why? Because so many photos of children, they're overwhelmed by their circumstances. They're in a professional studio. This child is a very definite human being. She'll become a very definite adult. The black shadows are okay, but to solve Richard's problem, I would have resorted to a much softer light source as the light source, and then in post done exactly all the good work you've done in reducing tones around the dress. But a much broader, softer light tone would have done you big favours in post.
Thanks, Christopher. I think we'll come back through you to address these things.
Thank you so much, Russell and Christopher, for your comment. And I know there's a bit harsh light on her forehead, but it's not that much that we can't forget about and forgivable. Sorry. And I think this kind of contrasted light really work with this subject, especially when the person we are taking photo has freckle and very strong eyes. We are not looking to make it softer because this is such a strong feature of their face. We want to actually enhance it. So for that reason, I think this contrasted light work perfectly for her, and especially for outfit. And the color palette is another thing. It has like such an autumn feeling feeling in this color palette, all the outfit, the flower, the color of the hair, all perfectly work together. And that's when we are have the very high level of craft and skill and technique. So for all that, it's just like few points, guys.
All right, thank you. I will just click the extra button, and you may rescore this image based on that discussion, and we will see if we can get it past the cusp. We have. It's a silver at 81. Lovely. All right. Can we have the next photo, please? Thank you, Christopher, for stepping in there. Amber, jump back into your spot on the panel. Just out of the award range at 74 for high professional standard. Can I have some feedback for this photographer, please? Amber?
Sure. I actually really enjoy the moment that the photographer has managed to capture here. The look between the parents. I feel like I really know what they're thinking. What have we done here? Look at all these boys. But I think what would have elevated this magical capture into the awards range would just have been to pay some more attention to the cropping and the hill line going through the little boy's head.
Thanks very much, Amber. Let's have the next photograph, please. Such valuable feedback to get from these learned and experienced photographers who are judging this work, taking time out of their businesses. And we have a high professional standard at 71. And I would love some feedback for the photographer. Yeah, Furu?
It's such a lovely subject to capture. In terms of having like a hair light or backlight, it's better to just set the light a bit up and behind her, so instead of having it beside her or the side of her. So, and a bit wider crop definitely benefit the image.
Thank you. Can we have the next photo, please? Okay, we have a 68, which is professional standard. I would appreciate some feedback for the photographer, Tanya.
mean, there's quite a gorgeous little expression in the little kid on the left, with the boot sort of right in front of him. But they're just having the one parent missing, and some sort of slightly awkward expressions, and then sort of bring it down a bit, and then not a lot of detail. That bright area in the background does lead our eye out, where there's nothing to sort of look at there. Maybe just crop it a bit more at the top too.
Thanks, Tanya. Let's move on to the next photograph to judge. I have a 70, which is a professional standard, and Steve's got some feedback for the photographer.
Yeah, I like the composition. I really like where you've placed the mum in the frame. I just want to see more of the baby, so just turn her body so she's a little bit more front on to the camera.
Thank you. Good. We're going to swap some judges now. Always get a comment from the person we're about to kick off the panel, don't I? But Steve, thank you. Great judging. Hop off. Christopher, do you want to jump in? And thank you, Amber. Wonderful work. Really appreciate it. Summer, do you want to jump back in? Welcome aboard. Back on the team, guys. Let's have the next photo, please. Okay, the print score is 73. That's a high professional standard. Russell's itching to give us some constructive feedback.
It's got the photographer's done well. There's lots of lovely colour and saturation there, which I enjoy, but I think there's just a little bit too much in the image, and could have been brought in a little bit closer. Just a little bit of grass going across the cat's leg sort of took my eye, but all that stuff at the top and sides doesn't really need to be there. In fact, it could have been cropped really tight and could have been quite a humorous image. Thank you.
Thanks, Russell. Let's have a look at the next photo. Thank you, judges. We have a 78. That is a bronze award. Very cool. You may. Please do.
Although the adult hands lead you to the subject, they don't separate from the subject. So the very simplest thing you could do here is incorporate a radial filter around just the very visage of that child's face, from her eyebrows down to her chin, and let everything else slowly and very subtly darken off. And you'd have a piece that was just gorgeous. I know the client loved it, but in a competition.
Thanks, Chris. Can we please see the next photo? That's a 70, which is a professional standard. Can someone give me some feedback? Tanya? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, the photographer's captured a very delicate moment, and obviously there's some joy in this woman having experienced what looks like breast cancer and having a newborn. Just to look at the angle of the mum's head, because the way the nose is protruding out isn't very flattering, and there's a lot of light on her forehead and top of her hair and arm. So just perhaps look at the angle that you're capturing and the way where the lighting is, and there's that heavy shadow under her breast on our camera left that could be tweaked.
Thank you very much. Great feedback. Can we see another photo, please?
We have a score of 84, Silver Award. Russell, yes, you can challenge that. Go ahead.
Okay, so we all like it. So let's just look at it a little bit longer. It's a really fantastic piece of communication, and I just love the juxtaposition between this burly sort of man's man, if I could say that, and these dainty little creatures whom he obviously loves and adores. It's obviously a hobby, and a great association with them in each of the frames. You know, the love and the association is one thing, but then the last frame just allows that thing that we've possibly all experienced. I know I have, when they nibble on your ear like that. You know, he's scrunching his face because you just don't know quite how hard that bite's going to be. And those little lovebirds sitting on top of his head, loving each other, and just the whole thing is quite beautiful. I really enjoy the vignetting. I like the colour tone, and just the balance of it, and the fact that we can take all of him in the middle frame and then come closer a little bit more intimately either side is really quite fantastic. So looking at the bird's left frame, looking out of the last frame, leading us on to who knows what next, I think it's really quite clever and quite neat and worthy of a distinction.
Excellent. Who's pretending to be Lizzie?
Oh, me.
Tanya, can I hear from you, please? You're on 81.
Yeah, this is a really cool image, and for everything that you said, I totally agree. I think I would have just loved to see the centre image as a bigger image on the left and the other two, one above the other, just to bring, I mean, I love that image in the centre a lot as well. I think they could have all stood alone on their own individually. Happy to be talked up, 'cause it's a stunning and an original series of images.
Excellent. Christopher?
When we ever get 2 or 3 images, you know they're going to be compared on the strength of each one against each one. The first image just doesn't hang. But the reason I've scored it at 83 is the other two are glorious. The middle one has all the passivity of that Richard Avedon shot where the beekeeper's covered in his bees. Here he's trying to be normal with these birds spaced so beautifully around him and doing their own thing. And he's got a wise smile. And then if you just put that image up against the consequences of being that close to your subject and letting them have their own reign, they bite back. So I would have thought that was a great contrast, those two images. But it's certainly a glorious piece of work.
Wonderful. Back to you, Russell.
Funnily enough, Chris, the first image is one of my favourites, really. It's just so quiet, and in each of those images, what's happening in that image is just perfect. I mean, the first image, they're sort of looking at each other. You know, the two of the birds are sort of enamoured with the man, it seems, and the man is certainly enamoured with them. And then that wonderful circularity of all those little critters all over him in the centre, you know, reinforced by the shape of his hands coming together. I enjoy that image because it's all of him. He needs to obviously be further away. We couldn't have had him bigger in the same size frame. And then the last one's great because the birds, you know, nibbling on his ear, and the two birds at the top are sort of mirroring and mimicking what's happening below with each other. The more I look at it, the more I like it, and I wish I could change my score, but I think it's really comfortably in the silver distinction. I really hope you guys kind of buy into that with me and move it up. It'd be great. You're nearly there anyway. Sorry, mate, my name's Russell. That's right. But I'll be anything you like. I scored 86, but I wished I'd scored higher, which I hope you do.
Thanks for that, Russell. We're currently sitting on 84, so let's rescore and see what we get. And congratulations to the photographer. We've got 87, silver distinction.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, can we have the next print, please? The next image, please. We have a score of 76, Bronze Award. Yes, Christopher, you want to challenge? Or just speak to it?
I just put it just gently into the next category because you've set a rod for your back. I mean, sessions are booked when they're booked, but to take one in the middle of the day when the light's so harsh and actually use it as a tool to your advantage, because what we've got here is like the brightness of the moment. You could have gone back into that darkness and that child thrown that toy and it would have got lost in foliage. But what's happened is the toy is surrounded by a beautiful gift, which is the backlighting and the children's expressions. You can't ask for better. You've got delight imposed by the situation. I just think perhaps it should have been cropped closer.
Was that a challenge or a feedback?
I'm asking you to join me in silver.
Challenging.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Can I hear from Faru? You're sitting at 68.
Yeah, Christopher, I really like this. I just wrote it down, a brightness of the moment. I love that. However, I think the backlighting and the flare, the microphone. However, the backlighting and the flare from the top is just too strong and too distracting. And it's hard to see their joy, the expression. And another thing for me is missing here is like the connection. I know it's a very joyful image, but the connection between them or the connection between the doll or this is a bit missing for me. Yeah, but I'm listening to you.
Okay, Russell.
Yeah, I scored it, I think it was 78, and I chickened out. I'm with you, Chris, actually. I think the lens choice and all that flare just gives it a kind of a heavenly kind of feel, and those rays coming out of the sky, almost like they've been shone down upon even more directly. And I think the connection is actually there for her because she's holding a doll and he's throwing his, well, she's holding a toy, doll, whatever, and the connection is there that he has one too, but he's let his go. Whether it's ascending to the heavens or what, I don't know. But I actually really enjoyed the flare that's been purposefully presented to us like this. It's quite brave, and I think I'm actually loving it enough to actually lift my score, Chris.
Okay. Has anyone got anything different to add? No? Chris?
I'm going to suggest you really just give it a couple points more so it just graces into silver, because one of the things that a lot of these shots we don't understand is the owner wants their children, they want their children in the sort of happiness that they see every day, but they also want a bit of the environment of where they live. And so you've got children mucking up in the landscape that they're growing up in. And I think that's a beautiful capture in a very dangerous time of the day to work.
All right, let's rescore. And you get your wish, 81 silver award. Okay, let's move on to the next image. Chris is here as well. Sorry. Got two Chris's want to do everything for me. Sit down if you want, just press the button. And we have a score of 75, bronze award. Can I have a comment, please, Tanya?
Yeah, I would have liked to see the surrounding a little darker, just to draw that focus in onto the baby a bit more. That was. Just, yeah.
Thank you. We'll have the next image, please. We have a score of 72. Professional practice. May I have a comment from Christopher, please?
I actually scored this in the 80s. I thought that there was a couple little tricks here that were helping us. Having the child rest on its hand. Most children in profile don't present a very good profile, but having it rest on its hands actually puffed out the back cheeks, so it actually got a much better profile. I also loved the attention to detail with all these little butterfly wings made out of native flowers. I just thought there was so much ingenuity in this photo. Look, I'm going to say please give it a bronze because I don't see it going any further than that, but please judge it up from where you've gone.
Is it a comment or a challenge?
Just tell us if it's a challenge
It's
or
a challenge.
Sorry, yes, he's more than 10 points above.
Oh, right,
Yes,
right, right.
sorry, I didn't pick it up straight away. It's my fault.
Yeah, okay.
You can't. It says automatic challenge with a red box underneath here. Okay. Just bear with us, guys, while we get this cleared up.
But either way, let's just treat it as a challenge, eh?
Yep. Yep.
Yep, because it's 10 points, you know. Yeah. Can I say something?
All right, yeah, go for it, Russell.
I actually scored at 65. Two beautiful subjects that don't need to be married like this. I mean, is it an attempt at wings or is it an attempt at what? I don't know. Just putting a... Yep, the baby's got a lovely profile and the flowers look great, but they just don't belong to each other in this image. There's just no explanation as to the shape of the presentation here, and I just completely don't get it as a piece of communication at all.
Thanks for that, Russell. Has anybody got something to add? Sorry, we're just still trying to clear up this rule to make sure that the challenge is allowed. I'm getting conflicting advice, so just bear with us for a moment, please.
The screen says AC, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah, so that's it.
Maybe we just continue with the challenge and we'll work it out and then decide whether it gets
Okay.
applied.
All right. I'd like to hear from Summer, please.
The composition is a struggle for me as well. I think there's too much white space. I think this would have been better and stronger as a symmetrical center composition.
Thank you. Have you got anything to add? Anyone? Anything different to add? No? Well, back to you. Oh, sorry. Go on through.
Yeah, I think, yeah, Christopher, it's a very well captured profile of the baby. It's very quiet, calm, and peaceful, but I think the lighting is really harsh and flat, and we don't have any depth or shadow here. Perhaps that's a problem. We can understand the composition.
Okay, and back to you, please, Chris.
I just saw the ingenuity in using native flowers as wings and posing them up, but also the posing I thought helped in giving you a profile professionally.
Fantastic. We're currently sitting on 72. Chris is in the silver range. I'll get everybody to rescore, please. Okay, and we've got 73, professional practice. Thank you. All right, I might just do a quick judge change. Russell, can you take a break for a moment and we'll get you back, please, Richard. And Faru, I'll get you to take a break as well. And Joe, would you like to come back? Okay, we'll have the next image, please. Okay, pretty consistent judging. We do have a score of 74. Are we happy with that? Yes, excellent. Can I have a comment, please, from Jo?
I feel like there was a really beautiful moment here, but the photographer was just a little too close to really capture it. We've got the heads very much up the top of the frame. I think if the photographer had just taken one step back and got the man's emotion and also not just clipped the woman's underwear, I think we would have had a much more successful image.
Thanks for that, Jo. And we'll have the next image, please. We have a score of 73. And would somebody like to would somebody please like to make a comment for the photographer? Christopher, would you mind?
There's a beautiful photo on the first third, but it has nothing to do with the moment in time. The twin profile is beautifully captured. So what are you here for? You're here for a pregnancy shot, and yet for some reason you've allowed the hands to slip up and disguise a huge part of the moment. If you'd lowered the arms much more gracefully, rather than having her arm bent at 45 degrees, you'd actually cusp the very lower half of the pregnancy. But let's face it, you're that close. You're just attention to detail.
Thank you very much for that. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. Oh, let's. Yeah, I might just pass this over to Jace because he's had a clarification on the ruling from the last challenge.
Thank you. Sorry, this is it's going to be an ongoing thing, I think. So we've had conflicting advice from different people. So we've got a very strict message this morning, and I've talked about it already, around no challenges to images scored in the professional standard range. I'm now being told that that was too blanket, and it is allowed for 10 points and over. So the bronze scoring range doesn't trigger the challenge. It has to be points away.
Plus, if you're challenging, you have to be in the silver range. If there's a 10-point difference, you have to be in that silver range.
Yeah.
Like 10 points is an AC.
Yeah. So I apologise for the confusion over it. It's frustrating to me to be passing on confusing messages, and I've asked for some strict clarity on it. My impression is that it hasn't affected any scores dramatically, and we've made notes of every time it has been an issue, then they'll get reviewed. But it's in Honour's hands to sort of determine that, and we're doing our best to pass on clear messages as much as possible. So going forward, an automatic challenge will be allowed from that range, but not anything else.
Anything under 10 points when it's in the professional range won't trigger a challenge. Cool. Okay, cool. Need to shake it all off a little bit.
The main thing is we've supported every image, nothing's lost out.
That's right. That's correct. Okay, we ready to move on? Next image, please. Okay, and we have a score of 70. Very even scoring across the board. Can I have a comment, please, from Joe? Thank you.
Really good work on working with that little boy, not to have him tip his baby brother or sister out of the little bed there, and also to get him looking so engaged. And the baby's beautifully posed. You just really need to take a bit more control. You've got a blue corner coming up to the left, and there's quite a lot of blown highlights. The edge of the bed is so bright that it is pulling our eye. And just if you're going to put little elements in, try to think how they contribute to the story. Currently, the little wooden toy, it's hard to know what the relevance is.
Thank you, Joe. Let's move on to the next image. And we have a score of 75, Bronze Award. Okay, can I have a comment for the photographer to help them improve this image? Tanya?
Yeah, beautiful expression captured. Just to help it elevate it further would be getting higher up and then using more of a zoom lens and a wide angle, because you've got some distortion of the bed, and perhaps keep it more simple with your props. That would help.
Excellent. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 83. Joe, you're available to challenge? Yeah?
I put this on 85. I feel like it deserves to be in the silver distinction range. You've got, I think I counted 7 or 8 really good performances coming on there. I love the way is it a cat that's in or a tiny dog in the hat at the end. It's been beautifully presented. Everything is thought through from the top of the frame to the bottom of the frame. I mean, it's theatre. It's just quite delightful. I walked up there and it just made me smile. It's colour. It's just so much fun. I think there's just so much thought being put into this piece too. I possibly would have liked to see a bit more of dynamic. Sorry, getting tired. Sorry, guys. A bit more of a dynamic interaction between them, rather than necessarily interacting with the photographer. And had it been that, I would have taken it even higher. But I feel like it definitely deserves to sit in the silver distinction range. And I see we're pretty close, so I encourage you guys to come up.
Excellent. Summer, you're sitting on 79.
Yeah. You know, it's very creative. There's a lot of visual elements that are well thought out. For me, everyone with sort of the same, and it's very quirky, but all of the expressions are sort of the same. And just looking at the camera, I could be pushed up to silver. For me, what would have brought it up is just more quirky personalities coming through. Yeah.
Thanks for that. Tanya, have you got something you'd like to add?
Yeah, I scored this in the silver range at 82, and yeah, there's lots of creativity and thought gone into this image, as has been mentioned. Just what let it down for me, keeping it that low silver, is the shadows look really natural with all the people, but with the dog in the middle, there's just little shadows, but that doesn't. It looks like it's been dropped in, and so it doesn't have that believability like the rest of it does, which I think that just sort of brings it down a bit, and it's very bright on the face of the daughter on the right. So just everything else is just so beautifully done. There's just a few little elements that could have been also elevated.
Chris?
I was waiting for someone to mention this. It almost looks like a scene that's been clipped from a movie from a much earlier days, like the Lumino Brothers, because most vignetting's not contributing. This vignetting is actually contributing in a sort of sense that the lens has defects, and as it goes out, it's blurring and darkening. That's the aspect I love about it, because this is not a modern representation of a circus. This is the representation that are in children's books, because there was a golden era, and that's what I love, the golden colours and that vignette. It's beautiful.
Back to you, Jo.
Thanks for that. You've all brought things into it that I would like to talk about. First of all, actually the birds are looking to the side, looking down to see what's going on, and the dog on the end is not neutral. He is... I was going to say something inappropriate. Zip. He's really unimpressed. And I think he's the humour at the end. Everyone else is doing their job, but he's just like, what have you done to me? And when you get in and look at his expression, I just think it's mint. And I love what you've said too, Chris. I think, you could read into this that one of these parents, this was their childhood book that they loved, that they always wanted to have something that symbolised this for them. And I just think it's really quirky and fun, and just every little detail right from the top to the bottom has been thought out and placed and coloured perfectly. Yes, I think that the toes of the dog could be slightly darker, but I don't think we should take more than 15 points off for that. So I encourage you to come up.
Wonderful. We're sitting on an 83. Let's rescore. And it stays at 83, silver award. And we'll have the next image, please. Perhaps. We have a score of 71. Pretty consistent scoring there. Would somebody like to provide a constructive comment for the photographer? Summer?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm loving the colors of the pears and the baby. I think the red flowers in the corner are really distracting, and there's a lot of negative space, I think, even just with a crop in, and bring down highlights a little bit. But lovely job. Keep going.
Thank you. Before we move on to the next one, we are going to do a bit of a judge swap. Tanya, do you want to take a break? And Sarah Lee, would you like to rejoin us? Great. Let's move on to the next image, please. The next image, please.
I don't know how to use a PC.
And we have a score of 75, Bronze Award. Could I have a comment for the photographer, please? Sarah Lee?
The lovely capture of the beautiful expression, especially with the yawning baby. Just watch your highlights. There's a real loss of texture in a lot of the blanket, especially on the left. And yeah, a little lifting of the shadows on the faces as well.
Thank you. Let's move on to the next one. And we have a silver award at 80. Very consistent scoring there. Chris, would you like to speak to the image?
You're an exceptional practitioner. Very deep thinking. Just think about what the purpose is. It's portraiture. The first portrait is not a total success, but your idea is glorious. If you just worked on the first initial impression, which we would read from left to right, made it less murky, it just would have been so much better.
Thanks for that. We'll move on to the next image, please. We have a score of 71. Can I have a comment from Joe, please?
Lots of really sweet elements to this picture, and the baby's beautifully relaxed and posed there. It's a good idea, though, to tip your image if you've got a print, or even turn your head upside down and when you look at your images and really see what draws your eye. Currently, the brightest and most distracting thing in this photo is the zigzag of the cream fabric going through the middle, and also the fluffy around the baby's head. They're quite distracting.
Thanks for that, Joe. Let's bring up the next image, please. We have a score of 71. Can I have a comment from the other end of the table, please? Summer?
Sure.
Thanks.
You have a lovely line going through. First thing when I look at this, since this is a very posed portrait, I would shift everyone over and center all of the kids. And then I'm just looking for a little more, these are kids and some of them are dressed fairly casually in a wheelbarrow, just for a little more movement, connection, interaction. They're a little bit separate from one another, but lovely job.
Okay. Thanks for that, Summer. And can we bring up the next? Oh, sorry, before we do that, we are going to do a bit of a judge shuffle. Christopher, would you like to take a break? And we will get Faru in, please. And Summer, would you like to take a break as well? And we'll bring Amber back, please. Good, we're ready to go. Next image, please. We have a score of 74, high professional practice. Can I get a comment, please, from Richard?
Quite a quaint little dreamlike story going on here, and I really appreciate that. I kind of would love to see this cropped in a little bit further. There's a very heavy weighted tree on the right, and just be aware of aberration. So you've got some magenta coming through around the outlines of those apples.
Thanks very much. Next image, please. And we have a score of 71. Can I get Sarah Lee? Could you make a comment for the photographer, please?
Yeah, a lovely photograph of the boy and his favourite pet, I'm sure, the way he's holding it. Just beware of your composition. Obviously, we lose so much of the child and we don't see much of the expression. Just watch the focus as well. The cat is sharper than the boy is, and some of your highlights are well blown out, so just focus on exposure or pulling them down in Lightroom or something.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. Just before we move on, we're going to do one more judge change. Richard, would you like to take a break? And Russell, would you like to step in? Yes. How about Joe? Would you like to take a break? And we'll get Steve back, please. Come on down. Okay, we're ready to get going. Let's have the next image, please.
Can you
Just need
reset
a
our
screen up.
screens?
We just need our screen. Yep.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
I've caught Jace's disease and
We are
keep
still
forgetting to
awake.
press the buttons. It's coming. There we go. He should be right now. Okay, we have a score of 70. Professional practice. Can we please have a comment for the photographer? Maybe Steve?
Yeah, it's an intimate moment. The baby, toddler being caught just there kissing the tummy is really, really cute. It's very muddy in the darker tones, and it's just cropped at the bottom of the feet, and I think they would have been better to be left in.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 73. Who would like to provide a comment? Thanks, Faru.
Yeah, great expression, lovely subtle color palette. However, the dad is not really focused on the, and perhaps ask the dad to lean more forward or change the direction of the camera to have everyone sharp and focused on the image.
Thank you very much. May we have the next image, please? And we have 75, Bronze Award. And who would like to provide a comment for the photographer? Amber?
This was such a beautiful concept, this image, and it was just unfortunately let down by the technical qualities, and the edges are very unusual. Yep.
Okay. All right. Unusual. Okay.
But a really such a great idea. So keep going. Yeah.
Yep. Awesome.
It's a beautiful concept.
Good feedback. Wonderful. Let's move on to the next image. Okay, we have an initial score of 76, which is a Bronze Award. All right, who would like to comment for the photographer, how they could improve this image?
Yeah, it has such a beautiful warm color palette and a beautiful connection between mother and child. I really love the look of the cat. I have cats, so it's so gorgeous there. I think the lighting is a bit bright and harsh, especially on the breast and chest, so it looks very flat. And the mother hand, the left side, it looks a bit uncomfortable, and perhaps just revisit those areas.
Excellent. Thanks very much for that, Faru. And we're ready to move on to the next image. We have a score of 72. Professional practice. Can we get a comment, please, from Russell?
It's lovely being able to see textures up close, and I quite like the symmetry of it. Just a little bit disturbed perhaps by the woolen string or whatever it is on the bottom. But somehow or other I find that landscape sort of presentation is almost like it's sort of squashed the baby's face. It's an unusual sort of shape, but that's just me. But otherwise nicely lit, and there's lovely modelling on it. So yeah, well done.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And can we move on to the next image, please? And we have a score of 83 initially. Yeah, would you like to challenge that one, Russell?
I scored it 92. I just think this wonderful way, a wonderful piece of communication, really. And, you know, when a woman's pregnant, she's sort of laden, and there's an ever increasing weight to carry, and this just frees her up entirely, choosing water as a medium for her to just suspend herself in. And by that suspension, they've created a wonderful shape for her as well. Well, the woman has found a wonderful shape for herself, and the photographer has been blessed for her to do that. And so everything about her is, I find, really elegant, and I love the visual energy just flowing out of every limb she has. The placement of the arm, just hiding the breast a little bit, in between the tummy and the breast, is working great. And then just the proximity of the hand to the surface, marrying her to that confluence of bubbles, and I really enjoy that whole sort of spectral, sort of bubbly feeling at the top as well, contrasted with the serenity of what's below. The light is falling over her beautifully, modelling her shape and allowing it to fall off, not overexposed anywhere. I love the hair, the hands, the arms, the legs, the face, and just the whole idea of it, actually. And for me, it just works exceptionally well, and I've not really seen it before, which is helpful as well. It's original.
Excellent. Faru, you're at the other end of the scale at 78.
That's all right.
Hi. Russell, very great feedback. I really enjoyed the serenity of this image. For me, it has such a painterly lighting and look. I really enjoyed the blue color palette. However, this image doesn't have originality for me. I have seen a lot of this pregnancy, underwater pregnancy image. The top of image, it's blurry, and there are lots of, because of the bubble and the light, we have some like a white spot happened there, which I found it really distracting. I really love how she touched the surface of the water, and the reflection works perfectly with her. However, the left hand at the bottom it looks a bit awkward. It's not. It's just like a bit statistic for me, and the body shape. It's beautiful with the hair, but if it's like tilted a bit, if it's just like a 45 angle degrees, if just has some sort of movement, not really a straight fit, would be, for me, is a really great body shape. So for those reasons, I actually gave it 78, bronze award, but I think I can come a few points up to silver, but I'm not sure about the gold, as it doesn't have originality for me.
Okay, and has anybody got anything else to add? No, safe. Back to you, Russell.
Okay, well, I guess we're in a different world in the sense that I haven't seen it, so for you it's not original, but for me it is, so I can only comment on what my experiences are. And the left arm, I have absolutely no problem with it whatsoever. I spent 15 years having a studio specialised in photographing women, and I get a feeling of femininity and elegance and flow, and I find that she has all of that for me. I think that's an extremely feminine representation, and I have no problem with that at all. I quite enjoy the contrast of the top with the bottom, and the bottom's simply clean and serene, and the top's busy, and that's what happens to water when there's bubbles and things. So for me, it's just completely beautiful and peaceful, and just a lovely way to present pregnancy. For me, it's original, so I can only comment on, you know, like I say, my own life's experiences, and that's how I see it. And so for me, it's a gold.
Fantastic. Well, we're sitting at 83. Russell's looking for a gold, so let's rescore. And it goes up to an 84. Silver award. Okay, all right. Let's bring up the next print, or image, I should say. And we have a score of 74, high professional practice. Can I get a comment for the photographer, please? Russell?
Okay. I actually gave it a bronze, but because I really enjoyed the moment, and none of the subjects are looking at us, so I really liked that, and it's sort of completely believable. Obviously, there's a lot of energy coming from above, so when you're entering something like this, and you've got all these very visually literate people looking at it, you might take a risk when there's that sort of flare. So maybe think about that next time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next image, please. And we have a score of 73. Can I get a comment for the photographer, please? You dying too, Russell?
Yeah,
yep. Right.
I really loved it as an idea. It's really quite cool because the dog's going, hey, that's my stick. So that's great. But I was a little bit disappointed that the dog's face was missing in the top frame, and I was a little bit disappointed that Grandad was missing in the bottom. So it just kind of took away from that continuity. But otherwise, really cool.
Excellent, great feedback. We can have the next print, please. And we have a score of 76, bronze award. Okay, and I'd like to get a comment for the photographer, please. Faru?
Yeah, the lighting is really well handled, and the choice of props are so. The choice of props, it's really earthy and beautiful and suits the subject. However, I think the headpiece is a bit sharper than the face, so. Just watch up the details, and also perhaps a square cropping or more wider crop from the bottom definitely benefit the image.
Thank you very much, Faru. And that brings us to the end of the family category. Excellent work, judges. Thank you so much for all your hard work today. Hold on. I'm going to pass you over to Jace to wrap this up because there's a lot to be said and I'm not experienced enough. Hold on.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to say a huge thank you to the family category sponsor Canon. Huge thank you to the Iris Awards sponsor Sony. Huge thank you to the judges for your hard work. It was a big category. We did extremely well. We finished ahead of schedule, but I think you did a great job. Thank you to everyone here watching. Thank you to everyone for tuning on the live stream, and most of all, thank you to the entrants for putting in such beautiful work for us to all look at. Oh. Thanks. If the judges could all hang around so we can select a panel of a judge off judges, and if everyone else can skedaddle, we'll see you at the bar. Remember to go and see Gerard with his Hawaiian shirt on to get a ticket for the In Pursuit of Giants film screening on Sunday evening. Important people, get in quick if you think you're important. I've got mine.
How you going, Steve?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm good.